It's now knockout time. 4 survivors from yesterday, 12 invited grandmasters, 1 golden ticket to Vegas. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Welcome everyone. I'm Tanya Sachdev, alongside me, David Howell. It's going to be, David, a day of clutch games, freestyle drama. How hyped are you?
I'm very hyped, Tanya. Yesterday, the Swiss stage of the play-ins was a lot of fun. I was going through some of the games afterwards, getting really excited, just admiring the beauty of freestyle chess, the beauty of the tactics the players showed unleashed on the board. And yeah, I'm expecting more of the same today. We have even bigger fish involved. We have some huge names, and that guarantees huge games.
Love that we just come on and David brings on the first fun of the day. Big fish is coming up for all of us to enjoy, all that big drama on the board. But you mentioned it, the huge turnarounds, the roller coaster battles that we had yesterday. So many twists and turns in those very final moments, and it came down to the format, the demanding format and nature of freestyle chess. Today, there are a few switch ups, David. So let's talk about that. It's going to be a best of 2 for these players to prove that they belong. Win and you go on, lose, and that's it. It is a single elimination bracket. But a big difference from our Swiss, right? Because today the players get slightly more time on the clock. They're going to have 15 minutes to start with a 3-second increment per move. It's a best of 2, so 1.5 points sees you go through. We start with a round of 16. We'll also have the quarterfinals today. In case it's a 1-1 tie, we go on to a best of 2 blitz. Eventually, if it's a 1-1 tie, we might even see Armageddons today. David, what are the chances that the matches with our incredible lineup goes down to the wire?
I wouldn't complain, Tanya. That means we would get more chess. And I must admit, Rapid is my favorite time format to commentate on, just because it gives us a bit more time to break things down, get into the weeds, dig deeper. But Blitz, as a chess fan, is probably the most exciting. So I won't complain at all if there are tie breaks. But the stakes are just huge here, Tanya. It's cutthroat chess, knockout. We always see some strange stuff happening as the nerves rise. And yeah, of course, that golden ticket, Vegas, all the players want it. We have some of the best players, 16 just beasts here, and they all want it so badly.
They really do, right? Super high stakes. And it's really all about getting that one spot to fight against the big boys of chess. And they were talking about the time format. As a commentator, as chess fans, we love it, the fast and furious chess. But this is not standard 5-1-8 chess. I mean, the demands on the player with freestyle, a position that you've never seen before, the starting position, and having to think from the start, that's just going to make it so much more exciting.
Exactly. That was the secret ingredient yesterday, the freestyle that led to all those smothered mates, all those crazy tactics, those miniatures. And yeah, I think the players love it too. They don't have to prepare. Maybe they should be preparing in different ways physically, just kind of solving puzzles maybe. But yeah, it's kind of every position. The start position is a puzzle in itself, Tanya. And I think this year, just the amount that it's grown, the fans that keep coming up to me now and saying, "Oh, I'm loving these freestyle tournaments." I think it's growing, and yeah, hopefully everyone's catching the bug, because freestyle, it's a great way to entertain ourselves and to learn a lot about the core kind of principles of chess.
Absolutely. Freestyle fever is on. And we've been talking about just what's on the line for these players punching their ticket into Vegas. Once they get there, there is a very cool list, a stacked field already waiting. It's going to be 16 players, and we've already got an announcement of 13 of them. And look at that. It's going to have the world top 4. There's going to be Magnus, Hikaru, Arjun, Fabi. And I mean, that is an absolutely stacked field right there. David, one name that is missing from here, Gukesh Domaraju, the world champion. I wonder if that's going to be one of the 2 invited to be announced soon. And of course, 1 player from these play-ins today and tomorrow will be decided. 1 player gets that spot. And these 16 players right in front of us will be battling the next leg of Freestyle Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And everyone watching, chat, get excited, because you can watch all the freestyle greatness live. Here's a sneak peek of what's about to go down in Sin City.
This July, the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour arrives in Las Vegas. In a city built on noise, lights, and thrill, the world's sharpest minds meet in silent battle. Before the Grand Slam begins, the city heats up with the Chestival, a unique crossover where chess meets culture and competition. Co-organized by former NBA star Derrick Rose and Freestyle Chess.
Chestival 2025, where basketball meets chess.
But when the lights dim and the boards are reset, it's time for the Grand Slam to begin. Magnus Carlsen enters as the man to beat. But Las Vegas is different. Under the lights of a city that lives for risk, can he do it again?
I'm really looking forward to the Vegas event. It's going to be exciting, so I'm really happy just to be playing.
Hosted at the famous Wynn, the tournament unfolds in one of the city's most luxurious and iconic venues. Every game is unpredictable. Every moment counts. And this time, the fans are in the room. Only 300 tickets available per day. Every round, every move, every heartbeat, life. Be there when the world's best collide.
See you in Vegas.
See you in Vegas. That's something that you guys can't miss, so definitely go check out the tickets. And this is our stellar star cast. 2 players still to be announced. 1 player will qualify from the play-ins that David and I are calling out. So big day today of chess. David, huge names in front of us right now. You know, I mentioned Gukesh missing. He may or may not be one of the 2 players. We're waiting for that. Is there a player that you would like to see in this mix? And my second part of this question is, you know, we had Vincent win the first one in Weissenhaus, Magnus win the second one in Paris. Do you think Vegas will have a new winner?
Oh, it's hard to bet against Magnus Carlsen. Jan-Henrik Butner, though, he has my number. And if he needs a replacement player, I do love freestyle chess. But no, I'm sure we'll see some big names. If it's not Gukesh, there's plenty of other real beasts who have featured on the tour who could be there. Maybe it'll be one of the players who doesn't make it through the qualifiers here today in the play-ins. Some of the names have featured already, like Vidit. He's been there. Duda might want a chance. Vachier-Lagrave's been there before. But yeah, I think all eyes on the qualifier for now. Whoever joins those big names that have already been announced are going to be very lucky. And I think everyone's going to be ganging up on Magnus. That's the one thing I can predict, Tanya.
One of the hardest players to gang up against. But David, I know that you want to be there. Like you said, Jan has your number. We have your number too. We need you in the commentary box. So not letting you go that easily, my friend. But, you know, I also want to point out that we've got Nodirbek, Parham, players who qualified for Vegas through the Grenke Open, which was so fantastic, right? As the tournament really got that freestyle fever going on, having one of the biggest freestyle opens there. Magnus with his historic 9 out of 9. I'm expecting some great chess to happen today as well. David, what are you most excited about? And give me one name to really watch out today.
Today?
Yes, today.
Oh, I'm one name is hard. Like, I'm most excited to watch Hans Niemann. I've got to be honest, but
I just knew it, David Howell.
But then again, I'm such a big fan of Fedoseev. Like, I love Fedoseyev's games, the way he plays. He keeps everyone on his toes, on their toes, like his opponents, chess fans, maybe himself sometimes. There we see Vladimir Fedoseev in the kind of lower half of this bracket. This is some of the opponents he might have to face along the way if he is to make it through and get that golden ticket. How about you, Tanya? 16 huge names. Of course, they've all got the very different styles, some different age kind of profiles as well. Mamadorov more experienced, Grishuk more experienced, Ding out there as well. Who are you going to be most excited to follow today?
Well, I think I'm going to speak for everyone. You've already said it. I think we're all excited to see Hans Niemann in action. You mentioned Big Fish Fedoseev. I'm also excited to see how Prani responds to this sort of field that he's facing right now. He was the only player in the Swiss who remained undefeated in his path to qualify. So some incredible chess by him yesterday. Very aggressive style there. With it, trying to make it to Vegas as well. Going to be fun. But I think the one player who in my heart, and now not so secretly, I'm going to be rooting for, David, I'd love to see Dingler in Vegas. You know, huge Ding fan. I think we all want to see that come back from him. We know just how strong and what a classy player he is. So having him there would be awesome. So somewhere I'm rooting for Dingler in today.
Yeah, I would love it if Ding was in Vegas. I would love it if he had a great day today, great day tomorrow in these play-ins. It feels like he's due a big result. He's kind of been simmering. He's played some events since he lost his world title, but not with the success that he's used to. So maybe this is going to be it. Maybe this is Ding on the comeback trail. And yeah, classy player, but also classy person. That's why we all love him. And Ding Liren. Great call, Tanya. Great call.
And I want to ask you a little bit and talk a little bit about that as we wait for the players to join in and for the first game of the best of two to begin, because knockouts completely changes the dynamics, right, David? Best of two, there's barely any margin for error. One slip up and pretty much you feel the match is out of your hands. A huge switch and a turnaround from the Swiss, what we experienced yesterday. Do you think having that match play experience is so important today? And perhaps for our survivors from yesterday, that's going to be an additional challenge?
Yeah, that's a very important point. Some of the players here, they'll be coming in cold. Even though they're world-class players, maybe they wouldn't have been playing so much freestyle against top opposition. They won't be fully warmed up yet. We have actually seen it throughout play-ins for the Champions Chess Tour, for freestyle chess, throughout so many play-ins in the last year or two. It's actually the qualifiers, those who've been playing for now hours in previous days, who've they kind of got their eye in, and they tend to start very fast. They don't always go the whole way. Of course, they're the underdogs. Players like Pranesh, like Martin Kravtsev, they're going to be up against it. They're rating underdogs, but I don't know. We might see some surprises along the way. What do you think? Would you rather be totally fresh or warmed up, Tanya?
You know, I think with freestyle chess, just having a fresh mind and a sort of this ability, you just look at the position from new eyes, and these fresh eyes is so important. I think it's really good to not spend too much time preparing, but like we spoke about earlier, doing your puzzle rush, kind of just trying to be as sharp as possible, but definitely getting those freestyle Fridays and that Swiss practice in. We might see some early upsets with that. And I want to get chat involved as well. We've seen the brackets. We'll keep bringing that on back again. You know what the matchups are. Let's bring on those polls, right? Let's have our mods bring on those polls to see who you guys are rooting for. Who do you think will make it into the quarterfinals? And maybe we can just have that one more time and get David's predictions in. You know, being the host, I get to put you on the spot more than you do, David Howell. So let's start with Shaq versus Kravtsev, right up there. Our first matchup. Who takes this one?
Shaq. It's got to be Shaq. His style is perfect for freestyle chess. And he's actually in very good form recently in Maghsoodloo. He's been gaining some of the rating points that he lost last year back. How about you? Do you agree? Maghsoodloo for the win?
I think on paper, definitely agree with that. I think Shaq definitely the stronger player of the two. But David, again, it comes down to that thing, right? What we spoke about for Martin Kravtsev with that practice in yesterday in freestyle chess. Will that be something that will put him more in the tempo of what the format requires? And again, it's a 15+3. It's a best of two. Anything can happen, but Shaq a favorite. Vidit versus Yangyi. You know, this one is an easy pick for me, so I'll throw it to you.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're backing Yangyi there, Tanya.
Of course,
Just
David.
kidding. No, of course it's. I think Vidit does start as the favorite. He's been in such good form. He's had great practice. He was there in Paris for the freestyle event. Didn't go his way, but playing against the likes of Magnus, Hikaru, and that lot must have been a great experience. He must have learned a lot. Yangyi, I don't know as much about his freestyle history, but he is a rapid beast. He is very good at speed chess and very dangerous as well. Very kind of dynamic player when he gets given the opportunity. So I'm going to say Vidit, small favorite. But this one may be one of the closer of the round of 16 matchups.
I agree with that, what you said. I think this is going to be quite a neck-to-neck battle. It might very well be one of those that do end up going into the tiebreakers. So much of it depends on what positions pulled out, how the players handle it. But I would say perhaps with it a 55-45 favorite in that one for me. He's also just fresh from the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. I think it was clear to everyone he had a great time there with his good friend Anish, with his wife there. And we saw those incredible interviews you had with them, David Howell. Very entertaining. And then Hans Niemann versus Rasmus Swane. Now, yesterday, Swane was just so impressive, David. You know, he finished at the top of the leaderboard in the Swiss, 7.5 out of 9. Incredible run through, getting that dub in those final critical rounds. But somewhere, I think everyone wants to see Hans go the distance in this one.
Mm-hmm. Hans Niemann in Vegas, meeting Magnus. I mean, it just feels like it's written in the stars. That would be a joy to behold. Hans Niemann as well is bang in form, kind of online these days. He's been winning a few Title Tuesdays with monster scores. He's been doing it in style, beat the likes of Magnus and Hikaru in back-to-back in Title Tuesday recently. It just feels like he's the one to beat. That being said, Hans Niemann yesterday did lose to Anish Giri in a match. It was quite a one-sided score in the end. So Hans maybe not quite at the form he wants to be at. And Rasmus definitely playing himself into great shape yesterday. I'm going to say Hans, though, starts as a big favourite in this one.
He's also been having some incredible results of late in Title Tuesday, Hans has, right? So maybe that is also something that will motivate and inspire him. Of course, apart from the fact that he's always looking for these opportunities to battle against the biggest names. And speaking of Hans Niemann, he is in the building, I want to say, David. Looking pretty chill, looking pretty relaxed, looking like he's set to go.
Yeah, he's ready. He's always ready to play some chess, Hans Niemann, as he never shies from reminding us on social media. He just wants these opportunities. He had the opportunity in Paris, still maybe the mystery of the year, why he withdrew from that tournament last minute, but maybe he'll get another shot at that golden ticket, another shot at the big guns, at the big dogs out there in Vegas. Freestyle chess, he nearly made it to Weissenhaus. He nearly qualified Hans Niemann in the play-ins, but he got knocked out right towards the end of that event. And yeah, it feels like the whole world is watching this, Tanya, or at least they'll be taking a very keen interest in his progress.
You know, I'm going to say, David, I know we've got a lot of juicy matchups right in front of us, but I think we're going to put in so much of our attention and focus in this clash in the round of 16. Swane, with his amazing performance yesterday, taking on one of the crowd favorites, I want to say, Hans Niemann. Now, we're talking about closely contested battles. I think the next one as well, you know, you've got Ding Liren, the former world champion, against another former world champion, Alexander Grischuk. I know you're a big Sasha fan, a big Liren fan, and there we've got both players as well. David, Ding looking like he's ready to play, Sasha looking determined as well. This is going to be fun, and I think so much of it will be about what happens in that game one, right? Because getting that sort of momentum, tempo going, getting your positions right out of the opening, out of too much trouble, I think that will be critical, especially for Ding Liren.
Yep, 100% agree. And I could actually kind of envisage a scenario, Tanya, where it's move 10 and the players are down at like 30 seconds each. They're both time trouble addicts these days. Ding there in his salmon shirt. Alexander Grischuk's just left the table. He's gone for a little stroll on the balcony, wherever he's staying right now. And yeah, I find it hard to predict. I think game one will be very important. Grischuk, though, was playing very, very well for stages in the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship in London. He guided his team all the way to the Blitz finals, where they ended up losing, getting the silver medals. But I'm going to say Grischuk, small favorite, but secretly rooting for Ding.
I wonder if there's going to be a factor of time zones here. You know, Ding's perhaps playing from China. I know it's almost late in India. It's almost 9 p.m. here. So is that going to be something that perhaps might affect Ding? It's a long day of chess ahead, you know, and with this time format, so incredibly important to stay alert. I will say that I'm seeing him on camera pretty much after the World Championship match. And Ding, he looks good. He looks ready to go. So excited about this one. Let's talk about the other matches as well. Big Fish, a player that you highlighted earlier against the young Prani. He's ready to fight it out as well. We've got both players on our screen. It's a clash of generation for Pranesh. Freestyle chess, you know, this is sort of one of his first experiences. Big Fish has been there. He's been in the Grand Slams. How do you expect this match to play out?
Yeah, I mean, again, big favourite in this one, and a clear underdog. Meanwhile, Fedoseev starts as the favourite. He won a Grand Chess Tour event recently. So good at speed chess, so creative. His style, on paper, is perfectly, it's tailor-made for freestyle chess. So Fedoseev, it feels like this is a kind of great pairing for him. That being said, Pranesh's games yesterday, Tanya, they were incredible. Not only the kind of tactics that we've seen from him throughout this year, but he was actually playing some positional masterpieces, Pranesh. And yeah, I think if he can temper his natural aggression, then he has a great shot. How about you? Are you rooting for your countryman?
You know, I'm a huge Fedoseev fan as well, and I want to see this match sort of, I don't want either of these two guys to lose. And that's the thing about knockouts, right? It's one shot, one opportunity. So I think I would love to see Fedosiev in the mix in Vegas, go all the way down today. But for Pranesh, I think this is going to be a big opportunity. Objectively, Fedosiev is the favorite in this match. Pranesh, I think for him, whatever happens, wins or loses, overall, it's a big takeaway, just the experience that he's going to have playing with all these players. But it's a tough task for the Indian young grandmaster today, ahead of him starting this matchup. And speaking of tough tasks ahead, we've got another big one, right? We've got the dude, Jan Krzysztof Duda, taking on Andrei Asipienko. Now, this is a match that to me, it almost feels like a clash of styles, David. And we haven't seen both these players, at least I haven't seen both of them so much in freestyle chess. What do you think is going to be the key decisive factor in this one?
Oof. Again, fast start, I think all important. Duda in very decent form. Asipenko also great in the World Rapid Blitz Team Championship. I was actually entranced, just to mention, before I get back to this matchup, by Fedosev's camera. He looked like he was in like an album cover or something. It was like a multicolored curtain and him in the dark. He looked very gothy. But these two, meanwhile, I'm going to say Duda starts as a small favorite just because I've seen him do so well in Rapid and Blitz for a long time. But Asipenko had a bit of a breakout tournament in the World Blitz Team Championship just recently. So youth versus, well, I'm going to say youth versus youth, but Duda's not a kid anymore. Tanya, break the tie. It's going to be another close one. Who do you think is going to make it?
It really is, and I think it's tough to pick. I will say one thing though, that Duda recently has spoken a lot about his motivation in chess and how much he struggled with his results, over the last year or two, and he's not been very happy with his form. But I think we saw him in some online tournament recently. I think it was a Chess.com Classic, where eventually he did feel better about the way things went. So I think this one really matters to both these players. They're hungry for that ticket to Vegas. If I had to pick one, if I had to break the tie, between what you just said with yourself, David Howell, I think Duda is a favorite in this one. I think he takes this one. Asipenko, never an easy player to write off. By the way, we do have chat involved, and we do have our first poll result coming in, David. And this one's for Ding Liren versus Alexander Grischuk. And our chat saying 43% to Ding and 57% win to Grischuk. And I feel I can understand where that's coming from. I think Grischuk, even when it comes down to those seconds, I wonder if one of the reasons for this is he just seems to handle those time pressure situations better than Ding.
Yeah, exactly. He was born in time trouble, Alexander Grischuk. It's his default setting, it's his comfort zone, you name it. Grischuk, he has navigated all sorts of positions with no time on his clock. So it does feel like if it gets down to a pure scramble, he's going to only increase as a favorite. That being said, Grischuk does occasionally get a bit too creative earlier in the games, and maybe Ding can pounce on that. Maybe a bit of a counterattack, I could imagine there. So yeah, I agree with chat. Grischuk, small favorite. Maybe it's just the more active player in recent months.
Well, when David Howell agrees with you, chat, you're doing well. Now, from one World Blitz champion, Alexander Grischuk, let's move on to another World Blitz champion, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is definitely a clash of generation. He takes on the young Denis Lazovic, another player who impressed us so much. Well, not just yesterday, but throughout over the last couple of years. We've seen him perform so well in the Champions Chess Tour. We've seen him cruise through with a 7.5 out of 9 score yesterday in the Swiss, book his spot into the knockouts today. Just his calm, his demeanor. David, he joined us for an interview, and I was just so impressed with how he doesn't let those emotions flow. It was unreal. The trophies are right there, the medals are right there. What chances do you give Denis today when he faces the Frenchman, the beast, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
Yeah, I'm actually going to say, maybe this is controversial, but I'm going to say this is 50-50. On paper, MVL should be the favorite. He's got the pedigree, he's got the experience, but Denis Lazovic, look at him, he was smiling there, he looks in great spirits. And I was actually going through, just earlier today, going through some of their history, their head-to-head. Denis, he mentioned in the interview yesterday, he has beaten MVL on a few occasions. He even beat him in the Champions Chess Tour finals. That was his only win, the first over-the-board finals he competed in. I think he actually has the ideal style against MVL. He can be solid when he needs to be, but he can also take advantage of those positional mistakes.
Well, chat has got a different opinion on this one, David Howell, because they think MVL is a 72% favorite, Lazovic 28%, and I think it's understandable as well. On paper, it's hard to dispute MVL, so you said it yourself, it's a bold pick to take Dennis in this one, but he's done it before. Can the youngster do it again? And finally, our final matchup, it's Liam Le versus Alexei Serrana. Serrana the Piranha, he's always a dangerous one to battle in these formats, always ready and hungry for the fight. What do we make of this clash between these two strong grandmasters?
Yeah, I'm going to choose the player of my generation. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to say Liam Le. I just love his style. Like, it's so cultured. It's so well worked out. And I don't know, there's a big kind of reason, clear kind of pattern behind his play. There's, it's just, I'm going to call him the professor, just because he's the professor these days at Webster University. Liam Le, kind of in charge of the chess program over there. Alexei Serrana, though, if you get low on time, he will trick you. He will pounce. He will, like a piranha does, attack you. So, yeah, this one, Tanya, who do you think is going to make it?
I'm just waiting for the action. I think it's tough to call another closely contested battle. This one will be. I hope it goes into those tiebreak. It's Professor versus Piranha, as you put it. And David, big news. We've got our first position draw of today. It is position number 425. And let's bring that up if we can to show everyone. The players get about 2 minutes to go through this before the timer starts, before the clock starts. And this will be the first of the best of two. And David, I am going to just throw this to you and ask you, what are the first few things that stand out to you in this 4-2-5?
Yeah, I think the first thing to mention, all pawns are defended, so no immediate targets. All of the pawns for either side, they're protected by some piece or other. The one clumsy thing for both sides are the bishops in the center of the board. Bishops don't actually want to be in the center of the board. They want to be on the longer diagonals. So developing these pieces, I think, Tanya, is going to be a bit of a chore. It's going to be a bit of a problem for both sides. King looks pretty safe, already near the corner. So I wouldn't be shocked if the kings actually stay there for a decent amount of time. Maybe rooks will be developed on either flank. They all start in the corners, so maybe with A-pawn, H-pawn pushes. How about yourself? Which pieces do you think are the strong ones? Which do you think might cause some issues?
Well, I did spot what I want to believe is the shortest checkmate on the board. You know how we've got the Scholars Mate happening in 5-1-8. I think there's a checkmate in 3 here that's possible. And I wonder if we should... That's the shortest one for me that I see. And I wonder if chat can spot that as well. If white starts... David, do you see a mate in 2? Because I only see a mate in 3.
Is it a knight doing the mating?
It is the knight, you know, it is the knight on the right square. So let's leave it to chat to figure it out. How can there be a checkmate in 3? You'll need a little bit of help from black in this position. But like you said, I think some of the key points you already mentioned. I will also say one of the things that I've noticed in freestyle chess, when the rooks are at the corner of the board, very often the players think about going all alpha 0 on it with either an h4 or an a4 and a rook lift to actually get that piece into the game. So not usually the traditional castling way is the only path.
Mm-hmm. And we have liftoff here. It is the knockout stages and games have begun. And we see actually on 6 of the 8 boards in front of us, we were treated to a d-pawn push on move 1. To my eyes, that wasn't 100% obvious which pawn you should be pushing. Normally in freestyle, you want to release the queen as early as possible. So often your decision on move 1 is influenced by that. By pushing the white central pawn forward, the white queen has a bit of scope. The bishops are still a big issue. Knights ready to jump towards the center. Games, I was going to say, very slow progress, maybe apart from the bottom left board, the red board between Denis Lazovic and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where a queen has already entered the fray. On the top row, there's still people thinking about move 1 as black, Maghsoodloo and Vidit. Tanya, what's your favorite color?
Well, I'm loving what's happening on all of the boards, but if I had to pick one, I think red hot, like you said, queen out on the board, Lazovic versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a big one as well. I will point out one more factor to notice here in freestyle chess. You often want your knights behind pawns when you're developing that piece. And I think that's also a narrative that we're seeing follow across the board. It just gives knights more places, more spots to jump into the center of the board if there's a pawn in front of them. David, should we move over to Lazovic versus MVL? I think there's a threat on the board with that last move, the queen attacked.
Yeah, let's do it. It's the furthest progressed game at this early stage. It's 15-minute chess, so anyone who was with us yesterday, it's a bit slower. You get a bit more time to think, but this is the position at the current moment. The white queen has done some dancing. Let's just do a very quick action replay. This is only move 5, but we've seen a lot of action already. Yeah, congrats to the chat. A lot of you apparently were saying d4 on move 1. You know more than me. And I think the rationale here is that the bishop unleashed, the queen unleashed, dual purpose move. Black does the same.
David, before we move on with this, I also want to give a shout out to Krishna, who actually did spot the checkmate in 3, starting from that knight on b1, arriving on e7. Maybe you can just quickly show that.
Oh, nice.
The shot is checkmate in the starting position.
Knight comes. The black bishop moves somewhere, and whoops, smothered mate. Very, very nice. And needs a bit of helping hand, but those types of things do happen, right, Tanya? We saw it yesterday.
A lot of smothered mates on the board yesterday, but hopefully we won't have those miniatures today, or maybe it makes it more fun. But let's go back to our starting position. d4, great call out there by our chat, understanding that you want to improve the long range pieces as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the white knight could have also done it. The other white knight, I should mention, into e7. So yeah, d4, d5. It is the queen's gambit, but this time it's not a queen's gambit. So I'm going to call it the queen's pawn swap. I don't know. Pawn takes c4. This time it's guarded.
Yeah.
Nice, Tanya. So the pawn is defended. It's not a real gambit this time. And knight to d7. There has been a trade. So white has lost a couple of tempi with the queen, but the queen looks actually quite nice on d3. And okay, if we progress down the road, Tanya, does this remind you of a Grunfeld defense, except which Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is famous for, except the black bishop isn't being cutted?
Absolutely. It's funny you said that, because especially this last move of c5, breaking on that central pawn of d4, an idea that we see very often in the Grunfeld. And like you said, David, it's something that we've seen Maxim. It's been his star weapon. It's his golden weapon for so many years. So perhaps that's something that did guide him into this quick central strike. I will, though, point out that I do like what Dennis has done so far. It just feels that there's more centralization in his pieces. The knight now heading to f5. A really nice square. The white bishop, it's keeping itself flexible. It's got the option to either go to f3, eyeing the diagonal with the b7 pawn tender, or it could also place itself on the c2, b3 squares at the right moment, eyeing the king side. So not yet showing cards with those bishops, but instead, knights before bishops, traditional chess wisdom followed. I won't be surprised if we see an h4, h5 by white.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's in the air, like freestyle chess. It's basically, AlphaZero. I want to see AlphaZero play freestyle chess, because I think h4 would be move 1 just every time. And it seems to be just a very useful weapon, especially when there's a rook in the corner. But yeah, I could see this one going very wrong for black if he's not careful here now, due to ideas like knight h5, maybe knight f5 a bit later. Maybe the white bishop lands on c3. Tanya,
David?
maybe danger.
Speaking of danger, speaking of AlphaZero, speaking of the H-pawn, you've got to take a look at what's happening on the Yangyi Vidit Gujarati board. It is absolute chaos. That H-pawn has already reached the h6 square. That is as AlphaZero-esque as it gets. Let's bring that on and take it from the top. All pawn moves, by the way, by white. Let's just point that out.
Yeah, wow. Pawn moves for the win. So we'll get the cameras of Yangyi and Vidit up in a moment, but this one, a quick action replay, d4, this time met by c5. A bit of a mistake, apparently, allowing white to just bypass the pawn. This is a bit like normal chess. You don't normally want to allow a pawn on d5 unless you're playing the Benoni or the Benko or some other dodgy openings. c4, though, by Vidit. He really wants the space, especially for the black queen. But this pawn push, Tanya, has only really helped the queen. He's given away the center. And now, ooh, yeah, this is like a red rag to a bull. Knight g6, asking for the h-pawn. Harry, come on, step forward. d6, h5 kicks the knight away. h6 already drives a wedge in the black king side. And a4 is very calm. I think the rook is coming this way, potentially, Tanya. And in the meantime, well, 8 pawn moves in a row. Keep going, you Yangyi. I don't know what pawns you're going to push, but I want more. 8 is not enough. Go for a record.
I think if it was legal, we might have seen f4, but unfortunately that pawn is pinned, so that still stays there. But David, I'm absolutely hating with its position in this. I mean, yes, you have more pieces that are active, and the bishop on c5 looks like it's well placed, but white just a few moves away, right? Imagine the knight comes to e3. Firstly, the c4 pawn looks extremely weak to me. Ideas of knight e3, bishop e2, just winning that pawn. Black can never trade that knight for the dark squared bishop because there are already big holes on the king side, on the dark squares next to the black king. The white bishop landing on c3 on this beautiful diagonal, eventually an f4 push out of that knight on the center. And to me, I feel like I can only come up with moves and ideas for white here.
Yeah, white should just play queen to g7 checkmate. That's if you could play that. If you could play like magic chess, just hop over into g7. But yeah, I 100% agree with all of your points. And also, black just doesn't have any pawn breaks. Like, you can't really push the b pawn because, well, en passant is a legal thing. e6 just weakens squares. Knight e3, your move, very natural one. Played, gets the stamp of endorsement from you, Yangyi. And yeah, if you're not pushing pawns, I mean, maybe you can castle your king. You can get the black rook out of the corner. At least the black rook would hop on over to f8. But I don't really see any other useful moves. And the bishop on c3, I think that is going to be the MVP in this position for you, Yangyi.
For you, Yangyi, it feels like you could go on the attack with the moves that we're discussing. He could also just get greedy and go knight d2 or bishop e2, win the c4 pawn. He can have a more positional strategic approach or go for the kill. By the way, Vidit does get the rook at least into the game, but I think his troubles here are just starting. You're pointing out knight a3. I like that move. It develops a piece coming onto the center of the board. Love bishop c3, hitting on that knight on d4, on e5 eventually with a move like f4. This is a dream start for you, Yangyi, in a best of two. With it, in huge trouble.
Yeah, and Vidit still has a lot of time on the clock, so aiming to save it for later. I was going to say, Tanya, the one big kind of Achilles heel for Vidit in Paris at the Grand Slam there, it was his time handling. His clock management was terrible. He was in time trouble very early. His openings were okay, but he just couldn't compete with the best guys when he had 1 minute on the clock after 10 moves every time. So I think for Vidit, maybe that's his kind of strategy switch up. He's just trying to play a bit quicker, but unfortunately that has resulted in this very dodgy position already as black. And you can see it on the camera, Tanya. He kind of looked away Vidit. He does not look too enthused right now.
No, he absolutely hates what's happening. And just to add to what you said, he struggled on the clock. It was his sort of first OTB experience, over the board experience with freestyle chess. But I think there was also more to that storyline. I still remember that game he played against Magnus Carlsen, right? I think it was at the absolute start of the tournament, David, where he held on and fought for, I don't know, close to 100 moves. And he had a position which is technically a drawn endgame. And he held it to perfection until that very last second, in time trouble, blundering into a one move loss checkmate. And I feel psychologically it was incredibly hard for him with the turnaround time between the games. And it was just a tilt. It was just a spin off with it after that as well. And just not being able to get the confidence to play, to make moves fast.
Yeah. Often, especially against the top players in the world, when it rains, it pours. They sense weakness, they smell blood, and for Vidit, it was definitely a confidence thing. This position is hard for black. I'm going to take us to something very similar, if that's okay, Tanya.
Let's do it.
That is the game between Alexander Grishuk and Ding Liren. Another couple of fan favorites, I'm going to call them, because it does look like Ding has just made a mistake, and it's also the skeleton of the position is very similar to what we just saw. Just like Yu Yangyi, there are pawns on e4, d5. Just like the Yu Yangyi game, the h pawn is coming. And just like the Yu Yangyi game, the knight is coming in via e3 to f5. Yes, the black pawn on e5 is back on e7 in that game. Yes, the c pawn's on c4, but some similarities, Tanya.
Yes, and this is what we spoke about at the start, right? When we saw the position 4 to 5 being pulled up, that with the rooks on the corner, you want to move those flank pawns as quickly as possible. It's such a great way to bring not only the attack on, but also give an alternative way to develop your rook. h5, h6 coming. I'm also really liking Grishchuk's chances in this one. And I think he could go for it right now as well. There are ideas of just pushing the pawn. You could plant the knight. You could also think about kicking out black's knight at the right moment on that c5 square. I just want to point out b4 is always in the air. So you're not even stabilized with your most active piece in the position. Once again, the kind of dynamics where I feel all the trumps are in white's favor.
Yeah, 100% agree. And if this were a bullet game, nice. Before I was able to say what I would do in bullet chess, we see b4, and look at Ding, Tanya. He suddenly put his head inside his t-shirt. He's not enjoying this one bit. I was going to say knight f5 I would play in bullet just to try and land a fork, but that's caveman stuff. b4 is classy, and breaking the pawn structure potentially, but more importantly, sidelining the black knight. That knight is dead for the foreseeable future. Suffering piece.
It's being dominated right now with that pawn and b4, and Grischuk just doubles down on that. So he's keeping a positional advantage on the queen side on the left side, and he's going to go for the attack on the other flank with the h-pawn moving forward, the knight stepping up. This last move by Ding Liren, I think what he wants to do is try to create some chaos, push c6. It's so much about the breaks in these positions to try to create counterplay. It's absolutely essential Ding does that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Ding, he's not chilling this time. He looks really scared. I'm not sure. Maybe his t-shirt just smells really nice, or maybe he's really apprehensive of what's about to happen. Knight c4, nice square, forcing a decision for this pawn. Stopping your c6 move, which I think was the key, Tanya.
And now how do you break free if you're black? Yes, you can trade on b4, but that's just a one mover, right? After pawn takes pawn, you still have to come up with your next move here. And it's not easy to play this position. Maybe you just plant your bishop on d7 and at least say that I stop your knight from jumping to f5.
Oof. Yeah, this looks like a King's Indian defense that's gone really, really wrong. You've kind of traded off one bishop. The dark square bishops are gone. Normally that's white's better bishop, black's worse bishop, but somehow black's pawn structure, no real counterplay. Ding really suffering here. He's still got a lot of time on the clock, but knight f5 ideas. White's just got easy moves. It's rapid chess, right, Tanya? Ease of play is a godsend in this format.
Absolutely, especially in freestyle chess, little time on the clock. If you manage to get a position where the moves just flow, and it looks like Grischuk does just that, while Ding, head in t-shirt, continues to feel the pressure. And what will be his move of choice? He does get his king to safety first, goes for castle. I would be now very tempted. You've allowed me to plant that knight on f5, now threatening a massive fork on e7.
Yeah, I wouldn't resist. I couldn't resist a move like knight to f5, but I could just see him as well, just starting with h5, just trying to put the pawn as deep into the black camp as possible. Maybe even a rook lift at some point, swing that white rook across. You could always kind of a4, improve the white bishop. There's so many tempting moves for Grischuk. Maybe having too much choice, that could be the one downside for him.
We speak a lot about that, David, just how the problem of plenty is a real thing in chess, right? When you've got these options and you need to make a decision, you don't have enough time. Somehow you can get lost in this pleasant situation. But I think the top guys, they just know that at some point they need to make a decision. And we do have a decision here as Grischuk navigates this great position out of the opening. We're going to navigate through some of the other games. Let's zoom out, David. Let's bring up our bird's eye view because action hot and heavy across boards. Look at that second board from right bottom row, Pranesh versus Fedosiev. A lot's happening there. A queen and knight combo against the king. It almost feels like white's about to get checkmated. The bar level, that looks insane. And also the matchup between Vidit and Yu Yangyi continues to look extremely tense. Where do you want to jump to next?
Yeah, I think just because we might even see a result there soon, let's go to that Pranesh against Fedosiev board just while we have the chance. The big fish. There we go. The kind of shadow of Fedosiev behind the kind of in front of the kind of light background. I love it, I've got to say. But we could see a result here, Tanya, any second now. If we see a knight... Oh, actually, that square's covered. Maybe I'm just blind. I was going to point out there was a draw a moment ago that Pranesh pretty much rejected. If we just backtrack 2 moves to this position, we actually saw, first of all, a knight check. This pawn is pinned, the g-pawn, so the white king had to move, and queen f4. If he wanted to draw Pranesh, he could have just taken this knight, and we would have seen a perpetual check. So this is Pranesh playing for a win. I actually thought the game would be a draw anyway, but instead of taking the repetition, he kicked the queen away and then stepped forward with his king. And h4, I think he's meaning to meet this with h3, and suddenly the black queen struggles to defend her knight. Suddenly white might be winning material. Maybe queen g5 still possible, but yeah, if h3 is a threat, Tanya, this queen on e7 protecting everything, then maybe Pranesh is good. He's got good chances here.
I'm going to point out that it's extremely gutsy and brave of Pranesh, in a position that looks Like your king is in so much danger with the queen knight and the h pawn stepping up to actually continue playing, refuse that threefold repetition, which was a way to bail out. But I think it's also the understanding that the next game, Fedosiev will have the white pieces and he's not going to let go at all of that. So Pranesh has to maximize every opportunity. That's what you got to do when you play these big guys, right? You have to take your chances. You can't just chicken out of these moments. He set up the idea of h3, which makes me wonder if it's time, I was going to say, for the knight to retreat. But can you even do that, David, with the e5 pawn hanging? Knight d4, doesn't that just run into... Whoa, h4 on the board? But we thought,
Wow.
and it is a blunder, a double question mark. h3 immediately responded by Pranesh. It has to be queen g5.
Mm-hmm. Queen g5, and the first move that came to my mind was just grabbing pawns, but then you really have to calculate whether black's attack is scary after a capture here, and maybe the black knight can also just retreat and sit on a nice square. Black would have some attack if the queen stay on the board. To trade or not to trade, Tanya? That's the big question right now.
I have one question for you. I think you trade, but can you trade on your own terms here, David? Yes, this is the move that I wanted to point out, right? You defend your queen, the knight is attacked. Now notice how knight d4 is not possible because the queen on g5 is hanging. If queen takes queen, the knight jumps in with a check. Knight takes queen. The only square black would have is the king to f8. And white can, in fact, even take the g6 pawn with check. Let's just show that. Let's have that on the board. And I think you have two great possibilities here. You could think about knight takes pawn. To me, that looks the cleanest, honestly, just winning a pawn on the board. And maybe there's something better, but knight takes pawn takes knight, king takes knight, pawn takes pawn. And let's continue this line. You want your pawns to be connected here. You take it with the f pawn anyway, because you're setting up this tactic at the end of everything, where the white rook gives a discovered check to the black king. So rook takes pawn, runs into king g4, game over. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Well, look at what we have on the board. David, look at the position.
Wow. Wow, we have that. So this was the position. We did see a queen trade. I think he needed to, Fedosiev. He was committed after pushing his h-pawn forward. And boom, boom, boom. Clear pawn up. King e7 now was the last move by Fedosiev. But this is a massive opportunity for Pranesh. Like, just put the king on g4. I would do that in a heartbeat. Just put some pressure, ask a question on the king side. Then you bring your rooks to the center. Then you decide what the winning plan is. But Fedosiev, that's a kind of an odd miss, I'm going to say, because it was such a linear variation. It was like, okay, I go here, you attack my queen, I retreat, we trade queens, I'm a pawn down. There weren't any branches there. It wasn't super complicated. So Pranesh, yeah, this is a huge, huge chance. Tanya, do you think he's going to take it? In games, Pranesh, is that maybe the one area that he still lacks a bit of experience compared to these top guys?
And that is the classic anti-young chess player policy, right? Get the queens off the board, go into the end game, and you already have an upper hand. But I think this kind of an end game where it's essentially you're up a very healthy pawn. You're up a pawn which is easy to create into a passer in the rook pawn ending. You're playing for two results. I think this is a big blow for the big fish to land up in this so quickly. Like you said, Pranesh had that draw repetition. He refused it, and that has really paid off on the very next move with an inaccuracy by Fedosiev. And now he's got to be on the defense. David, let's just show that line one more time with the king on f8. Why, in fact, the pawn on h3 could not have been recaptured, and how essential it was that at the end of it all, black's king is on the wrong square.
Yeah, this was essential. White just has a 2 versus 1 on the king side now, and if you take this pawn, then yeah, king g4, king g2, it's a discovered check, and you win the rook. Tanya, this game is going to go on for a while as Pranesh tries to nurse his advantage. He actually goes back with his king, very surprising, when he could have gone active to g4. But maybe we check in on another game, because things are really heating up. Vidit looks like he is busted, and we could see some pretty mating patterns in that one. So maybe we switch over and see whether Yu Yangyi can find the final blow. And queen takes pawn, given a question mark, the queen has just captured a pawn on a5, but white's knight is coming. This is a very juicy pawn. You can even move your knight out the way as well with some discoveries in the near future. The white queen is coming into the attack. f4 is coming soon. The bar says it's totally over, but what is the finishing touch?
I'm not sure what the knockout punch is, if there is one, but I would just think you grab that e7 pawn to start with, and then you think. It comes in with a check. It creates all these dark square weaknesses. Once the king moves away, you have an option to go queen g5, queen f4, with the idea of going in with that queen to the f6 square. There are these tempting options. Rook is lined up against the black queen currently, and Yangyi trying to think, are there more attractive knight jumps that could perhaps hit the queen? Look at the clock, with it now lower on the timer as well. You're right, but things have gone wrong for Vidit from the very start in this game. I mean, this is just Yangyi perhaps putting the finishing touches in a game that sort of was busted right out of the opening for Vidit.
Yeah, Vidit needs Yangyi to play a really lazy move now. He needs him to lose the energy and just take his foot off the pedal, because Black does have some threats of his own for the first time in this game, really. The Black Queen is threatening to kind of come back and cage this knight. The knight is trapped. The point of no return has been reached, but yeah, the problem is White has the time. One move is all it takes. F4. If this knight moves, Tanya, something you were highlighting earlier, just the queen coming to this diagonal, that is going to be brutal. And it just feels like Black is one move too slow.
And the point is, it's not checkmate, because you'll have f6, but David, notice the b7 pawn is hanging at the end of that line. So it just comes in, and that queen b7 will hit the knight on a6 and the rook on a8. I think you just end up losing big material right now as Black.
Let's show this. This would be a check. It's not quite checkmate because Black can block, but queen takes, and you don't even want to contemplate this. Normally pawn grabs on b7 are a bit risky, but here it's not risky at all for White. Maybe Black can struggle on by swapping queens, but pawn down and struggling, and the White knight is no longer trapped, can come back. This would just be pretty much tantamount to game over. So, okay, what to do instead? Maybe Black's going to come back and try and get this knight. He's going to lose his own knight in the process, though. Maybe he's going to give a check first. You can guard the b2 square with a check. Yeah, maybe. Does Vidit resign early, though, Tanya?
Usually I would say that it's not so clear with him. I don't think he has a pattern, but I think he is feeling a little hopeless about his chances. He does continue to fight on. He comes in with a check to b6. Yes, but I think in his heart he knows that it's all gone wrong. A sidestep by the king, keeping pressure on that knight. The one good thing about queen b6 is it stops the check from b2. So only now you retreat, now that the square is under Black's control. No more checks.
No more checks, but White can continue the fun, the momentum, tempo play by hitting the Black Queen. Maybe you hit it with a knight as well. I'm assuming the Black Queen wants to step into the center just to guard that diagonal, but that White knight is going to be hitting the d6 pawn as well. The only trick is you have to stop queen d8. You have to make sure you don't lose this knight. I don't know if there are any tactics to save it in the near future. It feels very, very good for White, but of course, the hardest thing in chess is putting the ball in the back of the net, getting it over the finishing line.
Feels like that's the hardest thing to do in any sport, right? Because you get maximum resistance as well in those final moments, and you're so close to it, so the pressure mounts up as well. Yangyi, though, looking calm on the camera. He's got almost an extra minute as well, trying to work his way around. David, do you want to stay here? Should we take a look at some of the other games?
Yeah, let's jump quickly and actually let's go to the Lazovic against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game, because we did see a big blunder from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just a few moments ago. This is the current position. We'll break it down properly in a second, but White is essentially the exchange up. Rook for bishop. Yes, Black has a pawn, but the pawns aren't going anywhere. And it was actually a few moves ago in this position after knight to d3. Black, with the rook, has gone super active and can escape by taking this pawn. But instead, he brought his knight forward, and suddenly the rook was just trapped. We see the bar shoot up, king f1, Tanya. Maybe you've forgotten that now, after rook takes pawn, knight c5, the rook has no escape squares. And instead, he went the other direction, rook c2, but same again, no escape squares, and he was forced to give up his rook for just a bishop. Disaster for MVL, and he's lost material, and current position, what do you think, Tanya? Should be over? It might still take a while, though.
I think it's going to take a while, but I think it will be over, because it just feels that with this extra exchange, and yes, you've got one pawn for it, but it's hard to create a passer, right? Just given the formation that is there, the 3 versus 4 on the right side, actually the 3 pawns are good enough to stop the 4 pawns. There are always ideas of breaking at the right time, creating weaknesses. Once that knight from f5 was to move, you had moves like g3, h4 coming in. Bishop c5 played by Maxime, immediately responded. The bishop plants itself to the center. What is the plan? Do you see a clean path to victory for Dennis? Because very often in these positions, that's what you're looking at, right? It's not move by move, but sort of a plan and then follow it through on that path.
Yeah, it's not 100% easy. Actually, it does feel like MVL's position has improved a lot since he kind of blundered the exchange. And yeah, the knight in f5 actually has some nice squares to jump into. My initial thinking was that maybe rook to b1, breakthrough with b5, that might be the way. But now that black has cleverly planted his bishop onto d4, if you ever go b5, black is going to bypass that pawn. He's going to push his own a pawn, and lo and behold, it does promote on the dark square in the corner. So you have to be slightly careful. Maybe this is why Denis Lazovic first guarding the g2 square, which the knight could have targeted. Maybe then he'll swing across, later on play b5. Maybe he'll bring his knight back round. The e4 square looks like a better one, but already the bar starting to drop slightly. H3 though I like, just to stop the pawns. And Tanya, the end game continues.
Well, we've got Grind Like a Grandmaster right behind you. So maybe that's a book that needs to be passed on to the players right now, because that's what Dennis the Menace needs to do. I do like H3 as well. Stops that big counterplay, the pawn flow on the right side. Knight G3, you could slide the rook over to that A2 square. I think it is going to be about trying to get a good, well, he keeps it at the center of the board. So eyeing not only the E5 pawn, but the F4 pawn as well in case G4 was to appear. Now, I just want to point out that at some point, Dennis needs to get B5 in. It feels like really the only way that you can make progress. He needs to time it well. David, let's zoom out of this one because some crazy middle game action all around as Dennis tries to grind that one out like a grandmaster. We see Pranesh, he's still that pawn up, but Fedosiev, he's holding on. And I want to point out Esipenko Duda, also a crazy position with White's knight so deep into enemy camp. And meanwhile, Yangyi keeps that advantage. Where should we go to next?
Oh,
Swane
Tanya,
versus
I think
Hans
you
Niemann. I mean, that's got to be our pick. I'm sorry that I screamed, but I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, let's jump there. Why not? We haven't seen him so far today. And okay, Hans Niemann has sacrificed a piece. This is apparently level according to the computer, but to my eyes, it's anything but straightforward. Hans Niemann with black is a piece down. White has 3 minor pieces, 2 knights, a bishop. Black only has 2 of them. But G5 is threatening G4. There's a skewer on the third line, on the third rank here. Oof. I could see this going very wrong for White, Tanya. I think I would rather be black, if anything. It looks like black's having all the fun with the checks, the G4s, the beautiful knight on F4. Who would you have? Who would you pick here?
Well, there is an extra piece for White, right? But apart from that, everything else looks very dangerous. The queen and the knight combo with that pawn that you're pointing out, G4, G3 coming in next. This is, despite being down a piece, I'm with you. I'd take black here, which is saying a lot. By the way, under 2 minutes right now. And David, is it a bit of a give that the bar stays level despite the material imbalance? Does the computer also prefer black here in some ways?
Yeah, normally I can sense it from your tone there, Tanya. I think we've both analyzed chess enough to know that if the computer says 0.0 and you're a piece down, it means you're, at least in practical terms, having the fun. And it's more kind of Rasmus here, piece up, but not winning, that actually has to fend off the threats. That being said, if you don't kind of keep the energy, if you don't win something back sooner or later, you're just a piece down. So you have to toe the line. G4 I'm expecting, but King D2, a really classy move from Rasmus Fana, defending that white knight, so the loose pieces drop off. Mantra has been rebuffed. The problem is the king might just have to step back or step forward now. E3 or E1 to defend its bishop, because the white queen is tied down defending the knight.
I mean, both look incredibly scary, right? And I think you pre-move G4 at this point. That's what you want to play. Regardless of where the king lands, you want G4, G3. And look at that. Rasmus goes in and it's an inaccuracy. This is why we were talking about the bar, right? It's so difficult to be precise as White in these positions. He's trying to neutralize the pressure. This is the human thing to do, but often not the correct one.
I was going to say, Hans will never, ever trade queens. If you trade queens, you might just be worse. White actually has a beautiful pawn chain, but here we go. Has he allowed the black queen in and behind? Oh,
It's coming in.
That might be a miss.
Queen F1, huge threat. And White has got no time to go Queen G4 because you're in with the check first. Whoa.
Wow.
G4 instead.
Maybe even better. Hans Niemann, he's unleashing his bishop, as well as potentially creating a monster pass pawn on the H3 square. It's what you said earlier, Tanya. Trade, but only on your own terms. A great lesson for everyone. Hans, G4, great move.
But I'm just wondering, if you do trade on h3, I think Hans wants to take with the pawn. That becomes a monstrous pawn, and you could stop h2 with your bishop. Is there a way to win that endgame on the spot? Is that what the players are calculating right now? Because you really want to get rid of the queens. Queen f1 is coming in next otherwise.
Yeah, let's very quickly put that on the board. Queen takes queen is the move Rasmus Fana wants to play. No real other options. But now after bishop, I'm not sure, g1, g3. The first move I wanted to play was this one. I'm still struggling to find a win here. But this is the position they're calculating, Tanya.
And it looks like you see the bar that there should be a move that should just wrap things up. But you can go knight h5 with the idea of bishop g3. But white has a defensive knight e2 then.
Yeah. Just to check the computer because it's beyond me. But bishop g5, apparently only winning move. And no matter what white does, like if white moves the king, for example, then you give a check. And then you slide your bishop into f4. And while the white king is distracted, you might just go pawn hunting a bit later. But yeah, this is not so easy. This is not over yet. Hans Niemann didn't get the opportunity to go into that endgame. Knight back by Rasmus Fana is the answer. He's going pawn hunting himself. But now I'm expecting the black bishop to get active. That was the whole point behind the last move.
That looks very strong to me. After bishop g5, do you step away with your king? I think it just landed on the board. And the problem is, right, if you move your king to, let's say, c2 or c1, where you have to move it to c2, after a queen trade, black has got a really nice knight e2 jump, just pushing that pawn forward eventually. And that might just work because bishop takes pawn, g3. Are you not losing a piece and the game?
Yeah, I think you're right. White will get a couple of pawns. The white bishop would have captured on e5, but okay, Hans wants like maximum control. He doesn't even want to give away the e5 pawn. Wow, he's in great form right now. Hans Niemann. Bishop f4 is coming to kick away the blockaders. First he centralizes his queen. Oh, this is beautiful. Now he's going to play like bishop f4. Or now he comes back with his knight, even better maybe. And knight h3 wins a piece.
And he does it. Hans Niemann not missing a beat in this game. 2 seconds. I think Swana is just about to... Well, he doesn't resign. He keeps the game going. I think if we learned anything yesterday, it is that you got to play on, but that g-pawn will decide the game. Bishop coming on to e3. You just plant that bishop, and the white king has no way to get to that g1 square. g2 next, it will be game over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that pawn will cost the white knight its life. And yeah, Hans Niemann, great technique. He actually could have just won a piece for free, but somehow he calculated this endgame was winning as well. And just in time. G2. There we go. We're going to see a resignation any moment now, Tanya.
Really nicely played out by Hans. I mean, the way he just converted it in those last few moments, also keeping the pressure on the clock, just not giving Rasmus any time to figure out a defense. And now it's just about getting your king to the other side, sort of zigzagging white's pieces. And he does that to perfection. He's going to push the king on the side and then march with his own across the board.
Yeah, very instructive, actually. Hans Niemann. I would go king h7 and hope for like stalemate.
I was just going to say, there's a5, ba5, b6.
Mm-hmm. The white king now is trapped. And yeah, probably the bishop comes round. And there we go. Okay, game over. In the meantime, we have had other results. Denis Lazovic did win. Hans Niemann wins here. He stretches in celebration over Rasmus Fana. Tanya, a few games still going. Maybe we go to the Ding Liren board. It looks like Vidit might save his game. We're about to see a draw there. Rook end games all around. The 3 remaining.
Let's
boards.
do it. Let's go to Ding's board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's 2 versus 1, but actually maybe this is just a dead draw immediately. Okay, we won't stay here for long because now rook takes pawn is just a theoretical draw, and Ding actually just gives a check first, and this is a well-known position, Tanya.
And you were talking about results, big results all around, right? We've got a Denis Lazovic win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We got Liam Le and David. What just happened? Oh my goodness!
Sorry. Jumping to another game. This is Pranesh against Vladimir Fedoseev, and suddenly Pranesh is blundered. He was a pawn up in this endgame, but look at this. The black pawn is about to land with a queen. This was a dead draw. I didn't come to this because it was just totally drawn, but Fedoseev working magic here. Sorry, I had to jump.
No, that's fine. I'm really glad you did because the A pawn will decide the game now. Black will be forced to give up the rook for the B pawn, but eventually it will be the black king that's closer to the A3 pawn. Once everything, the dust settles, you go E1, white gives up the rook, black gives up the rook, the black king marches over. Why would you do that? Why would
Wait,
you not
what?
just go E1?
Wait, what? Check. Why didn't he queen?
Why didn't he
Why
just
does he not?
queen? You don't have to rush with this, right?
And now the white king comes around. It comes like.
Yes, it
he
comes
missed
like
it.
that, and then there's an opposition laterally, just in time. It's a draw. He missed the win. What? But
Look at
why the
Fedor.
rush? He can't
Oh, look
believe
at
it.
Fedor. Wow, huge turnaround. And okay, Grishuk Ding is about to be a draw. I don't know if we have time to show this, show the final moves there, but he could have just made a queen. He could have won this game,
David,
Fedor.
you got to show that. I mean, we have to show what just happened there because he was one move away from turning it around completely. And you can see him on the camera. He knows, he realizes what he's missed. And he just walked into it voluntarily.
Yeah, and he gave White a helping hand with Tempe. Like, White isn't even threatening to make a new queen. You can even just move your rook out the way. Like, you move your rook, and you're one tempo up on that whole variation because White still needs to take a time out to play king c7 in order to promote. The king will be even further away there. And this is just GG. This is over. But he could have also just made a queen. As you said, Tanya, make a queen. This is not difficult calculation. Now you have this check. You pick up the rook with check, covering the promotion square. Again, it's just over. So Fedoseev, that is crazy that he allowed this trick and allowed the game to be saved. And all to do with the White King running back.
Just incredible stuff. And the thing is, it was very important for White to give that check. I don't think he could have started with rook takes pawn. There's some very precise endgame there eventually by Pranesh, but what a big miss in that final critical moment. And this is where we stand. A scoreline that could have been completely different on that Vladimir Fedoseev board. Will that miss come to haunt him in this best of two? Well, for some players, David, they have to win their second match on demand. We spoke about Shakhriyar being a favorite, but look at that. It's Kravtsev who gets the first win there. With a great escape against Yangyi. Hans Niemann finishing off his game in style. Precise, crushing victory there. Dinglerin Grishchuk ends in a draw, as does Fedoseev Pranesh, and Duda taking the lead in his match. Denis Lazovic scoring a big upset against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Liam Le, he was your pick. He gets the job done. Wow, David, a lot of crazy games, a lot of crazy action. What was the highlight for you?
Wow, I mean, I don't even know where to start. That rook endgame, I'm going to go back and look at that in a bit more detail. I love my endgames, so there's always highlights. But to my mind, it was just Hans Niemann. So impressive. I'm being told he finished that game with 97% accuracy with black. That includes a piece sacrifice. That includes some crazy tactics. That includes a very block position where it's difficult to find the best move every time. Hans Niemann, bang in form, Tanya.
And I'm just wondering if we actually have time to show that game because, like you said, it was a piece sacrifice, David, which did not have a clear path ahead, right? It was like a long-term compensation for Hans. It wasn't boom, 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 checkmate. And I think we're going to pull that up and go through some of the critical moments, how this happened, because the end was stunning.
Yeah, the end was stunning. And this is, I'm not going to say the beginning of the end, but this is where it all kind of started kicking off. It looks like a totally closed position. Sorry, I misclicked there. It looks like a totally closed position. Not much going on, but boom, piece sacrifice from Hans Niemann. Bishop takes g4, double exclamation mark. It's not a winning sacrifice. It's 0.00, the computer says, but it's just the manner of the game after this. It just becomes very one-sided in terms of who's attacking, who's defending. Not just a beast sack, but a pawn sacrifice as well. f3, throwing that pawn forward. And now the black knight comes in. And Hans needed to work out that in this position, his queen could get into the action. And this is where we joined earlier. g5. He had to foresee pretty much a 6-7 move variation. He played this in around 2-3 minutes, Hans Niemann. So he saw it all. Pawn g4 coming across. There's a skewer. The white king in huge danger and a great investment, a great practical choice, and well rewarded for it, Tanya.
Yeah, amazing game and also converted so precisely. And with that, it's 5 decisive results this round, 3 draws, which mean 5 players in a must win as we go into game 2. And I believe that the new position, we've got a reveal coming in, and we will have that for everyone very, very soon. For 5 players, they have to win this, including Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, including Rasmus Swana. You've got Sarana, who's also fighting from behind, and of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in a must-win as well. David, we've got our next position, the final in the best of two ready in our round of 16. It's position number 360. Let's bring that on. And very quickly, that's what we've got. Now, you pointed out the first thing, look for undefended pawns. I spot one in this, which can be attacked, which makes me feel that once again, there's a potential for a mate in 3 being the quickest.
Yeah, do we want our chat to guess this, or should I point it out, Tanya? Your choice.
I think we leave it for chat. We're all learning with the greats of chess, right? We're all learning about freestyle chess and kind of recognizing these tender spots in the opening. Very important.
Indeed, fully agreed. And the thing that strikes me in this position, firstly, both knights, all sets of knights, all the knights, they're all in the corner. A1, H1. Feels like there's a song there, right?
It's all of the lights, but I just mixed it up.
Nice. And yeah, those pieces are going to develop ASAP.
Can you remember the song, David?
Huh?
It's just a pun with can you remember the song? It's Kanye's song. David, gotta get with it, man.
Is it bad that I don't know any Kanye West songs? Not even one.
I think it's a great thing, honestly. He's got a few good ones, but you got to be stronger in this position and in the pun game, David. But let's go. Tell me what's going on here. So we pointed out, waiting on chat for that mate in 3. You were highlighting some of the other key factors.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop on E1 to my eyes looks very misplaced, Tanya. Like maybe it's going to come out one way or the other, but it kind of gets in the way of the white king, kind of castling over to the right flank, the king side. Maybe we'll see castling on move 1. Like that's my favorite thing in freestyle chess, especially when I play online. I castle as early as possible. Sometimes, like especially when their king and rook are next to each other, sometimes the opponent doesn't realize you've made a move because it's kind of an optical illusion. And then they burn all the time on the clock. They're like waiting for you to move, and they're like, wait, they've castled. So maybe even castling on move 1, the king and rook swapping. Queens might come into the action very quickly with a G4, F4 push. I'm expecting those early. What other plans do you foresee in the early stages here?
I do like the idea of G4. We spoke about knights behind pawns. So that knight from H1, you want to bring it out to G3, but only once the G pawns moved forward, kind of taking control of that F5 square as well. So really like this one. And we've got our chat. I think they're picking up these patterns. It's Chess Kibitza 2020 for the win in this one. And he's saying this is too easy, guys. You got to give us more difficult problems in this one. He's spotting that you just get the knight in 3 to B7. Well, this time, chat, David gave you a hint by highlighting the big square in red. Next time, David, no hints for chat.
Okay, deal. Promise. Next time we'll be flying blind. We'll be trying to work things out on the fly. This knight pass is actually a very, very kind of real and clear and present danger here. I'm expecting the black king maybe to castle to guard that B7 point. In the meantime, we have liftoff, Tanya. I was expecting maybe F4 on move 1, maybe G4 ideas, but we see some disagreements between the players. We see some F4, E4, knight B3, D4. We've seen 4 different first moves on the... Actually, C4 as well. We've seen 5 different first moves out of the games that have begun.
Love it. When it comes to OTB classical freestyle, the players spend so much time on their first few moves, but this format just demands, not only understanding, but quickness. And I will point out one thing, knight B3, he's listening to Chess Kibitza, Vidit Gujarati is. The idea of landing on B7, somewhere in the air on that one against you, Yangyi.
And not just that, but look at the bottom left board, Tanya, the red board. Vachier-Lagrave against Denis Lazovic. Lazovic might have already blundered on move 1. Oof. Or maybe not a full blunder, but he's going to be suffering already because of that B7 pawn you pointed out. That was such a great spot. You could not keep the symmetry because white is already going pawn hunting, and this is so hard to defend. That pawn is pinned. Can't move because there's a knight behind it. So you'll have to either castle into the danger, or you're going to have to move your king or your rook out, and either way, that's clumsy. You lose castling rights. Tanya, huge development in the comeback quest for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
This is a dream start, right? Happens only in freestyle chess. Move 2, and you're already sort of... And look at Maxime, he's got that power move, not only bishop e4, but the power move of taking a sip. And when that happens, when your player does that, he knows that he's in control right now. the defenses that you pointed out, rook c7, king c7, look absolutely hideous because you're coming in the way of your own pieces. White can just continue developing moves, you know. You can also think about landing your bishop on g3 by pushing that f pawn eventually, knight coming to g3, knight coming to f5, targeting e7 ideas. I mean, this is looking bad news for Danlaz. David, just back up, put that pawn back on c7. Let's just do the action replay of how this actually happened because it was so key to have c6 as a resource.
Yeah, I think he maybe should just be playing c6, or maybe he should be developing something else. Maybe f5, we were talking about getting the queens a bit active. f5 would actually stop the white bishop coming out. Maybe that would have been my choice, but yeah, c5. I think we can't blame Dennis at all. Like, symmetry is the first thing you look at as black in freestyle chess. It feels safer. If it's symmetrical, like, what could really go wrong? But look at this, bishop e4, and big trouble. Black can't really copy because white gets there first. And if black tries to continue grabbing, if we play Hungry Hippos here, Pac-Man, just keep grabbing what's on offer, then I think at the very end, white just shuffles with the rook, hits the bishop, hits the rook, and in the end, it is white who comes out on top, up a piece.
It's also patterns, right? You just don't expect the move bishop on e4 to land because that b1 square is occupied by the knight. So sometimes you just rush past these things in these early moments and just forget that this is freestyle chess. Pieces are shuffled up and you've got to make these ugly moves like rook to c7 and sort of bear the consequences. I don't know if there's a very strong sort of a knockout move that wins material instantly. And David, you're pointing out the crying bishop on the corner, but I like this. Knight g3 coming next. Ideas of, once again, f3, bishop g3, another way to play. But I'd love to put that knight on g3.
Yeah, knight g3, I think the most natural move in the world. Knight's coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get this bishop out as well. Tanya, there are multiple angles you can play. d3, try and bring it out via a5. That looks very tempting. Now the black rook is clumsy. You could bring it out the other way to g3. But either way, g4 was a super classy move. Look at how these two pawns, I'm going to call this the MVL bind, because the c4 pawn, the g4 pawn, they kind of cement all the light squares, and this white bishop in the center, it's like, I don't know, the king right now, just chilling and just enjoying this position. MVL, massive advantage. He's on top already.
MVL's MVPs, most valued pawns in the position, and the knight does come out to those squares. David, MVL looking good on his path to make that comeback point. Let's zoom out and see some of the other players who are fighting because we're getting some very interesting positions. Take a look at that second row from the bottom to the right there. We've got Fedosiev against Pranesh, and you'd be very happy to see 1 connect 4 and 2 connect 3s right there. I know that's the one that you've got your eyes on. You're just attracted. It's like a magnet for you, David Howell.
I mean, I love how you've learned my language. You're now fluent in David Howell chess. It's all about the pawn structures. I'm impressed you spotted the connect 3s. I mean, my eyes, I'm only attracted to the 4, to the
Worked
band
with you for far too long now.
too many times. Sorry, Tanya. But the connect 3s as well. Looking, yeah. I mean, this is just a work of art. Stop the count. Like, stop touching the pieces. Don't move anything. It's well, just crazy. I don't even know what's going on here, Tanya. Like, white's king is in the center. Black is castled, though, very committal. Who's better and why?
The one move that you really want to avoid is pawn takes pawn in the center, that e4 pawn. You can't allow the white bishop to land there because, again, a b7 weakness that we highlighted early on, you know, white is able to double down on that. It's so incredibly hard to keep that defended. So I think this is something to always keep in mind. And there is pressure on f5 because the knight and bishop and the pawn on e4 have actually, that's a triple attack on that spot. So Fedosiev coming in with a threat right now, with all the tension that you're pointing, I'm actually liking white's position just a slightly bit more, despite the king being in the center.
Yeah, I think if Fedosiev gets 2 moves, by the way, if he moves his queen out, he's just moved his bishop forward, maybe just blocking the d file just in case that line opens. But if he moves his queen out the way and then gets castled on the other side, so gets castled on the king side to the g1 square, I'm going to call it h side castling. Then the black king is going to be a huge target the rest of the game. I think the white king is comparatively pretty safe. The queen steps forward. Apparently a mistake there by Pranesh. Very natural move, though, hitting the pawn in the center.
And now you've got to calculate if you're white, right? Do you defend that pawn by moving your bishop, lining it up against the queen as one option? But that does allow a knight jump to a4, bishop c3, knight a4. It starts getting a bit tricky as well. Or can he go for something more direct, like pawn takes pawn on f5? And he's got to work those lines out, David. And he does make a decision, so he helps us with that. This is going to be fun. We'll come back to this, but let's zoom out. I want to take us to Hans versus Rasmus. Hans with a brilliant victory in that previous game one. Rasmus Swane, he's trying to make his comeback in this position. Is there anything else that you first want to jump to, or should we head straight?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I love it. Again, you're speaking my language. Anytime Hans Niemann plays, the world stops to watch. And I really like Black's position, I've got to say. It feels like Hans has gone a bit wrong already here. I don't like the fact that White has castled. We saw that in the Pranesh game. Castling it a bit too early kind of shows your hand. It's committal. And now Swane knows which side to tackle. Also, the bishops for Black just look far superior to their counterparts. He can maybe even win a pawn on Wait, can he win the exchange on e2 here, Tanya? Can he win material?
And that's what I was trying to figure out as well, right? You just take the knight on g3 and bishop takes pawn. And for some reason, he's not rushing through. He throws in a check. So you can't go e3. You can't block the check because f1 rook's hanging. And if you go bishop d2, you still have the option to pick up that pawn. And in fact, you perhaps made White's pawn formation even weaker.
Yeah, let's just quickly show that on the board. E3, we would see an exchange here, most likely. Or maybe actually the other way around. Maybe Black first takes on the f1 square. And yeah, I mean, you're going to be up the exchange. Now the Black bishop will run away to a safe square, and Black has won rook for bishop. Meanwhile, if bishop to d2 blocking, again, why you shouldn't necessarily commit with castling too early in 960 and freestyle chess. Now bishop takes knight, and this is just a fork, and you're still losing the exchange, and you've lost a pawn in the process. I'm amazed the bar here, Tanya, doesn't say it's that bad for White, because it's a huge material deficit.
It just shocks me. This was exactly what was going on in my mind. Why isn't the bar just shooting all the way down for Black? I mean, it looks like a very healthy exchange. Black's king is safe. And I understand why f5 was played as a move, allowing this idea. You want to trap the Black knight on h8 and make development very difficult. But it's all, look at this. We've got a move, by the way. He does decide to sacrifice the exchange by playing e3. And I'm shocked, but apparently the best move in the position.
Yeah, I mean, Hans understands dynamics so well. One of the best in the world, for sure. He loves sacrificing. He loves playing with energy. He loves controversially giving up material, but with these long-term ideas in mind. We saw him give up a piece in the last game. That worked out. It was a long-term sacrifice. Here, he's giving up material, but again, long-term, aimed against this Black knight in the corner. To get it out, you might have to play ugly moves like f6 a bit later. And we'll see whether he's rewarded Hans Niemann for what looks like a material investment after bishop takes rook. Swane, though, at least he's got an imbalanced position, right, Tanya? That's all you can hope for when you're down a point in the match, in the best of two.
Yeah, 100%. I think playing with Black, this is exactly what you want. Right from the start, you know it's not going to be an easy way out. Both players will need to be precise. All right, David, we'll come back to this. It's going to be a fun battle, this one. We'll keep an eye out and watch out for any developments here. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. What else catches your attention?
Ooh, I see Dean Liren doing pretty well. That's the top left board, the green board. He held a difficult position against Alexander Grishuk earlier. So maybe Ding now feeling like momentum is on his side. Duda looks like he's doing quite well as well against Esipenko. Vidit is in check, but maybe doing quite well as well. Everyone's just castling queenside, Tanya. It's just weird all across the board. MVL, though, like we talked about that early kind of fast start for him. He's only growing the advantage move by move. He's doing very, very well. Where would you like to jump? I've got indecision paralysis here.
You know what? Let's go on to Fedosiev versus Pranesh, because to me that looks like another very exciting position that we've got with, their first game, a roller coaster, up and down the position was. First Pranesh with the extra pawn, then Fedosiev missing the win at the end, and I'm expecting more of that action in this one. We saw Fedosiev with a little bit of a flex and a stretch there. What is our first feeling about this position? I'm trying to do the math really quickly. It's level material, David, but black's got this knight on a4, which to me looks really good. The queen lined up on g7. Yeah, it's tough for me. I'm not sure who I'm picking here, but perhaps a better pawn formation for white is what gives the advantage.
Yeah, I'm more used to these positions with white. Like, I often compromise the safety of my king, which Fedosev's doing here, just for a slightly better pawn structure. I'm not sure kind of whether that's the right order of priorities, but yeah, black's pawns, the isolated pawns, the double D pawns, the F, the H, any endgame, black is going to be suffering. But of course, a long way to go before that. First, he hits the queen, which I'm expecting to slide. I think Fedoseev wanted to play this move anyway to threaten the b7 pawn. Then we'll see the knight removed. I mean, anything could still happen. Okay, queen to d2 instead. He's going after the central pawn. Yeah, this is a Pranesh type of position. That's the one thing I'll say in black's defense. It's wild, and he loves that.
He does, and I'll be very surprised if he actually goes for the queen trade to win that pawn, because it also looks like there is the making of some attacking possibilities on the king side. The one thing that Pranesh needs to do with black, though, is to get that knight from h8 into the game as quickly as possible. We've seen in freestyle chess just how easy it is to, without even realizing you're in the middle game, but you're playing down material because you haven't made a single move by a piece. That knight on h8 needs to be activated as quickly as possible. I still like Fedosev's position more, putting pressure on d4 with ideas of maybe queen takes pawn next, maybe a rook left, rook f3 coming onto the other side, rook f3, rook b3, rook a3 ideas. It feels like it's an easier position for white to play.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Also, clock times. I mean, 13 against 5.5. It's always going to be difficult. Pranesh maybe in a little bit of trouble as Fedoseev tries to lock in. Look at him on the camera, super focused, trying to make amends for that slip in the endgame earlier.
It's hands time. I'm gonna say it. We'll keep an eye on this one, David, but we've got to get hands on that Hans Niemann game right now. A lot of developments happening. Material was indeed captured. Maybe you can do a quick action replay and then we break this down.
Yeah, a few moves since we were last here. We talked about the exchange dropping here. The f1 rook was hanging. Hans let this rook be captured. He took the other bishop. And here, the black bishop, I was saying it had to retreat. What do I know? I didn't see this tactic at all. Bishop takes g2, very clever by Rasmus Fana. If you take this bishop now, after another pawn capture, you find yourself pinned, and the white knight will drop. Black will still be the exchange up, and the board is clearing, and lines opening for the rooks later. This would be a huge development in Svana's favor. So f takes g5 instead. The bishop now is hit. Queen takes pawn doesn't work with a check because you get blocked. And the bishop would drop next move. So instead, bishop to h3. Now he defends the pawn, Hans Niemann. And Tanya, now I'm starting to understand why white might be having a decent compensation here. Although at least the black knight is coming out. It looks like beautiful pawns, some dark square control. What do you think? Is it enough, though? That is the big question.
It's very complex, and I think that's not an easy question to answer at all. I think over the next 3 to 4 moves, how precisely the players play and how they handle, if Hans is able to get his pieces active, get those minor pieces into the game, find a good line for the rook, keep the tension, keep that black knight out of the game for as long as possible, and also the bishop on h3 slightly trapped. If he can combine these few motives and create initiative, then we'd say it's enough. But if black is able to finish development, get the bishop back, and I like this last move because it forces a decision by that g5 pawn and gets a square for the knight to land on f7 next. So pawn takes pawn has been played. We've got some moves coming in.
I'm
And I do feel that after knight f7, I'm taking black here. I like the extra material. Right now, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, Hans he needs his bishop free as well, loose. If he has to spend the time kind of getting it out, tempo, that could be all important for later. And the one thing in white's favor here is that the board is not going to simplify anytime soon. So maybe the bishops, especially the dark squared bishop, will be just as good as a rook. Who knows? Either way, it is surprising. I wish I was young again and could just be up a point and just sacrifice exchanges, sacrifice pieces. Normally, when you get a bit older, you're up a point in the match, you just try to lock it down. You just try and play super solid, but not Hans. He wants to win every game he plays.
Not hands and also not freestyle chess, right? It's so difficult to achieve that. And that's one of the my favorite parts about this format is that if you're leading a match, there's no guarantee, regardless of whether you play white or black, you are going to get a game. There's no way to actually shut down the action. You pointed it out, the bishop needs to be open, the f5 pawn needed to be defended. Hans does exactly that with the move c3. And I'm just wondering if this is the time that Swane will use to either bring that rook into the game. We've been pointing out the long castle idea, the castling on the left side, or perhaps knight f7, knight d6, bring it to the center of the board, get that bishop from h3 out, start winning that f5 pawn. I see the bar says white's doing fine, but I'm picking the extra material here, David.
Yeah,
Ooh,
same.
knight f7, not good.
Ooh, yeah, it's not good, but not too bad. Tanya, I'm going to take us over. We've had a massive blunder by Pranesh in that game we just came from against Fedoseev. Fedoseev has won something, and it looks like he's about to win this game. Look at the bar shooting through the roof here, over a plus 3.5 advantage. And Pranesh, I'm a bit confused. It looks like he's just dropped a pawn. We've only had 2 moves since we were last here. Just to point out, the black bishop moved to defend the d4 pawn. This already was surprising to me. I thought, oh, what happens if you take the d6 pawn? But if you take, then I think black's idea is to play d3 to come in next move with the bishop with a nasty skewer on the queen and king. And that will be royally uncomfortable for white. But instead, rook f3 by Fedoseev. This induced a blunder, rook to e3. And now he can just take a pawn for free. And apparently this is totally over. White is winning. But how easy do we feel it is? He's a pawn up. Oh, maybe, wow, 2 pawns up now. Other bishop coming in, supporting this white knight. That is a fork. Maybe it is actually just a simple pawn count here, Tanya.
Yeah, this looks completely over, especially after this last pawn that's been picked up. I don't believe you can go bishop takes knight. Bishop takes bishop comes in with a check. That looks like it's going to be game over with the black king stuck in the center. If not, you're forced to move your queen. It's very strange. Either Pranesh has some trick and has miscalculated it. I'm just wondering if black can keep the game going. I see the bar, David, but after queen f6, you hit the knight and the bishop on d6. So what's the move here for white? Is it simply bishop e5? Yes, it is.
Bishop e5 is winning. I'm going to quickly take us over to Vidit because we've just seen a beautiful sacrifice, a blunder. Vidit is about to be knocked out. Look at this. It's checkmate next move. Queen c4. The queen came from nowhere. She came from home. Look at Vidit on the camera. She's just sacrificed herself. And knight takes queen is about to be played. The black rook is going to swoop in. Actually, Vidit resigns. He's had enough. He's out of here. He's not going to be in Vegas. But Yu Yangyi with a queen sacrifice, there would have been a rook takes d1 checkmate out of the blue, Tanya. Just crazy.
We're going to bring that game right up. But for Vidit Gujarati, this is the end of the road to Vegas for him. While Yu Yangyi, his journey continues. But I have to say, David, not only this one, but the first game as well. Yu Yangyi so dominating in this match. You know, he had the advantage. Somehow Vidit survived. And this looks like it was an absolute miniature. So maybe we keep that for the end. Once all the games are over, we'll come back to this. Where do you want to go next?
Yeah, that was a 12-move win for Yu Yangyi with black. That is brutal. In the meantime, we have winning positions. Fedoseev up a few pawns, but let's go to Vachier-Lagrave, who's about to strike back. Just a very quick check-in because he sacrificed a piece. And I think if he's accurate the next couple of moves, he should be winning this game. But, okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman with 3 names against Denis Lazovic. Great opening for him. He's got the connect 3, but pawns won't do the job. Tanya, I'm expecting the queen to slide back with a rook to b8 to follow. I don't see any immediate defense to that one. Oh, okay, he actually steps up with his king instead. Maybe even more dominant. He's going to sacrifice his queen, Tanya. Like queen to e7, I thought, trade queens. But you ignore it. You just bring your rook across. You're going to give mate.
It's the Frenchman with 3 names. He's got 3 pawns for the knight, but more importantly, a brutal attack against the black king. And I love this move, king d2. Bring all the toys to the nursery, right? That rook on f1, the only piece not participating in the attack. It's coming in with some big ideas. And this looks like it's about to go into that tiebreak. The more I look at it, I'm struggling to find a way that black can actually keep the game going, David, with this huge threat coming in. You know, you can go queen e7, you could move your rook, but regardless of what you play, rook b8 is going to be the move. Let's show that checkmate idea that you're talking about. Ooh,
yeah, actually, rook
he doesn't
b1,
go
I
for
realized. He doesn't go for
because
it.
of rook takes pawn.
Yeah, this is why I'm not playing in the tournament. I just saw it. I was carried away with Yu Yangyi's queen sacrifice, but rook b1 would have been a huge blunder, threatening checkmate, but black clears an escape square, like you said. Rook takes pawn, check. comes with tempo. Now you take the queen, and the black king can actually run from the checks, and black wins. So MVL, yeah, doing a good job of avoiding blunders. He steps his queen up, and this looks like it's still winning. I'm assuming black's going to... Oh, actually, there's another checkmate now in the air. Queen b7, queen b8. That is threatened. This is the current position. Yeah, this is over. Denis Lazovic, nowhere to hide. Normally, a knight can protect the king so well, like a shield, but this time, not enough.
And I found a fun line here, which I know you will enjoy, David. You know, it's all about trying to pursue that queen trade. And if you try to do that from that e4 square, which looks incredibly fancy because the d3 pawn is pinned, but it really doesn't help you because this time it's queen takes rook coming in. Get rid of that piece that's pinning you. Queen takes rook, king takes queen, and you end up extra exchange. And that is game over in the end game. And look at that, Denis Lazovic, head in hands, realizes he's up a piece, but he's going to have to fight one more time in the tiebreak. It's going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave coming in with all the checkmates.
Yeah, huge developments. Let's go to another game that's just turned around. It's Hans Niemann. Of course, it's Hans Niemann who is winning against Rasmus Svana. Look at the bar, Tanya. He's not the exchange down anymore. It's level material. He's actually just down a pawn, but he's totally dominant here with white. Black can barely move. And I'm assuming actually that he's just going to take this knight and just punch through with the h-pawn, make a new queen in the near future.
Wow. This is some incredible stuff by Hans. And look at the clock. He's barely used any time at all. I mean, Swane under a minute and a half in this incredibly difficult position to defend. He steps up with the king. And now will he just follow through with your plan? Looks like the fastest way to victory. Bishop takes knight. Push that pawn. And it's happening, David Hall. Great call there.
Mm-hmm. First, he's going to position his knight on a really nice dominant square. Maybe he'll pick off the counterplay, the g-pawn. But yeah, Harry is going to run through. And maybe black can stop it for a few moves. But long term, you don't hold this pawn. It's just going to sit on h7 forever and paralyze the black rook. Maybe the other black pieces as well in the process. This is positional dominance from Hans Niemann. He's like wiping his eyes. He looks like, you know, just woke up, doesn't care, but still playing brilliant chess. Rook h8. And yeah, I'm assuming he's going to take this pawn, although, yeah, just take the pawn. I don't think there's any tricks, any counterplay there at all. Maybe then he'll just bring the king and do it the slow way, Tanya.
Knight takes pawn. If bishop g4, you always have the idea of jumping in with your knight to f7. That would have then defended the pawn. He now does the classic chess way, where you want to trade as many pieces as possible. David, this looks like it's going to be a Hans win and a Hans go through on that best of round of 8. Let's move back to our bird's eye view, as so many games are coming to their finishing moments. I want to take us to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Denis Lazovic. I think we're going to see a result on that very soon.
Mm-hmm. Any moment now. It looks like Ding as well, doing quite well against Alexander Grishuk. This game, yeah, suddenly he's the material up. Suddenly Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, although he has a couple of problems to solve. Knight check, fork. Look at this. He gives up his rook to get that black knight. The white rook is coming in. It would have been checkmate within a few moves now. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes it. We'll see these two again very shortly, Tanya, for the tiebreaks.
And this is the thing about these elite players, right? With their back against the wall, they find a way to bring the best out in them. And Maxime striking back in that final game. We saw Lazovic there with a shake of his head. He's got to fight it out in the best of 2 of Blitz. David, where do we rush to next? You mentioned Ding Liren. Let's check in with him.
Yeah, Fedoseev winning in the meantime. Hans Niemann is closing his match out. This one, Eval Bar is like stubbornly staying in the middle, Tanya, but I don't understand it. It's crazy. White has 2 extra pawns. The black king is castled. Look at the power of the black heavy pieces. White king, I'm wondering whether it can still castle. He hasn't moved. Maybe it's going to swap around those 2 pieces and just flee to the corner sometime soon. But this looks terrifying for both sides, I've got to say.
It definitely looks more terrifying for white, right? With the majors on the central line and the bishops lined up. The one good thing is that knight on e8, once again, it's not in the game. You know, put that knight on e5 and it's already game over. So that's the one thing that white is fighting against with trumps of his own. I think any kind of trades that we've got, as David, you're highlighting very nicely there, with those 2 extra pawns, it's really about the safety of king. I think long castle is still possible, but that runs into a check on c4, right? Queen takes pawn and you have to calculate what happens. because the checks don't stop there. There's also a bishop e4 slide after that.
I'll just quickly show it because Ding has a lot of time. He's got nearly 5 minutes. He's thinking about castling maybe just to get out of the d file, run away. Queen takes pawn. And I don't think you can block because the black bishop comes out. And just to show the power of the bishops, Tanya, you mentioned them, sleeping giants. Okay, that's a better move than this one, apparently. Maybe you even check with the queen, and then you go and win the white knight. This would be terminal for white. So, whoops. Okay, it looks like we had a couple of moves. Oh no, we haven't had a couple of moves yet. Castles, I'm assuming he's going to run away. Bishop check, and you flee into the corner. And white does hold the knight, does protect everything. Suddenly we see the bar. White would be winning. So Ding, maybe this is the move to find. If he hasn't forgotten that he can still castle here, Tanya.
It's also such a terrifying move to make, even if you remember that you can castle in this position, right? So you need all those extra minutes on the clock. I think this one's going to get super exciting over the next couple of seconds. David, because we've got that much time, let's check in with some of our other boards, which are about to wrap up, in fact.
Yeah, we have winning advantages for some of the players. It's actually on the bottom row where all of the players playing white are doing well. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave won. Fedoseev with a winning advantage. Maybe we see the final stages of that against Pranesh. Liam Le, who won against Sarana earlier, he's doing the business again with a big advantage, exchange up. And Hans Niemann, also the exchange up, not risking anything. He's going to go through.
Let's see the closing moments of that one. Let's see Hans versus Swane. I think that is about to wrap up any second, David. Should we jump to that really quickly and then head back to Dingleren?
Let's do it. The rook check is going to drive the black pieces away. You can even give a check now. You can even take this knight if it lands, if it blocks. Oof.
Can you just take it? Take it, right? Rook takes knight, and he does it. 7 seconds. And Swane knows everything's over. You're going to be forced to move that king, and then the white king will step up closer to the d5 pawn.
Yeah, this is enough. A3. And now you just wait. You wait as long as it takes. And as soon as the black king gives way, it's over. Active king versus passive king. Tanya.
I think he's about to resign, because what else do you do? He's giving up that pawn. I think that was I wonder if he could have taken pawn takes pawn, or was it just part of the plan, or had he just pre-moved king to f6? And now you come in, some professionalism here. Hans Niemann on fire. 6.5 minutes on the clock, about to wrap up his match with 2-2. Look at that.
Yeah, beautiful. He actually goes the other way. If he'd taken the d pawn, the black king would have got active, and that's still winning, but some calculation. Instead, he's going to push the a pawn, and Rasmus has seen enough. Hans wins with a whole bunch of time on his clock. Trademark stretch, and we'll see him again a bit later today.
That was a bit of a flex there by Hans, a very well-deserved and earned one. Not just the scoreline of 2-2-0, but just the quality of play. Absolute fire today by Hans. But we've got more action on, David. Let's see Liam Le versus Alexei Sarana. It's not a game that we've checked in with, but it looks like Liam Le is about to wrap up the match.
It does look that way. And exchange up. They've been maneuvering around for ages. Just to update everyone, Ding has just finished with a draw against Alexander Grishuk. So we'll see them again in the tiebreaks a bit later. I wish we had time to cover all of the matches, Tanya, because they're all so exciting. In the meantime, this one, not exciting for Sarana, at least, who is about to go down to 0, 2-0. A knight fork maybe is the only hope to come back into this game. But even if you land a knight fork, you get back the exchange, you'll be a pawn down. In a must-win situation, this is tough. Sarana, you can see it. Rook takes e6, giving back the material. Very professional, Tanya.
I love it. I love this way of directly finishing it off. You know, you don't need to hold on to the material. And now with the white knight, just needs to find its path towards that e5 square eventually. I'm sure there are other ways, but I really like rerouting the knight from f3 to e5 to put some more pressure. And Liam Le is about to go as well to a 2-2-0 victory. David, you said it, just his experience, his understanding, just how strong he is. And sometimes I think we forget what a beast of a player Liam Le is, you know? He gives a check, picks up a pawn. Why not? Rook e6 coming in.
Rook e6 coming. Okay, he even guards against any checks. He's done the hard work, Liam Le. He can even just bring his queen in soon. I don't think there's any counterplay. The white king is surprisingly safe. Very, very safe, actually. And yeah, 3 pawns up in this position should be enough. Liam Le, for those of you who aren't aware, yeah, great player, Vietnamese, #1 for a long time now, and lives in the US, studies in the US. He eats, breathes chess, and yeah, he's a big hero of mine. I've known him since we were literally 9 years old, but nicest guy you'll meet. Okay, he's pushing the pawns.
Why not push him, baby, right? You've got these 2 extra pawns. Well, actually, he's 3 pawns up. I just want to point that out. And who's going to stop them? No one. G5 coming in, G6 coming in next. I think this is inertia. You want to, this is over. The match is coming to an end, but it's just the acceptance of that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, getting the queens off. That is very direct. And yeah, Serrano's going to resign any second now, Tanya. I just can't imagine him playing on.
Not with that G-pawn. You take the queen, the pawn takes that square, and the G-pawn anyway will push forward. He does try to create some threats, but I see that only as one single check. You could pick up that knight on D6. The queen swoops over to the C1 square. The king nicely hides. But there is queen D1 and then rook C2.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Rook F2? It kind of goes on, right? Queen D1 check, rook C2, rook F2, doubling down.
Yeah. Maybe the most professional is to just kind of move the king out the way, queen takes rook, then you just push forward, make a new queen. I think that should be enough.
And then there's the feeling that if black gets to the B2 pawn, you've got queen B4 check just coming on to defend everything. So I like that idea.
Yeah, we'll see. Barca's completely winning, but yeah, chess, you can never relax. It's a very good lesson for everyone at home. Do what Liam Le does. Calculate every second you have. Okay, he actually blocks with the rook. So what has he worked out? Oh, is he going to do some... Oh.
And then G7.
Is he going to do some special checking? And then G7.
He is doing a special check because now you can push your pawn with the same... Whoa, what? What's happening, David? He's not going to repeat. I mean, a repetition actually gets him the match.
Yeah. Why win when you can draw? Bank it.
What kind of chess advice is that? You're supposed to say, why draw when you can win?
Can you not? Yeah, I mean, that as well. But okay, he's going to take the draw here, Tanya. The position's going to repeat itself. It is a draw. I think he was winning with a queen check. He could have moved the white king up, threatening a checkmate, and that would have won in the game, Liam Le, but very professional. He takes it 1.5-half. Alexei Serrano, never really in that match. And very well done to Liam Le, who we'll see later today.
Very nice stuff. And with that, I think that's a wrap of all our games, David. And at some point, I would love it if we can see that miniature win that happened, again by Yangyi against Vidit Gujarati. But first, let's talk about our bracket and our quarterfinal matchups as we have it. It's Kravtsev, and this is not a result that anyone could have called, with a 2-2-0 victory against Shakhriyar, who was a big favorite in that match, goes down. Vidit Gujarati as well. I think this was a crushing victory by Yangyi. 1.5 to half doesn't tell the full story. Yangyi was also winning their first game. Hans Niemann, what a power play performance by him today, 2-2-0. And then Dingler and Grishchuk goes down to the tiebreak. We've got Fedosiev who goes through. We've got Jan Krzysztof Duda who goes through. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a comeback victory, forcing the tiebreaks in the best of 2 blitz coming up. And Liam Le eventually taking that professional decision of the draw. And we will be back with the quarterfinals matchup. So don't go anywhere. David, I think we're going to go into a break, and then we'll come back and show that miniature that happened, and Vidit Gujarati losing in 12 moves. And then we've got more action coming up with the tiebreakers and then the quarterfinals. Chat, don't go anywhere.
I'm Levon Aronian. I'm a chess player, 42 years old, very good looking and very smart. Let's see what the questions are. What is Levon Aronian's peak rating? My peak rating was 28-30. What happened was I was winning Vaikanze. Last round, my live rating was 28-35. I already won the tournament by then. I think I was 2 points ahead of Magnus. And I was playing against Luke from Valley. Then I lost against him, and my rating that got registered was 28-30. How old is Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is 42 years old. I was born in 1982 in Armenia, but I don't feel 42. I feel much younger. What is Levon Aronian's IQ? I don't know actually. I've never did the test, and I'm scared to do the test because I never really went to school. So I think you need to know at least basic geometry or basic mathematics to do the test. What is Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening? Levon Aronian's favorite chess opening must be the Marshall. I played rarely, but it's the opening that definitely gave me a lot of joy and occasional sadness. Why did Levon Aronian leave Armenia? I think it was kind of a decision. I was being dragged into some politics and some things that I didn't want to do. And I was, okay, if I want to remain being a chess player, remain being a happy person I am, I need to move. And I moved to St. Louis. When did Levon start playing chess? My maternal grandpa was always obsessed with chess. He tried to teach me, but there was so much enthusiasm in his teaching that I never wanted to learn. And then I was visiting my paternal grandparents, and my sister Lilith, that is 6.5 years older than me, was being pestered by me. I was really driving her nuts because I was saying, no, you cannot leave me alone. You're going and playing with the kids. What am I supposed to do? So I was 8, turning 9. And yeah, she was 14.5. Turbulent times. A teenage girl, you know, wants to go and explore the world, explore the relationships. And she taught me to play chess. Say, oh, here you are. I think she understood the potential of the inner nerd that I had. And then I just didn't want to do anything else after that.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mouse pad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
We've got big tie breaks coming up, but to get you into the mood of all of that action that's about to happen, we've got a miniature to show you. Yangyi's brilliancy against Vidit Gujarati. David, 12 moves is all it took for the Chinese grandmaster to get that big win, to make it through to the round of 8. You've got to show this to us. How did he do it? Take it away.
Yeah, not only did he win in 12 moves, he did it in style. Yangyi, he started with the black pieces, and this position, it's all about the kings. Watch out for the kings. Keep an eye on those for the rest of this game. The white knight started by coming out to b3. Black played c5, trying to kick this knight away. After f4, turns out that this diagonal, there was too much pressure, b6 played, and both sides start playing very natural moves, very natural developing moves. It's Yangyi, though, who tries to blow open the center by pushing a pawn to d5, supported by the black queen. Given a question mark, but a very logical move. I don't think a bad one at all. And here Vidit, maybe he should have been castling himself, swapping his king and rook around. But look at what happened next. After e4, position opened. Black actually castled himself, swapped the king and rook with a check on the d-file. Vidit blocked with his knight. And after e5, we see a couple of captures here. White now swapping his king and rook around, but Vidit, in this position, still with level chances, thought he had spotted a loose piece. He played queen to g2, double question mark because of what happens next. He's attacking this knight in the corner, very natural move, but Vidit hadn't calculated all of the checks in the position. First, a fork, getting the queen and two rooks, and here he must have been wondering what would happen after knight takes rook, still complicated, but he hadn't spotted the black queen from afar, swooping in, queen takes pawn, check Tanya, and it's checkmate next move. Nothing to do. If you block, you get checkmated by the queen. If you take the queen, then you get checkmated by the rook and knight combo. And this is beautiful. Yangyi, 12-move win.
A 12-move win with a checkmate on the board, only in freestyle chess. And David, I think we're in for some more miniatures and some more fun, because guess what? We're about to go into tiebreakers, and let's bring up our format. We're talking about how important and how crucial time is in the very beginning of these games. You want to spend those extra minutes, but how are players going to even handle it with just 5 minutes to start the game and only a 2-second bonus time every time they make a move? It's a best of 2. The players will play with each color once, and if it still remains a tie, we will have an Armageddon. We've got 2 tiebreakers coming up. It's going to be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who made his comeback against Denis Lazovic, and the Ding versus Grishchuk match also goes down to the wire. David, 5+2 in freestyle chess. To me, it sounds insane.
Yeah. And then, I mean, with 15 minutes on the clock, we still see some of the world's best players getting checkmated in 12 moves. Imagine if we slash that time, divide it by 3. Down to 5 minutes. It's going to be whoever's instincts are on fire, whoever's able to get their type of position. Maybe we'll see some nervy play. We're guaranteed to see blunders, and yeah, it's going to be fast, very furious, and very fun.
It is going to be fun. And David, I need some drum rolls from you, because we got a position reveal coming up. It is indeed position number 509. And there it is. This is going to be a tiebreaker fight. Once again, spotting that checkmate in 3 right here. Look for the undefended pawns. We've got some tender spots here. Perhaps potential knight jumps. What stands out to you in this starting position? Are we going to see some more Alpha Zero-esque play with the rooks at the corner?
We could well do. There's 3 pieces for each side that start on the squares. They start in traditional chess as well. The kings in the center and the rooks in the corner. The rest, it's like an optical illusion. The knights, the bishops kind of weirdly scrambled. The queens, I don't think are so badly placed. The queen actually on this diagonal could open up. Tanya, I think we should throw it to chat. Ask chat, what is the mate in 3? We're not going to highlight the squares. We're not going to draw the arrows this time. But yeah, what about you? Do you think this is going to suit the players with the white pieces here?
I actually have a feeling, because of the placement of the rook and the king, I wonder how close it might get to familiar setups in the middle game, and feel more like a 5-1-8 standard chess position, 10 moves in. And David, to your question, I have full faith in our chat. I think by now they're experts in finding the shortest checkmate in freestyle chess. We'll try to get an update. Who was the fastest finger first here? Who gets to these squares? But I feel that this, perhaps today, has been the closest to 5-1-8 that we've had. Sort of a vanilla freestyle position, as our chat calls it.
Yeah, after all, this is position 509. 518 is the normal position. It's not so far down the path, just a few pieces scrambled. And yeah, this one, it could evolve into normal chess, but it won't stay normal for long. And maybe by the time they found their way into more known paths, they've got 1 minute left on their clock, Tanya. We have 4 players. Who do you think are going to be the favorites in the 2 matches? Lazovic versus Vachier-Lagrave, Grishchuk versus Ding.
Well, one favorite in chat is Chess Lover, who does spot the way it is the G7 and the G2 pawns, which are tender, knight G3, knight H5, knight G7. So good spot right there. David, speaking of favorites, I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Denis Lazovic. Maxime feeling the momentum after his second round win. He's also such a beast in these quick formats, a former world blitz champion. And I have to say, in the other one as well, I'm going to pick Grischuk as a favorite there, simply given the time format, another former world blitz champion. And I'm going to throw this to you. Ding Liren, great performance in the rapid, but with little time, how do you think he fares against a speed beast like Grischuk?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Ding. I think just the fact that he hasn't been playing so many high-level tournaments since last year. He doesn't play many of these big rapids, these big blitzes. Grischuk was in action just last week in London, leading his team to silver medals at the World Blitz Team Championship. So Grischuk is bang in form. His eye is in. And there's interesting copycat chess going on that board there on the right. That's the blue board. We have a fully blocked e-file. Kings, knights, pawns, totem pole there. And the other board, Denis Lazovic, that looks like some weird English opening or like reverse Sicilian. Yeah, it does feel like Grischuk. I just saw him play so many impressive games. Crazy cascade of sacrifices against Firouzja last week. Over the board blitz. This is online, but Tanya, I do fear for Ding. He had better positions in the the rapid portion, but he didn't finish them off, and maybe therefore lacking a bit of a kill instinct right now.
But the fight has just begun, and once again, such little time on the clock. Players still trying to figure out how to finish development. We already see on the right board Ding Liren versus Grischuk. Ding is ready to get his king to safety. He's castled. He's put that bishop on h7, perhaps in certain moments eyeing a central break, either with d5 or with f5. Meanwhile, for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's chosen a different path. He wants to keep the bishop on the a to g8 diagonal and then get his king to safety. Whose approach do you like better with the black pieces?
Oh, Ding. Just because I like my symmetry, I like my kind of compact positions, no weaknesses. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the left board, the green board, feels like he's given us some squares away. That being said, he's wriggling very nicely with his knights. I'm going to say both positions very equal. I think for the white players, for Lazovic, for Grischuk, not opening successes. And clock's level on both of the boards so far, it looks like. Oh, wow. Maximum tension, though, in Grischuk versus Ding. The wall, the center of pawns is about to explode. Maybe we jump into that game first. Vachier-Lagrave pushing pawns, meanwhile, going on the attack. We've just seen some exchanges after Ding pushed forward in the center. Bishops came off on the light squares. And Tanya, it feels like things are just going to get exchanged. But White's king could still go either way. What do you think? What do you predict? Left or right?
Left. I'm predicting to the left. I'm not swiping right on this one just simply because I want to get that kingside attack going eventually. There's a hook on h6 as well, already inviting a knight to f5, potential sacrifices. I'll also point out a potential bishop to g3, pinning that e5 pawn. David, I just get the feeling that Ding rushed through with that central break d5. He could have still consolidated his position, gotten his pieces to better square, sort of prepared that. It just felt that it came too soon. And bishop g3, long castle, knight g3, and there it is. He's going to go for the attack on that right side of the board. This is not going to be easy for Ding.
Yeah, these top grandmasters, they never swipe right. They're so fussy with their decisions. Castling kingside, queenside here, Alexander Grischuk. And like you said, the white king is actually super safe on b1. Kings are normally safe when the queens are around. So great decision. Isolated pawn incoming for Ding as well, long term. Even if he survives the kind of attacking phase next, maybe he's going to centralize his rook. Maybe your bishop g3 move. Actually, that looks really nice, Tanya. Okay, he puts his king in the corner first, or closer to the corner, and advantage Grischuk, it feels like.
And this is something I've learned commentating with you. Whenever you castle on the queen side, whenever you long castle in chess, try and take a moment out to put that king to a safer square, get it towards the corner, just away from any opening up of the c line, any checks along the diagonal. Use that one move to put your king and then go on for the storm on the other side. We pointed out the king side attack. The hook on h6 invites it. g4, g5 incoming. It sort of just, parts itself out. It sort of just tells you that this is the plan that you want to go for.
Yeah, big moment. Ding, scared, understandably, of that g-pawn thrust there. Does try to simplify the equation here. He tries to trade off pieces. Normally, you would want to take back on d4 with pieces. maybe a knight, maybe a bishop, just to keep black's isolated pawn. But the more trades that happen, the less scary the attack becomes. Okay, he does trade with the bishop first. Grishuk with a bit of a grimace. Ding, head in hands. Clock time, 30-second difference. I'm expecting him to take once, maybe with the black knight, and then bring the black queen out, bring it somewhere active. Not sure where exactly, but yeah, maybe small structural advantage for Grishuk, nothing too serious. Tanya, the other game, meanwhile, exciting.
Let's head over there because this has now slowly transformed into a more strategic battle, a fight against the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. The other one, a lot more complex, a lot more rich. Denis Lazovic with the white pieces has a beautiful outpost at the center of the board. Put a bishop or a knight there, and just looking at that square, David, with material balance, I'm really liking Dan Laz's position here.
Mm-hmm. And it's not even material balance for long. He wins a pawn. He wins the f5 pawn after that little trade. That's greedy, but here, understandable, Tanya. He's transforming his advantage. There's another big square suddenly popping up on white's radar, the e4 square. Looks like a clear pawn and a clear advantage for Denis.
It's like white has the extra material and all the initiative to play for. I think this move was absolutely necessary because you need to stop knight coming in from e4. Did you spot a tactic? What's going on?
Yeah, watch out. There might be some knight takes h3 stuff in the air with the black queen swooping in. You have to be a bit careful with white. Oh, trade of bishops first. Denis lands a knight in, and apparently a big mistake. Is there some... Oof, there's some tactics, bishop takes b2, some discoveries, Tanya?
I think you're still eyeing that knight into pawn idea, and I'm just wondering, can you throw in a queen to g3 at the right moment, threatening that check as well, knight takes pawn? But there's so much to calculate with knight f6, so no. He does come in. Knight takes pawn is an idea. And after king to h1, David, bishop e5?
Ooh, watch out. Bishop e5, the black queen is coming in with some nasty checkmating ideas. That would just be winning on the spot if the white king shuffles into the corner. Denis, he kind of sat up for a second. There we go. He sits up again, leans into the screen almost. He's realized that he might have taken his eye off the ball. He just wasted a very important tempo, posting up a knight on a nice square, but actually there were bigger priorities. He needed to kill this counterplay. Now it might be a bit too late.
If you don't have king h1, how are you fighting knight takes pawn? King f1, maybe there are other options, but I think knight takes pawn might still be in the air. He gets rid of the bishop, so no bishop e5 anymore. Rook takes rook. The big question is, David, can black throw in a knight takes pawn? He decides not to. I think the white queen would have swooped into a defense eventually in those positions.
Mm-hmm. And now he goes into the corner. Now there's another pawn dropping. At least it's level material for MVL. At least he's got the pieces on the king side, just kind of circling the white king. This is a 3-result position. I could imagine this going very wrong for white if he doesn't get his knight and queen into the action soon.
It just looks like right now black has the piece activity, but the worst pawn formation, right? With that f6 pawn slightly weak, white's rook sliding onto f1 at the right moment, targeting it. But it just feels that the queen on e3, the knight on g5, threatening to take the pawn on h3 at the right moment. I agree with you. Like, this could go anywhere. It's the bar is level, but draw is the least likely outcome in this one.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I think the only way this is a draw is if maybe the queens and knights come off the board, rook endgame. Maybe that one is equal. But of course, there's too many pieces on the board. Ooh, I don't know if you dare take this pawn now because there'll be some nasty, nasty checks. And the black rook would come in as well.
You just lose instantly, right? Queen e1, queen e5, game over.
Oh, even better, Tanya. Queen e1, queen e5, the white rook would have been hanging on f6. Yeah, you don't need the black rook when you can just pick up material. Queen f2 is a great defensive move. Queen's off the board. You are so much safer.
I agree. And now you don't want to take on d3 because queen takes pawn would have been very dangerous. David, now I would say draw is the most likely outcome in this one. You know, level material, black will defend that f6 pawn. You could bring your king forward as well, reroute that knight from g5. You've got rook e3 or rook e1 check as an active square in this. Should we quickly check in with Dinglerin versus Grishuk now that the dust is settled in this one?
Yeah, this one, Denis Lazovic, a bit lower on the clock, but should be a draw. Let's jump over to the other game, which is also looking roughly level. And Tanya, I'm going to say this has gone well for Ding. Queens are off the board, but the white pawns are fixed. And I was going to say, clear plan. I see holes. And that is the currency here for the black king, who might just be walking in a bit later towards some targets.
It's the hill you want to climb with your king, right? And you've got a direct path into it. Also, the fact that it's a bishop versus knight endgame with pawns on both flanks of the board, that usually does favor the side that has bishops, because long range pieces, you've got more target. There's always the idea of going b5, b4, creating some weaknesses long term as well. The rook on e3, really beautifully placed, tying down white's pieces to defend. Yes, the bar is level, but I think if anyone plays or is feeling ambitious here, it's got to be black, David. A4, A3, another thing to watch out for.
Yeah, just incredible. Like, very impressive, the move A5, pushing that pawn, just totally locking down the light squares. That's what he's going to do. He's going to put as many pawns on light squares as possible, keep his bishop on dark squares, ding, and he should be doing well. I'm very surprised he traded rooks so agreeably there. Maybe he just thought he could push through with D4, but that one would maybe invite some pins. It's not 100% sure, 100% clear that favors black. Now, if you move your king in, then white's knight will jump in with a check.
What is your prediction? Let's bring up our two-board view as we go into the second bullet territory in this one. I know something catches your attention, but which one of these matches do you think will go down to an Armageddon, David?
Maybe neither. Grishuk, maybe with an advantage suddenly, the bar rising for white. Vachier-Lagrave suddenly with the advantage for black on that left green board. Tanya, it still feels like the drawing margin is high, but Ding's just lost a pawn. Or has he?
I don't understand that. Whoa. Already he's playing with 12 seconds, king c2. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think white maybe could have done something better, even some clever stuff with the white rook, but that blue board now, Ding is about to be a pawn down, and it's going to be a race. And this is a check, a very scary check. Look at the white pawns, they're motoring forward. The white pawns are so much clearer, kind of closer as well to touchdown, Tanya.
And the thing is, you're going to have two connected passers, right? You pick up the b7 pawn, and the black rook is tied down to defending c3, and the pawn's really far away on the king side to create that passer. Things looking very good for Grishuk on that right board. It's advantage white there. Meanwhile, Lazovic, Maxim still in the balance, but now it's playing on seconds. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that green board, anything can happen. Maybe we just show the final stages of Grishuk against Ding right now. Although Lazovic, just as I say it, Lazovic's made a mistake and the black pieces are coming in. Black's taking over on that green board.
It's the light squares you were talking about, right? The king march has happened. Look at that knight, rook, and king combo playing against that white king. The knight can move back. The d pawn will be killer. And on the blue board, it's the a pawn that's going to decide.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Looks like chaos. Grishuk is about to win. Meanwhile, he's about to push through with his pawns. And here, the black d-pawn, can this promote? That's the big question. It looks like he's actually blown the advantage, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, due to the time situation. But here we go. It's still easier to play with black, Tanya. That pawn is so strong.
Yeah, what you want to do is put that knight to defend that pawn, and then ideas of rook c2, rook c1. King g2 stops knight f3. And now Denis Lazovic goes for the b3 pawn. He wants to get a4 in, tear those pawns apart, and pick up c4.
Yep, he's coming. There we go. It's going to be 3 versus 2. But, maybe he took the wrong pawn. Why didn't he take the c pawn? Now the black pawns are disappearing. This is just going to fizzle out towards a draw. Not enough pieces left. As long as he protects his knight here, white, this is just going to be a draw now, Tanya.
Well, even a rook and knight versus rook would be a draw, but I think that's not what you want right now. You just pick up rook takes pawn, and that is over. Everything gets traded. This ends in a draw. Let's quickly rush over to the remaining game. Grishuk still trying to grind down with that extra pawn in a winning position. 14 seconds. Can he do this?
He is winning. He needs to slowly inch his pawn forward. The problem is, as soon as the white king pokes its head out, it will get checked. It will get checked away back, and it will have to retreat. So here, Grishuk... has he blown it? Now the black king is coming. The white rook is tied down. The black king is going to run over. He's going to sprint over to the left side.
What was he supposed to do? What was he? You will tell us what was the right move there, because I thought b4 was the most natural move in the position. And look at Grishuk. He knows that he's blown it.
Yeah, this is a textbook draw. If you shift it across, by the way, everything across towards the center, one flank, then the white king has enough kind of leeway to outflank you on the queen side. But here you just get checked. You're being forced back. Look at Grishuk. He realizes there's no way. You have to retreat the king. And this is the key for anyone. If you defend from the front, you have to have 3 squares between the white pawn and the black rook. that means you cannot be outflanked. You cannot step the king forward. And yeah, you need the black king further away. He had the black king cut off 4 files, Tanya. Now it's down to 2.
And it came down to that one moment, right? With 10 seconds on the clock, he played the most natural move, giving away all his advantage. And David, Ding has got that perfect setup where the white king has no path in and black king just keeps shuffling around. And now you give checks, forcing the king back when you attack that B pawn. Give a check back again on B8. And we see your idea working out. This is why the rook on B7 would have just lost. 2 squares, not enough. The position gets repeated and Grischuk cannot believe it.
Wow, that was a miracle by Ding. Both of the tiebreaks ending up in draws, despite it looking like they were going to end decisively. Ding found like a bunch of only moves in a row. Not sure whether we show that final moment where Grischuk still had it under control, but either way, it was textbook endgame stuff that's so hard to execute in practice with no time on the clock. Let's jump in and just show where Grischuk was winning. Actually, in this position was where he blew it. He pushed his pawn forward, meaning the white rook was stuck on the 4th rank. This was the moment he could, for example, have poked his king's head forward, because any checks can simply be blocked now by the white rook, and you gain a bit of time to push your pawns forward. You'll still be able to cut off the black king later by coming across. Your pawn by then will be too close. But instead, b4, and we'll show what happened. King to g5, and unfortunately he had to give way. The black king was just too near now. And this is one to remember. Defending from the front, be ready to check anytime the king tries to peek his head out.
But David, after king a3, why can't black anyways go king g5 and hit that rook instead of giving a check and giving the tempo?
Yeah, good question, Tanya. I was hoping you wouldn't ask. I think the idea is that you actually go behind. So, for example, let's say this way, you actually step forward, and when the black rook now tries to tie down the king to the pawn, your rook is just perfectly positioned behind the pawn. The black king still too far away, and this pawn is going to motor forward now. The rook is actually the engine that drives it along the b file, and the white king will come and break the blockade.
So instructive, right? And this is what goes on to show that, rook pawn endings can be so tricky for even the very best in the world. And I have no doubts that Grischuk was very aware that he had the perfect setup for a win. But in those last few 10 seconds, just making that one inaccuracy instead of stepping up with the king, and that's cost him a big half a point. We've got one more blitz game coming up. The scores are 11 in both our tiebreakers, a half a point each. And David, we've got the position reveal for our final blitz game. It's position 417. 417 it is. That's the one we were checking last night. Have prepared this, David, up till about move 20. We know exactly how this one goes, 417. But what's going on here? As we see, I just want to point out, no checkmates anytime soon because all the pawns are defended.
Oh, Tanya, I can find a mate in 4, not 3.
I see what you mean. You know what? This one's for our chat. Let's see, because this is a different pattern. Of course, we need help from the opponent to make it work. But I got you, David. I know what you have on your mind right now. Let's see who gets it from chat 417. But let's point out some of the key features in the position as we see, the king and the rook next to each other. We might even see some Alpha Zero-esque chess happen with either the H pawn moving forward. A lot of pieces on the center, the minors in the center, one bishop nicely placed on the long diagonal. David, to me, this looks like a making of a very fascinating middle game.
Yeah, 100%. This could be very direct attacking chess, especially if white's able to unleash this bishop, maybe push that h-pawn forward, or it could just be very, very blocked. The one move I think it depends on the player's mood, but e4, e5 could just be very symmetrical, very, very dry. So depending on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ding's mood, I think they might try to avoid that. Moves like f4 do come to mind just to keep it as asymmetrical as possible, and maybe even bring the white queen out. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. This feels maybe a bit more kind of action-packed potentially than the previous kind of starting position we had, Tanya, the other blitz game.
I'm going to say we're going to see h4. I want to see that move. It's a pattern that I've seen. Maybe it's too much to expect it on move 1, but with the rook on h1, this is just something that I've picked up with our freestyle commentary experience, David, that's really the way you want to develop a side rook if you have the option and the possibility to do it.
Yeah. Why even castle when your king's super safe here anyway, right? Like the king on g1, that's where it lands. it's not clear the white rook actually wants to be nearer the center. It's so much quicker. It's like a super accelerated, hypocharged version. Making up words there, but the white rook coming up the board. And I think good tip for everyone at home, h4, you just want to block it. h5, don't let that pawn march too far up the board. You have to maintain that symmetry. We might see that on move one, Tanya. I think you might be right. We'll see it early.
If you out of Ding and Maxime, I want to say the one player who's more likely to make it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Mm-hmm. You think Ding's too timid for a move like h4? Maybe.
I did not say that, David Howell. Do not put words into my mouth right there. But I think Ding might have a more solid approach. Not a timid one. I really like your other ideas that you suggested, pushing the B pawn, activating that bishop from A1, keeping the possibility of H4 just flexible. I think the point we want to make is that white doesn't need to rush with the castle. You can wait. And we've got liftoff, no H4 on the board, but I want to say a queen's pawn and a king's pawn opening, but it's all jumbled up, and E4 and a D4 on the board.
Yeah, it's a bishop's pawn opening on the D file, the bishop's starting on that square. I'm very surprised by that. I must say, Tanya, didn't even cross my mind because the bishop's on that green board now. The bishop's in the corners on the A file. They're both locked in behind their own pawns. So a very much closed position, which maybe kind of favors Denis Lazovic style-wise. Ding, though, he's not timid. He's pushing his B pawn. He's got the E pawns going. We'll see the H pawn. I think I would 100% agree, by the way. Ding will only play H4 if he knows concretely it helps him. He's not going to speculate and play it like a move one. It's just not his style. So, okay, what do you make of this? Who would you prefer to be, Vachier-Lagrave or Ding, who's done better with white?
I do like that bishop open on A1. I do like the flexibility of H4, the knight behind the pawns concept, as we're talking about. Ding seems to have done everything right. And I say that, but I also feel that Vachier's got a connect for going, and that's a win already in David Howell's books.
Yeah, stop the clocks. It's game over. Vachier-Lagrave is 1-0 up. It's, I mean, I'm only half joking. Like, that's a really nice pawn chain. And I think actually the multi-purpose, but the black knight struggling to get out now. And the fact that white is always going to be the one who holds the key when to exchange off, when to open up the C file. Black's never going to take because the white knight will just land on a very nice square. Tanya, great opening success. Beautiful play by Vachier-Lagrave.
It really is, even though despite being a really surprising one of blocking his own bishop, just the way he's built that space advantage and now getting the knight into the game towards that central E5 square as well. And let's point out, H4 still in the air. It might happen. It might happen right now, and it does.
Oof, great call. You did say MVL was the more likely of the two to play H4. We only had to wait, 11 moves for it to happen. Of course, whoa, not only H4, G4. Denis Lazovic reacts.
Okay, I'm loving it. I'm loving this by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Just notice how he plays in the center first, gains all that space advantage, but in a block setup because trades only favor white, and then he shifts his focus to the flank, and he's not stopping. Those pawns just keep moving every single turn.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. And look at Denis Lazovic. There was a visible reaction to what just happened. He wasted a move with his bishop. Now look at the black bishop locked in behind his own knights. We see the first trade of the game, still very blocked. Again, a good tip for everyone at home. These pawn pushes, they're so much more effective when the center is closed. These kind of pawn storms, you play on one flank. That's because you're not going to get hit in the center. You're not going to be hit by a kind of blistering counterattack. And white still has the ability to castle. Denis, though, he's wriggling. He's trying to get E5 a bit later, Tanya. But MVL beats him to the punch. E4, blowing open the center for the white bishop.
I love it, right? You're talking about the bishop there, the d5 pawn. Once it arrives, the queen will go to b2. You mentioned queen g7 in another game 5 hours ago. I think we might be seeing those patterns right about now. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wants to land that queen on the dark squared diagonal, wants to assist that 8-6 pawn to give the kiss of death. Checkmate. E4 is a power move. I don't even know how many pawn moves Maxime has made in this game. It's a lot, and they all seem to be perfect. Speaking about pawn moves, Ding Liren as well, bringing on the h4 fire, David. But in that one, Grishchuk has stopped it. Should we bring up our I want to say bird's eye view, but let's bring up our 2-board view that we have right now. H4, H5. What do you make of these developments?
Yeah, for Ding, I mean, he's still facing this rock hard kind of pawn formation, this super solid kind of wall that Grishchuk has built. So not super exciting, the Ding position yet, but I do prefer white in that one. Vachier-Lagrave, you asked about the pawn pushes. He's moved the pawns 10 times out of his first 17 turns. That's very, very impressive. And looks like he's not going to retreat ever in that game.
And each one of those pawn moves have been power moves, right? And also, this means we are being entertained and having fun, and just having fun on our Twitch chat did get the mate in 4 idea right, David, of our starting position 417, combining the threats of the queen and the bishop and delivering the kiss of death checkmate there, which we might be seeing happen in the Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game. If the white queen can land itself on the long diagonal, that would be game over for Lazovic. He has to make sure that the center remains closed.
Exactly, Lazovic fighting to keep that position locked. But that green board, it does look like it is on fire. In the meantime, Ding maybe with a slightly worse position. Tanya, where do we jump into? Has Ding made some mistakes potentially?
Let's quickly go to that one, and then we can go back to Maxime's board as well, as the center is indeed locked right now. So I think we've got a few more moves before that heats up completely. But let's check in with the 2 former world champions.
Yeah, Grishuk, former Blitz world champion. Ding, of course, held the classical crown. And I don't really like this pawn structure change for white because e4 is hanging. Later on, the black knight is going to come into a very nice outpost, potentially on c4. And the black rook might switch as well on the c-file backward pawn. But okay, Ding, he's trying some fancy stuff. At least he's trying to get his rook into the action, swinging it up, lifting it up across the board on the 3rd rank. Just to mention, bishop takes pawn looks like a winning tactic here, or at least wins a pawn. But Ding now has a choice. He can take one of the 2 black pawns. I'm more inclined to say the b pawn and unleash a discovered attack. So this would just be a pawn trade. I don't think black can get too greedy here and win another pawn because the black king would be in some serious danger. So Ding trying to get the tactics, the energy going. Knight to e7, though, of course, Grishuk is not going to allow any fun.
But it's still a very complex position, right? I do like the fact that Grishuk's bishop has pressure on e4, but now you could just think about defending that pawn. You could move your bishop to a square. And finally, when you get your rook from b1, there is a weakness. There's a big weakness that black has off that d6 pawn. At some moment, one can start targeting it, but Ding Liren is in the mood for some direct chess. David, he's trying to land a check on that square, but he loses a pawn. Bishop takes pawn, is that still possible? No, Ding has different ideas.
Yeah, maybe it was possible to take this pawn on h5, but opening up the h-file, activating the black rook, maybe he felt was counterintuitive. He's playing very, very energetically. This is the Ding that I remember, 2019. Who cares about a pawn? Let's go for it. That's how he defeated Magnus in that Singfield Cup.
David Howell, you care about pawns a lot. You're one of the most materialistic commentators on the planet. You're a pawn grabber to your core.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'm Yasser Serawan leaks, but you know me. In life and chess, very materialistic guy. Madonna wrote the song about me. No. And hey, what to do next?
All right, so rook d1 hits the d6 pawn. David, lots of action on this one. Let's jump over to the other. We will come back to this as the bishop falls back, hits the white rook, expecting Ding to slide it over, line itself to that black king. Let's bring up Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, another very complex battle, but I think Maxime is in driver's seat in that one. Look at those 2 pawns on the A line. Yes, they're double, but those are some power pawns. I mean, it's not easy to recapture. Win that pawn back on a5. It just feels like a passer to me.
Yeah, and the only way to get it might be to trade off black's best piece, which is the knight. Later on, black might be able to grab it with a knight. We'd see an exchange. Tanya, like this h6 pawn, it happens so many times these days. AlphaZero showed us the way Magnus kind of patented some h pawn pushing openings. I mean, Nakamura got a win against Richard Rapport recently with a pawn on h6. Anytime the position opens up, like it's locked at the moment, but there's always going to be checkmating plans, ideas, tricks, tactics against the black king. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe this is a very big advantage. Even if the computer says, okay, it's only around +1 for now, but whoa! Exchange sacrifice, I'm going to call it, and tactics, that was not on my radar at all. I feel bad for missing it. There was a check, the white rook fell. We might need a very quick action replay a bit later, but Denis Lazovic down at 30 seconds, Tanya. It's level material back again.
It's level material, so I think both players calculated that sequence of moves and had to give that exchange back. The queen trying to win that a5 pawn, not easy. That knight wants to jump to d7, queen f4 ideas, giving a check on f6. All the problems still exist. I'm loving Maxim's position. The queen and knight combo, when you've got an attack going, is so incredibly dangerous. But Maxime with the most strategic approach. Can black take on c5, take on a4? And the answer is a big fat no, because then queen f4, queen f6 would be dead lost.
Yeah, without that black bishop as the guardian of the dark squares, it's just checkmate. It's always checkmate. So very, very sneaky from Maxi Vachier-Lagrave. The temptation there for Denis Lazovic with 20 seconds on his clock to take that knight, that powerful piece off the board, must have been so great, but he resisted. And I'm expecting at some point for the white queen to just sit on f4, just to remind the bishop of its duties. There we go.
And just at the moment, as you call it, and now ideas of the knight jumping in, full domination by the white pieces. Look at that structural blockade that the knight does, no breaks at all, tying down that bishop, tying down the queen. But David, where is the breakthrough is always the big question in these positions. Do you jump in with your knight to d7? Is this the moment? And yes, it is, but not the best move.
Not the best move. I was going to say the only reason I can tell for that not being best is the black queen coming back. Now you have to take on f6 with pawns, with pieces. Maybe it's good enough for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because look at the black king. It's just totally caged. This is back rank checkmate, pretty much, in anything but literal words there. Like, oh, look at this. He's just going to put his rook on the 7th rank, and black just is totally frozen. The white king is going to come, Tanya.
You've completely paralyzed every single pawn and piece of Denis Lazovic in this position. You have a free hand, but the king comes in. It won't stop on e5. If allowed, it marches through to d6 as well. Maxime, he's still trying to find what happens after king e5, king d6. You get everything that you want. How do you still win?
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering whether he trades rooks eventually. And, letting the bar slide slightly there, but yeah, this should still be totally winning. The black rook is totally stuck. I don't understand why he's not coming in via d6, by the way, Tanya. And then maybe trading rooks on the back rank.
But David, once your king gets to e5, right? Black just shuffles around with the king and keeps the rook on d8.
Ah.
How are you breaking through is my question.
Good question.
It's happening. Maxime will show us the way. Oh, and the bar says it's completely winning for white.
Could you go round the long way? You could have gone like rook a7, rook a6, rook d6, offered a trade of rooks. And when the black rook moves, then you go rook d7, then you bring your king in. Not easy. Not as easy as the bar says.
And yeah, maybe that's why, Denis realizes that at the right moment, he might need his king at the right spot. Okay, this is not easy, like you're saying, I think the bar is a little deceptive at this moment. Maxime, a minute and a half, he's managed to get the king to the c file, but he still can't advance over. And look at this, it's going wrong for him.
Yeah, he needed to keep that move in his pocket for later. Pawn to f4, like that's a waiting move. Like if you trade rooks, I think there are some zugzwangs where you force black to give way because you have a pawn move up your sleeve for later. But now he's got no waiting moves, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so you cannot trade rooks anymore, ever, because black will just get the opposition. And I think you can just trade rooks now. I think you're getting the opposition, and white doesn't have any waiting passes.
He's going to wait. He's going to calculate that for the next 12 seconds and then realize that it still works. He gets the opposition, and white doesn't have a waiting move. He goes for it, David. Like you pointed out, if Maxime had f4 at this moment, he would have won the game.
Yeah.
Now just king b6, king d6.
Exactly. And then you go f4.
Oh my gosh. Then you go f4, and then you win the game.
Wow, and that game has been drawn. That means all eyes on Ding Liren against Grishuk. Ding is a pawn up. Can he convert the advantage? It's a 2-result game. Grishuk is only playing for the draw here with black. Tanya, is he going to make it though?
It says, the bar says it's equal, but with 4 seconds on the clock, so incredibly hard to hold this position for the next 50 moves, David, because you have to be precise, but it feels like he's created a sort of a defensive fortress. He stopped the white king from getting forward, the pawn on f6, bishop on d7, clear out any penetrating squares for the white king. The rook maintains itself on the 6th rank, not allowing a c-pawn push. Is this a fortress for even those who don't believe in it?
Yeah, I think it is a fortress. And there we see a repetition for the third time. Grishuk breathes a sigh of relief. Ding. Oh, he let that one slip maybe, but he was never clearly winning. And Tanya, who would have thought it? 2 matches, 2 games that couldn't be decided. And it looks like we're headed to Armageddon.
2 Armageddons. This is freestyle chess where you get maximum amount of decisive games and both matches are going down to the wire. This is how close neck to neck these battles are. I'm loving the drama, David. This is so exciting and I think so instructive these blitz games have been, especially that pawn move that you were pointing out by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave could have been a completely different result.
Yeah, it could and should have been. And we can still see the players' cameras. The players are still analyzing. They're still kind of looking at the computer. What should they have done instead? Maybe they're kind of just trying to adapt now to what's going to be a very different landscape. Armageddon is going to be crazy. It's not going to be dead draws. It's not going to be incremental type of chess where it's very stodgy, very slow. It's going to be chaos on the board.
And David, I believe that, okay, you know what? It doesn't matter what I believe because we've got the format of the Armageddon coming up to help us out with all the action. And we will have the bidding Armageddon. The base time will be 5 minutes. The players will bid for the black pieces. The player to bid a lower time gets the black pieces, wins the bid, will start with the time that they bid for. White starts with 5 minutes, but for black, with less time, a draw is enough to seal the match. For white, the player who plays with white, in a must win. But it's a 5 versus whatever you bid for. David, with no increment, with freestyle chess, no idea what's going to get drawn out, no idea what position you have to play. How low are you willing to go?
That is a big question, the clock times that the players will start with. But we do get confirmation from our great production team here that the players do get to analyze the start position first. They get a look at it for a while before submitting their bids. That could be all important. Imagine being stuck with a horrible start position with black. You're like, wait, I'm about to get checkmated. Then you bid the full 5 minutes. You take white and you play.
David, they get 3 minutes to analyze the starting position. That's all the time they get to put in their bids, right? With behind the scenes. I mean, that is a lot of pressure and very little time to figure this out. That how much time are you willing to give to your opponents? Chat, what do you think? What kind of bids are we going to see? What are the players going to go for? And David, perhaps we've got a little bit of time as the players are figuring it out. If we bring up this very instructive endgame and that moment from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's game, because it was all about a little move that made a big difference.
Yeah, it was all about pushing the f-pawn forward. Already, he's slightly hamstrung himself here. He's already handicapped himself, Vachier-Lagrave, by pushing his pawn to f3. That was a waiting move he did not need to spend. And we see him kind of go back and forward. Just to point out, I think the winning idea would be to bring your king forward and in this position to just wait. And only later, I believe, bring your rook back and try to trade off for the black rook. And eventually you should be able to break through. And so even here, I'm still confused about what the exact winning plan is. Maybe bringing the king round at the right moment. But the big mistake for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was playing the move f4. If he'd done the same plan, if he'd brought his rook around and tried to trade off now, getting his rook back to the a4 square and to try and trade off, this would not be possible. The trade would not be possible. Or at least I thought it wouldn't be because of this f4 move up your sleeve. And then the computers laugh at me, saying that actually black is winning if you move too far forward because of e5. So maybe this is what Vachier-Lagrave had missed, Tanya. Or maybe it's what he had seen that have persuaded him to play this f4 move, because now the black pawn is the one to run through. But in the end, having spent this move with f4, look at how much the computer hates it. F4 here, question mark. It just turned out to be a total fortress, a dead draw.
Really fascinating how these pawn moves are so critical in every stage, and especially the end game. By the way, our chat feels that going below 4 minutes on that bid, David, you just can't afford to do that. Would you agree with that, that below 4 is just too dangerous a territory with no increment?
Yes, I think especially in freestyle. I've played a lot of Armageddon in my life. I once played in the kind of British Knockout Championship, and I was playing against a very strong grandmaster, Gawain Jones. And back in those days, It was just automated. It was 5 minutes versus 4 minutes. I started with black. I had 4 minutes. And oh my God, I was in time trouble, like on move 10, 1 minute to the death, no increment. Yeah, it was torture. So yeah, anything under 4, you're playing with fire.
All right, well, drum roll time one more time because we've got the position reveal for the Armageddon. You know, you can only delay the inevitable. There will be a winner now. It is the Armageddon. It is position number 613. This is what the players got 3 minutes to analyze before placing their bids. And we're going to do a quick breakdown. First thing to point out, David, the h7 and the h2 pawns are undefended. So that's a target that you have to watch out for. Both sides can castle in a single move at any moment that they desire on the right side of the board. We've got all the long range pieces at the center of the board. Something that you've pointed out is perhaps not the ideal placement. What else stands out to you in this one?
Yeah, I think it's going to become a very normal position very quickly. Like you said, the pieces in the center, the long range pieces, I think it was Magnus who called them clumsy. He was like, I hate it when bishops start in the center. It's just hard to get them on good diagonals. I could see, I mean, the left side of the board, that's just normal. But I could see kind of white castling, putting a knight on g3, maybe c3, put the bishop on b3, and the position just becoming an Italian game or Spanish and very symmetrical. But yeah, it doesn't look like the most exciting for the white players. Maybe that's not great in terms of bidding, Tanya. What would you think? What's the lowest you would go here with with black?
Oof, big question. I think with no increment, regardless of the position that you get, I mean, anything, I agree with our chat, anything below 4 is just playing with fire because you still have to figure things out. And at the end of it, you want time to be at least able to make those moves. I will point out one more structure that you can take is put your pawn on b3, put your pawn on c4, and land the bishops on those 2 long diagonals, placing them on c2 and b2 could be a way to try to achieve those standard chess positions. David, how desperate also are the players to get the black pieces, right? Like you said, that perhaps in this position with the white pieces, you think it's more normal, more standard. So then they want to take more risks trying to get the draw odds. I'm going to say we're going to have, you know what, one bid between 350 and 4. I'm just going to say that, despite the rant about no one goes below 4. Hot take.
Okay, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. I would love it if you're right, because then we'll see some very kind of cheeky pre-moves, very desperate play. I'm going to say between 415 and 420, 425. Going to be the lowest one.
I feel like you might be the right one. Again, David, the prophet will strike again, is my feeling. And we're waiting for the bids to come in. And once again, a reminder that there's no increment. The player who bids less time wins the bid, gets the black pieces, needs only a draw, but gets little time on the clock, starts with the bidding time. White will start with the base time of 5 minutes. This is going to get really fun. Freestyle chess in Armageddon. You don't get to see that every day.
No.
Ooh, David Howell.
Ooh,
Guess what? We've got the bids in.
You sound happy, Tanya. You sound very happy.
Oof. Well, you know what? I'm super happy because we do have one player who did bid between 350 and 4. And in fact, he bid 359. Let's reveal our bids coming in. And it's going to be Alexander Grischuk versus Ding Liren. Alexander Grischuk will start with the white pieces, 5 minutes. Ding Liren bidding 359, David Howell. Woo-hoo.
I love it. I love it. You take the win, Tanya. And you deserve it because we're going to be treated now. We're going to see Ding, a former world champion, in pre-move mode. He's just going to be scrambling. I mean, that is ballsy, though. That is brave. I love it. That shows courage.
This is going to be amazing. By the way, I also just want to point out, nobody took your bid of between 415 and 425. I don't know if that's a double win for me because the other one, Danis Lazovic, starts with the white pieces, bidding 4.5 minutes. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 4 minutes, 7 seconds, starts with the black pieces. David, it's go time. The Armageddons have begun.
It's go time. And look at this symmetry on the boards. Both sides with white have started with what looks like it might be the Jabava London. We get the Karo Khan on the green board with some exchanges. That is, very interesting start. Grischuk already eating away his time advantage. Maybe gaining confidence, do you think, Ding here? Just every game that goes on, Tanya, it feels like he's getting better and better here.
He has to, right? I mean, there is this familiarity that happens with the format, the way he survived difficult positions, how he's managed to keep things under control. I agree with you, but look at that. You said Jabava London. What on earth is this? Both pawns have disappeared from the center of the board because there's no queen on the D line. Who does this trade favor?
Oof. Symmetrical positions usually favor white. With white, you have an extra tempo. That means you can create the first threat. But then again, if you don't use your extra tempo wisely, you might just get counterattacked. And I think the fact that Ding has been able to trade pawns, get a bit closer to symmetry, get closer to safety. With black, you have draw odds. I would be inclined to say this is good news for Ding, but of course, still very early to say. The other board, meanwhile, Vachier-Lagrave is aiming to trade off some pawns. Also against Denis Lazovic, one set of pawns have left the board. And it feels like that one may be a bit more imbalanced these early stages, Tanya.
I do like what Grishchuk's done with his position. I like that he's put that knight on e3. The other knight can develop to g3 at the right moment as well, eyeing that f5 square. A nice sweet spot to jump into, but watch out for the h2 pawn. Don't rush into it. Always look for undefended pawns. The bishop lined up on the blue board right now by Ding Liren, eye-lining that pawn on h2. So the knight needs to remain on g3. David, looking at both our boards, as white, who is happier of the opening outcome?
I think Denis Lazovic. I think Grishchuk, yes, he's got a very strong knight on f5, but he can't be too thrilled. Also, the time disadvantage is now around 20 seconds. So Ding basically gave away a minute. And 20 seconds you can kind of manage. Okay, it's growing to 30 now, but with draw odds, it's such a big advantage. MVL, the other board, he's got an isolated queen's pawn. He's got 20 seconds down on the clock. Oh, it's so tough to call, Tanya. I just don't know whose nerves are going to hold up. Definitely not mine. I think it's going to be a nervy game. The next few moves, that's for sure.
Love it. Love to see it. David, if you had to rate these four players 1 to 4 on their mouse skills, because so much of that will come down to the time scrambles, right? This is Armageddon. Flagging is not only allowed, it's appreciated, it's encouraged. Who's got the best mouse skills? 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me the David Howell player card.
Oof. I'm going to say Denis Lazovic, number one. He's played so many bullet kind of tournaments now. He's always up there, so consistent with speed. Vachier-Lagrave, joint first, maybe number two. Grishchuk, number three, because he's played in a lot of speed chess championships. But Ding, I don't see play online that much. I don't remember any kind of standout results for Ding, kind of in blitz bullet mode. So, Tanya, disagree, please. I want to be wrong.
Well, we'll find out, right? The proof is in the pudding. And look at that. The bar suddenly rises up. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's not a fork, right? Because the queen on d2 is pinned. Tactics everywhere. Break this down for us, David.
Yeah, there were back rank checkmates. It's as simple as that. We'll just quickly backtrack just a couple of moves very quickly. It looked like black was about to win this d-pawn. He sacrificed a pawn, but d5, you cannot take it. If you take it with the rook, for example, same with the bishop. Queen takes, and there's a back rank splat here. That would be a checkmate. So, okay, he's keeping his pawn alive by tactics, Denis Lazovic. MVL guarding his back rank. And knight h5 played. That's the key move by Denis. He's about to swoop in with his queen. He's going for mate.
That's a big square. And a lot of black's pieces are offside, right? To defend it. Knight the only defender, and it can be kicked out at the right moment with a move like g4. Queen g5 comes in with an idea of knight f6 check. Watch out. h6. You can just fall back. The knight cannot move anywhere. Queen takes pawn will be checkmate. You have to slide over with your king, but now the queen has unpinned itself. Denis Lazovic about to win.
He's about to win. He was bobbing his head as well. He knew it. He was bouncing there, Denis Lazovic. So calm. He's just going to trade off now, take that rook. He's up the exchange and a pawn, and Vachier-Lagrave needs a miracle. This is just over. Look at it. Oh, trade off. Easy.
And look at that conversion from tactics to strategy to perfect conversion, right? Of advantage. You've got that material advantage. You forget about checkmating, but going to the most simplified position. And this is the Armageddon. If Denis wins, it's over. The end of the Vegas dream for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. A huge favorite in this match.
Yeah, and MVL did so well in Paris as well, in the Freestyle Grand Slam there. He had some great results, great wins, and it looks like he won't get a chance to repeat those. Now, knight takes pawn. It looks very, very straightforward, although bishop c6, maybe there were some tricks there. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigns. Lazovic takes it and moves on.
What a moment this is. What a massive upset. Right now, Denis Lazovic goes on to the round of 8 and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave eliminated by that young grandmaster. Denis Lazovic continues to impress. And David, he really got one chance and he maximized it. He played it to perfection. Brilliant, brilliant finish and fine. And maybe you'll break it down for us later, but just incredibly well deserved for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, he spotted his chance. He seized it with both hands. And right now, Ding looks like he's doing very, very well. These two black knights, these beasts in the center of the board, are actually hard to evict without creating weaknesses in the white camp. The white knight, meanwhile, stranded on the side here. Doesn't look great. G3 played. Now the big question is, does Ding have to move his knight? Maybe he can sacrifice it. Maybe he's just going to step forward or back, I was going to say. And there are big holes. Tanya, Ding, he's in the driver's seat. Despite being around 15 seconds down, it feels like he's got a glorious position here with black.
And I think his bid, it's really paying out, right? Because he went down to 359 and the clocks are leveling out. He's played the opening, this part of the phase to perfection. He's got beautiful pieces lined up. Grischuk on the defense, on passivity. The rook and knight on the left side. What are they even doing there? Now rerouting the queen to f6, to g5, to greener pastures. Comes in with a trade. c3 is a weakness. I'm really liking the speed with which Ding is playing and handling this position.
Yeah, great play. He's just keeping things simple as well, Ding. He's not being too ambitious. Sometimes being ambitious in these games, calculating a bit too much, can actually come back to haunt you. He's just happily trading off pieces. He's going to bring the black knight back soon, just to stop even trade off the white knight before it jumped in. And he's covering everything, Tanya. Super solid for black. And he's actually dead level on the clock now.
Only one open line on the board, and it's controlled by Ding Liren, the D file. He could also set up the Alekhine battery on it, getting the queens and the rooks to line up. More trades, better for black. Look at the way he's placed all his pawns on the queen side, on the light square, so that there's no more target for the bishop. The knight, as you pointed out, jumping towards the center of the board. But this move, it allows a trade that separates the black pawns. Is that going to be a bit of a weakness? Or is he relying on the D3 square eventually if queen takes queen happens? And it does.
It's a check. It's a check. He forces things off so he doesn't ruin his pawn structure. Now rook d3 at the end. It's a double attack. Ding is winning a pawn. And he just needs a draw. He's going to bring his knight out now, try and trade off for this white bishop. He should be able to get the draw. Just don't get mated at the back rank. h5, there we go. He wins this one. And he's up on time, Tanya. Surely this is Ding's to lose now.
I agree. He just has to keep his nerves. And that is something that we've spoken about so much in the last few years. Ding, he cannot afford to choke up right now. He's done everything right. The knight can come in, setting checkmating ideas. I think it was landing on the f3 square. Ding playing this perfectly.
Mm-hmm. And he's coming. The h-pawn is
H4.
coming. We talked about it earlier.
Attacks the rook. He slides up. You could take the b5 pawn, but the h-pawn is just too quick.
Mm-hmm. He's just trying to do enough right now, Ding, to force a draw. He's not even playing for the win anymore necessarily. He's trying to get things off the board. The white rook can slide across and defend, but black can force things through. Rook e1.
6 seconds. There's no increment. Grischuk, make a move.
Oh, just got no time.
He's got no time. He's got 3 seconds on the clock. He stops the queen. He's going to give up. Oh my goodness, he's going to give up his rook for the pawn. But a draw means Ding goes through.
It's the clock.
It's the clock.
I think they're getting the one. Oh, there was a fork on the c3, but oh, you could have taken the rook again.
But it doesn't matter, David. It's all about the clock. It doesn't matter what happens on the board. They're about 5, and there it is. Ding Liren, he does it. Both players can't believe what's just happened. Ding with a shake of his head with pure relief for Grischuk. That is heartbreak. So close so many times in this match, but his dream to Vegas comes to an end.
Alexander Grischuk devastated in the end, but we have to congratulate Ding for staying calm, staying cool, saving his best for last. Tanya, he was very impressive in that Armageddon, I'm going to say. He didn't even necessarily press as hard as he could have done. He knew a draw was enough, but Ding takes it deservingly and moves to the quarterfinals. What a matchup we're going to be seeing there.
David, what a day this has been. And you know what? The quarterfinals are coming up right now. I mean, for these players, what a fight, what an Armageddon, what a treat we've had in the round of 16. And what we just witnessed, mind blown, still thinking about it. These are the matchups that are about to happen right now, very, very soon. David, I cannot wait for the action to start. I think we all need a little bit of a breather to just sort of take in everything that we've seen. So chat, we're going to do just that. We're going to go into a short, quick break. So the action continues as everyone comes back into the arena, including Hans Niemann. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Do you have a favorite from the Botha sisters?
No.
True.
What?
I'm shook.
I'm honestly happy about that answer, but I know I'm still the favorite.
There are sides in the sisters that I appreciate more, like in each of them.
Am I your best friend? You asked me this question, so I get to turn the tables on you.
You're one of my best friends.
He shook his hand no.
She is not your best friend.
I know. Do you think Alex and I are the most entertaining chess content creators?
Yes.
She thinks you're good, but it's a lie.
It's still a lie.
Okay, I still love you. You really
What if I'm
tried.
just genuinely nervous answering lie detector?
So what happened is that she gets the question, and she's thinking that, oh yes, they are.
Yeah, but then
And then after a little while, boom, comes a reaction.
makes
says
sense.
that, okay, there are maybe someone else. Or...
Which is fair. I think that's a very fair answer.
Do you care more about your content career than your chess career?
Yes.
True.
Wow, Medina is very competitive.
It's genuinely very hard to improve at chess at certain level. Also, time is not in your favor. I don't want to say it's easier to rise as a content creator because it's very hard to rise as a content creator. But if you were to compare, make a career in content creation or in a professional like chess, I think I personally have more future in the content creation.
But this exact position, I'm like sure I've had as a kid. So like one of the early kind of serious ones that I learned, and this was kind of topical at the time, which started in the Italian and then here and then knight g5, which attacks f7, which is like, if you're kind of new to chess, then you probably immediately think like, why can't I just attack that pawn and take it? And then I'll attack the queen and the rook and so on. The only way for black to kind of avoid that is to play d5, which is the best move. And then white takes a pawn, and the big question is always like, why can't black take back? Which you can, of course. It's not, you don't lose immediately or anything. But the usual point of this, which is called the fried liver, is that now white sacrifices a knight, black takes, otherwise black's just losing everything. And then we give a check here, which not only gives a check, but also attacks the knight. And most people who are kind of new to chess, they're already totally unsure of what to do with black here because they move their king back and then you take here and you're up a pawn for nothing. Or even worse for them, sometimes they go here and then not only are you up a pawn, but you're checkmating. And the knight can't go anywhere because of the pin. So the only possible good move, which is not even so bad, is king to e6, and then you're up a piece, but you have this like serious pin, which lasts a really long time. And this is kind of like an opening trap called the fried liver. It, I think, ends up being not the worst opening trap to fall into with black because you can kind of hang on to your knight and hope for the best with your king on e6. But this was like one of the really topical openings as a kid for me.
tickets are officially on sale for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Las Vegas. From July 16th to 20th, your favorite grandmasters, including Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Fabiano Caruana, will battle for the title, and you can be there live. For a limited time, only take 15% off your tickets with code PLAIN15 at checkout. To get your tickets before they sell out, use command TIX in chat. Plus, you can extend your weekend of chess in Vegas with Chestival happening on July 13th. It's headlined by NBA legend Derrick Rose and Magnus Carlsen. Chestival is the ultimate VIP event where you can see NBA stars and the world's best chess players live as they compete for a charity prize fund. Use command Chestival for all the details and for tickets. And for right now, chat, 8 players are competing for their ticket to Vegas. Vegas on the line, baby, as they say. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, what a day it has already been. Are you not entertained? And guess what, David? We bring on our big bracket and take a look at one matchup that I absolutely cannot wait. Let's bring on our bracket of the quarterfinals, as it's going to be the Rebel versus the former world champion. It's Hans Niemann taking on Ding Liren. This is going to be super fun, David.
Yep. I cannot wait. I don't remember these two kind of orbiting around each other too much. I don't know how much history they've got, but either way, it's going to be dramatic. I think we're going to spend a lot of our time following this quarterfinal between Ding and Hans. Meanwhile, we should mention other matchups, of course, very important too. Martin Kravtsev has had a little break now, a longer break than most, having beaten Maghsoodloo earlier. Yangyi, of course, riding high after that sparkling 12-move win against Vidit. If you're just joining us, go check that one out on Chess.com. Vidit mated in 12 moves. And Fedoseev against Duda, Denis Lazovic against Liam Le Tanya. Feels like worthy 8 here, worthy quarterfinalists. How do you think Ding and Dennis are feeling after that marathon match they just had?
I think energy and fatigue and stamina, endurance is going to be such a key factor for these two players who had to win finally in the Armageddon. So it's already been a long day of chess, right? And for Denis Lazovic, perhaps that energy of the youth will be something that can come to play. And that whole motivation of having taken down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in that Armageddon, that's going to be inspiring as well. Then last, super impressive. He's playing against Liam Le, a big fight. But David, I think the chat as well, and I speak for everyone, the marquee matchup has to be Hans versus Ding. I mean, one brings in the chaos, Ding Liren brings in the calm, but this is freestyle chess. You know, no one cares about repetition and titles here. It's all about how you handle the game from move one. Will chess speak for itself?
That is the big question, and very different paths into the quarterfinal. Ding and Hans. Hans did it in blistering fashion, sacrifice after sacrifice, bang, bang, bang. He defeated Rasmus Svana. Ding did it very positionally. It was a very kind of attritional chess, lots of grinding against Alexander Grishuk, and he got there. In the meantime, we see the start position 7-3-3, and Tanya, I'm not sure which it's kind of going to gravitate towards, whether it's going to be the chaos or the quieter waters. We actually see something very similar to something we saw earlier in the day, except the White King is on B1 rather than G1. And again, there's kind of heavy pieces, or long-range pieces at least in the center, Queen, Bishop, and a couple of undefended pawns, one each, G2, G7.
Those are the weak pawns that you want to look for. And you really want to especially keep an eye out for that when the knight has a clear path to get there, right? There are threats of knight jumping onto either G3 or E3 and via that route arriving at F5. These tender spots not only necessarily targeted quickly as the first move, but over the game as it proceeds. So definitely to watch out. Also, the doubling down of the bishop from D4 or D5 onto that weakness is something to keep in mind. Once again, the rooks at their starting position as we see them at the corner of the board, which means we might see more AlphaZero-esque ideas that we've been seeing. David, how much of a factor do you believe that energy will be for these players? I mean, some, who had that win 2-0 in that first rapid encounter, and for others, like Denis Lazovic, like Ding Liren, they just played a game, one with high nerves just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I think it won't affect Denis Lazovic so much, the kind of marathon match he just had against MVL. He's young, he's full of energy, he's done this before, he's super focused in general. Ding is a bit older. Ding now, he's, 32, 33? And just maybe the energy is more of a factor when you get to your 30s. Just becomes a bit harder. I speak from experience to kind of be consistent throughout a long kind of period of time. So I'm a bit afraid for Ding. I think for Hans, he would have loved having the break. Maybe he wanted to get back in there, just play more. He seems to play every single day these days, online, offline, all over the world, Hans Niemann. But it's going to be very interesting, the dynamics. I can't stop thinking about that match, though. What are your predictions? Who's the favorite, Tanya?
Well, I'll tell you what chat predictions are before we get to mine. And chat says 60% Ding wins, 40% to Hans Niemann. And I think there are a lot of Ding fans out there as well. And we all want to see Ding go down, be there in Vegas, to see him back in the chess world where he belongs and where he's been at the very top for so many years. But David, I have to say, whoever drops out of this match, it's going to be a bit of a heartbreak. I mean, I would want to see both of these players come to Vegas, to fight it out with the likes of Magnus and Hikaru. So chess can only have one winner. Tough to pick one. I don't know who's a favorite. Hans Niemann won his match beautifully. He did not need a tiebreaker, a 2-2 victory. Ding Liren had to fight it out till the end. We've got them on our screens. We've got the first moves coming in. And Ding, taking his time, eventually decides to start with the center pawn moving forward, opening the diagonal for his queen to come into the game.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We have 4 games, but 3 different first moves for white. We see f4 being played on the board between Martin Kravtsev and Yu Yangyi. Very understandable, opening up white's dark squared bishop, white's queen. Yu Yangyi thinking for almost a minute now. Duda takes the center. He started with d4. He has e4 as well. That's just greedy. That's the blue board, second from the left. The brown board is Ding Liren against Hans Niemann, where Hans is taking a think. Ding's pawn isn't defended, so I always find it difficult pushing a pawn that's not defended in the opening, but a very logical one nonetheless. And e4 is Lazovic's choice, more symmetrical, the far right board there, that purple one.
Well, I will point out one thing about the Ding Hans board, that, very often the first move is also chosen based on if you can break the symmetry. If Hans Niemann does reply d5, a move that plays copycat chess, perhaps Ding also has, by the way, on the board, I wonder if Ding has in mind to eventually push the e-pawn, e4, trying to break that symmetry as quickly as possible. He first sets it up, or maybe not sets it up, but at least it develops his knight behind the pawn. Another freestyle idea that we talk about, get your knights out, but they're ideally placed if you've got a pawn in front of them.
Exactly. Very, very logical. And we'll see how he continues. We see some early tension in some of the games. Martin Kravtsev against Yu Yangyi, they've gone for some very concrete play. I wonder whether that's the one we start with. Duda, the blue board, I really like white structure. Connect 3 in the center, the trio of pawns. But maybe Martin Kravtsev against Yu Yangyi before the Ding Liren against Hans Niemann game really hots up.
Let's do it. Let's jump straight to that and let's take it from the top.
Let's do it. Pawn to f4, the bird's opening. This time we'll call it the Martin maze or something like that. Martin Kravtsev here, f4, met by d5, very logical. And this is basically the idea you mentioned, Tanya, but with a pawn on f4 rather than d4. White is the one to break the symmetry. Pawn to e4 here, and after a capture, not taking with the queen because the queen could be hit and you lose a bit of time. This is something Magnus has done so many times, by the way. He'll push a pawn and then he'll just say, okay, I'm going to come actually and take it with the knight. He did this in the match against the world. Magnus against, 140,000 opponents or whatever it was. He did something very similar. He did it several times in Grenka when he got 9 out of 9. Often keeping the queen further away is a nice idea. But e5 is the response by Yu Yangyi. We see a capture, knight d3, nice gain of tempo. Due to the pin on the e-file, the queen is undefended. You can't take the knight. You drop your queen. So instead, we see the queen go all the way back home. And the pawn is still pinned, but probably Tanya, he's going to take it now.
You could be tempted to take it. You could be tempted to also move your knight forward, really tripling down. It depends if you want to trade queens or not, right? Because queen takes pawn ends up in the sort of queenless middle game. And knight takes pawn, also there is a queen trade after f5. So he does go for knight takes pawn, and I wonder if we will see that idea of queens coming off the board.
Yeah, A 5 for me would be super automatic, mainly because I love trading queens, Tanya, but also because the white knight on d3 will be forced to retreat after that queen trade. I thought he would take with the queen Martin Kravtsov because he would get this exact position, but with the knights on d3 and e4 rather than wherever this knight retreats to and e1, which just look like sad squares. So it looks like a very small detail, but maybe an important one. The player's locked in thought on the cameras.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have a long grind in this one, and it's going to be an endgame fight. So let's zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view. You also mentioned another very interesting opening that's taken place on that blue board, Jan Christoph Duda, with that very non-standard central pawn formation that we see, a double pawn already on the D line. Duda against Fedosiev, that one is. David, should we do a quick dive into that before checking in with the other games?
Let's do it. Ding, meanwhile, pushing the A pawn forward, but we'll get to that board. That board still in very kind of early stages. And okay, this one, Tanya, we'll just do a very quick action replay of the first few moves here. We saw D4, F6, very kind of timid, I'm going to say. Pawn to F6 there. C6. I'm not sure what this opening is called in real chess, in traditional classical chess, but it makes an odd impression. The idea is to get the bishops onto these diagonals, so like the mini long diagonals, as I sometimes call them. Knight d3. That knight is put under pressure.
Isn't this pawn formation that black has taken with c6, d7, e7, f6, if you just highlight it, sort of like the bathtub pawn formation, as it's called?
The upside down bathtub. Exactly. It's like this time it's like a, I don't know.
It's like a chess pose. Yeah, it's funny. Like from my angle, it doesn't even, yeah, but I get it. It is upside down. I didn't even realize that. But go on, David.
From Fedoseyev's point of view, from the black point of view, it's the bathtub.
Yeah, fair.
Bishop e3 defends this pawn. We see a trade. So getting rid of pieces, but doubling white's pawns. And just to fast forward, we see a lockdown in the center. I think this is, again, good strategy for Fedoseyev when you're playing against the bishops, keep the center closed. Also, blocking the doubled pawns from advancing means they can't kind of correct themselves, undouble. And b6 is very weakening, but it does control the white knight from jumping forward. Tanya, who would you pick? Would you take the better pawn structure or the bishop pair here and the space?
I love bishop pairs, and I know you do as well. I do also like that the bishop pair exists in a position where it has the potential to open up, right? Where you can eventually get long diagonals and open positions. So I think unless it gets completely blocked and the knights start jumping around, for example, I would never want to make a move like e5 in these positions as white, giving squares to the black knight. So I think given the flexibility of the pawn formation, long-term bishop pair always seems to be something that I like to play with. Also, the idea of a4, a5, now with the C line open, looks like something that could work to white's favor.
Definitely. It's going to be hard for black to castle the whole way across. Maybe he'll achieve it, Vladimir Fedoseyev, but if he, for example, just puts his king on the b7 square, then yeah, no hesitation, go a4, a5. I wouldn't be shocked either, like if the black king does go long, to see connect 5 and g4, h4 on the board. But maybe I'm just getting a bit too ahead of myself here. Bit too excited. Tanya looks level for now.
It does, but it's not pleasant to be black here because of the decision of the king's safety. All right, we can, I think, wrap this up as looking more pleasant for Duda. He does go short castle, and I think your idea might happen. Now that white's king is on the right side, Fedoseyev also looking at that long short castle, as we call it, you know, the long way to the right. It's what's been set up. David, it might happen on this very move, in fact.
Mm-hmm. That's literally the longest. Yeah, there we go. That's the furthest a king can travel in freestyle chess. It's not possible to go further because the king must be between its two rooks. And that's how the game started. So, okay, let's zoom out of this one, Tanya, because I think everyone is going to be crying out for the match of the quarterfinals.
And I see our bar, you know, in that matchup. It's Ding Liren versus Hans Niemann, the big one. It seems like Ding Liren's got a great position out of the opening is what's being indicated. And I do like, look at that traffic jam that appears on that D line. Every square occupied. Ding plays Alpha Zero-esque, not only on the right side, but the left side as well. You know, he's threatening h5, h6, a5, a6. Why do you need to castle when the rooks in the starting position are already developed?
Yeah, he's just hedging his bets here, Ding. He's like, whichever side you castle, I'm ready to pawn storm. I'm ready to throw my pawns at you, batter down your defenses. And not just pushing the h-pawn for its own sake, but he's got his bishop on a very nice diagonal very shortly. It's like the London system diagonal, after all. And yeah, it looks beautiful for Ding. I really don't see what Hans is doing. I think he was planning to blow open the center with e5, but that looks so unappealing now that the white bishop is about to land on the h2 square, Tanya.
I completely agree. I think h4 is not only an aggressive move trying to create those weaknesses, but also look at that Ding with a big yawn. Either he just knows this is Ding chilling, he knows he's got everything under control, and he knows it's a position.
You made me yawn. You said the word yawn, and I was watching him. No.
And also the idea of bishop h2. I think it's so much about these pawn breaks right now, right? The formation that Hans has taken with f5, d5, it's so much harder for him to get a pawn break in that center. Meanwhile, Ding can set up not only h4, a4, but at the right time strike with e4. So much more flexibility in his pawns that will give his bishop that activity. So really liking the way he's playing. I mean, Ding's got a reason, David Howell. You've got no excuse. It's really late in China and he's had a really long day of chess.
I have no excuse either, other than the fact I was playing Blitz on Chess.com last night until about 5 a.m. because I dropped below 3,000. I needed it back. Ding yawns again. He's making me feel the urge, but I'm going to try and resist.
Did you get up back to 3,000 finally?
3,001. Woo!
Woohoo! Let's go.
I mean, Hans is like
awesome.
3,300. Hard to compare, but okay. What do you think? Ding, time advantage, board advantage, dream start, right? You couldn't have hoped for more.
I mean, don't say dream another time. You'll throw in that yawn as well, David. You got to stop with that. You're provoking yourself. Look at that Ding. He's just so sleepy right now. And I mean, this is the kind of it really is, right? Because first it's freestyle, second the time format, and third the position that he has. He better freshen up, David. Hans is very tricky.
Yeah, Hans, if he gets one opportunity to go for it, to go forward, to sacrifice, to just spice things up, he will take it. But I think that's why Ding's position is so nice right now, because Black doesn't have too many kind of tempting options. I mean, bishop h2 is coming, maybe even queen g3. White's got so many easy moves. h5, you play a5, you just sit. Yeah, with Black, I would probably put the bishop on c7 because you need to sooner or later, but I don't really see what comes next. Bishop h2 will rid you of any pawn breaks. Tanya, yeah, just great strategy. And Ding understanding this position so well. He keeps yawning. He doesn't know what he's doing to me.
It's really interesting to watch. I mean, Ding really looks very chilled about his position. I mean, he's yawned about 5 times in the last 2 minutes. Hands under pressure, you could feel it. Look at the amount of time he's taking, and that just goes on to show how difficult this position is for Black, simply because it's hard to break through. You don't have any of the pawn moves that you want. The flexibility in White's pawn structure, you have to calculate e4, you have to calculate bishop h2, you have to look at a5, a6 coming in at the right moment as well. So for Hans Niemann, well, first to start with, he needs to make a move. David, as he keeps thinking, let's zoom out and take a look at the only board that we haven't, because that's a big one as well and a very fascinating position. Check this out. Look at the similarities of all the ideas we've mentioned on the Ding-Liren board. They've already happened on the Dan Lazovic board as we talk about pawn formation. h4, a5, a6, the central pawn break, e4 has arrived. Has Denis Lazovic done everything right?
Yeah, he's just been watching the Ding board, just being like, oh, that's a cool idea. I'll borrow that one as well. And then I'm going to turbocharge everything. Going to kind of just throw it all at the Black King. And I think here both sides have slightly more reason to be happy than the Ding against Hans board. Firstly, because the King's situation is sorted. Black's King is always going to be fixed now on this flank, surrounded by minor pieces. Denis's King is fixed. At least the variables there have been solved. But maybe not so happy. Tanya, look at that bar. Oof. Queen c3, he's coming now. Denis Lazovic, apparently a big mistake by Liam Le.
I mean, that just weakens a pawn massively, right? I'm trying to think how you're defending it. 2 moves come to mind. Either you save it with your knight or the queen. White can double down, triple down on it at the right time. Bishop a4, rook c1. You just have to be careful about the tender e4 spot. And you're pointing out the knight jump. I really like that, David. It stops the bishop from attacking the e4 pawn. It targets the knight on e7. Is that the best move in the position, knight f5?
I'm going to check. Wow, apparently, okay, knight f5 is good. Apparently h5 first is just as good, if not stronger. That is okay. Knight f5, I was going to say, is more natural. H5 would have been a pawn sacrifice. And okay, now, oof, knight takes knight, followed
What
by the
on
queen
earth?
coming in.
I
Wait,
mean,
what?
this is calculation territory, right? Knight takes knight, queen takes pawn, threatening checkmate in one.
Yeah. Let's put it on the board very quickly for everyone at home. This threatens checkmate in one move. There's two ways to stop it. You have to either run with your king, which looks horrible, out into the open where you'll just get mated surely, or you just move your bishop and defend across the 7th. But this is very scary.
Not only scary, white just wins back the e4 pawn, and you do the math, that's an extra pawn for white. And what's your compensation? Why have you just given me a c6 pawn, allowed the attack, and given back the central pawn?
Good question. He didn't even want this, Denis Lazovic. If we go back to the game, he didn't even take the knight and then take the c6 pawn. He's too happy with his position. He doesn't want to change anything. He just recaptures. Big pawn center.
Beast mode, right? By Denis Lazovic. I mean, taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and completely in control against Liam Le in this one. David, big defensive task ahead of the Vietnamese grandmaster. Let's zoom out and take a look, an overview of our 4 boards that we've got going on. Yangyi versus Kraftsev, that's an end game, so that's going to be a bit of a grind. Equal material, but there is an imbalance in pawn formation. Black looks like you've got more pieces at the center of the board, is ahead in development. The knight's jumping forward, advantage Yangyi in that end game. Fedosiev with the black pieces, our bar says, is doing great. And David, I think that's a very complex fight. Perhaps we can take a quick look at that one before going back to our big matchup between Hans Niemann and Ding Liren.
Let's do it. And Ding's advantage only growing, but still nothing concrete, so we'll jump there later. Okay, just as we come to this board, we see a question mark move by Black. In and of itself, that looks like a very decent one. You're kicking the white knight away, but actually the white knight wants to come to this direction, because if you pick up this white knight and put it anywhere, Tanya, you've corrupted me now. I'm just looking for all these smothered mates. The knight and f7, that would be over. And the white knight is actually en route. Knight f3. Knight to g5 maybe later, targeting some pawns in the way. Knight f7. It looks like this helps white a lot. Just to mention, the computer points out something crazy. The reason black was doing well, according to the eval bar, sacrifice, blow open the king, knight takes pawn, bishop takes, hitting the rook, and you're going to throw the g pawn forward as well. This is very hard to evaluate. The computer says +1 for black, but this was very difficult. You're a whole piece down. So I'm very skeptical that is easy for a human. Instead, we see c5 and knight to f3. The knight is coming. Watch out. I was kind of joking, Tanya, but it's a very real possibility now.
We might even see some queen sacrifices. You got to put that idea back on, but this time make it happen with a queen sacrifice, just, to show how dangerous this concept is. Pawn takes pawn, you can actually ignore the idea of pawn takes queen and jump in with your knight. Pawn takes queen, thank you very much. You take my queen, I take your king, and that would be game over.
Oh no, my queen! No! Knight g5. It's not actually a bad move. Computer says it's totally fine. Of course, probably he'll just take with the queen first, or maybe even just move the queen and save this one for later. But either way, this looks beautiful now for Duda. He's about to move.
We have this position, and I wonder if what Fedosiev is relying on is that if queen... By the way, knight g5 on the board, guys. Watch out, checkmate in one.
H6 stops it though. Boo.
It does. It's not going to happen. It's true. But it's a bit of like a cold shower, because you're expecting your opponent to do something with the queen, and then suddenly comes this move. And I think what he's thinking about is, does he want to defend it with a rook, moving it to f8? But that would allow maybe a tender spot on g7 at some moment, or does he go with h6? I don't know if it's a very easy decision. Also, just realize there's a tricky knight c6 in the position, defending d4 and controlling the f7 pawn. Square, sorry.
Yeah, black can defend in a whole host of ways, but Duda has so much time. It's also his type of position where he's speculating. He's got the bishop pair. I like how black was trying to accelerate the play against the bishop pair before the bishops can settle, but it just feels like white's attack is very strong. Tanya, I'm going to take us over this position, still in the balance, still very dynamic. I'm going to take us away from this one, because it looks like Denis Lazovic is just winning. It's going to be over any second now. He's just a piece up.
Oh, wow. And the pawns are rolling up the board. David, do you want to just quickly show us how did Dennis manage to win a whole piece against Liam?
Yeah, we have to go back a little bit of distance, a bit of time here. Liam's about to resign.
Maybe let's see that after then. Let's just watch the end of this, because I agree with you. With those 2 pawns up the board, an extra piece, no compensation for black. Liam's just playing out of inertia right now. And there it is, Denis Lazovic getting the first win after taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The 18-year-old beats Liam Le, and now Liam has to win on demand. Denis Lazovic on fire today.
On fire, and maybe just very quickly, just for a few seconds, we'll show how he won a piece, how he won that game, Denis Lazovic. We left it here, and here Black's defenses were overwhelmed. After the move rook to e8, he started the procedure here. He traded off knights. Now h5, very clever move. If the bishop goes back, now he's just going to win a pawn for free. He's actually going to take the c6 pawn and go for checkmate instead. Actually in this position, after fending off the checkmate along the 7th rank, very calmly, Denis just took this bishop, and here, if the knight recaptures, bishop g3 is a deadly pin. So after rook to c8, it looks like the white queen has to run. You take the knight back next move, but now he traded off queens, and at the very end, he's hitting this rook, so there's no time to win the knight back. Piece up. Denis went on to win.
Brilliant stuff. David, we will see, of course, there's still another rapid game, so Liam Le has a chance to take it to the tiebreakers, but let's come back and let's go over to Ding Liren versus Hans Niemann. A lot has happened since we left it. Still a very critical position. Optically looks great for Ding, right? With the bishop lined up, the pawn on a5, the rook has done the rook lift already, eyeing the b4 square to line itself against the king. Once the bishops come off the board, the dark squared weaknesses will speak for itself. But what I really want to do is back up to where we left it, and then get to this point, and you tell us, how does white sort of capitalize on all these weaknesses?
Yeah, this is crazy. This is only move 9. It looks like we've had like 15, 20 moves of heavy theory, but it's only move 9 right now. We were last here. Bishop to h2 was Ding's choice, lining up on the diagonal. We saw h6. Of course, Ding pushes forward a5. This was Denis's road to success. Ding's trying to do the same. I'm surprised he stopped there. I would have maybe expected him to continue pushing forward, create some weaknesses. But first he brought his rook up the board. Now, yeah, Hans just desperately trying to seek exchanges. Knight c4. And we actually see the bishops come off the board. I was going to say, Tanya, maybe what he should be doing is to take these bishops off just to fix the black king on this side. No more castling rights. Then again, the black rook is actually free to run. So I don't blame Ding at all. But here Hans is probably going to retreat, or maybe trade off, and it does feel like he doesn't have so many pieces left, Ding, to capitalize on his space advantage now, or his kind of pushing pawns on the flanks, the extra rook mobility here.
But I do agree with you. Feels a bit strange as well, right? Because you put your rook on a less desirable spot where you have to waste perhaps another tempo once black slides the queen to bring in the attack on that rook on h2. You know, it could happen at any moment. And instead of just sort of making sure that Hans's king never gets safe, it's sort of stuck on that. And it was a big opportunity. So might be a miss. But the bar says that Ding is still doing well. By the way, queen d6 on the board immediately. So Ding might have to use this move to come back, replace his rook. And I wonder if this comes in with another idea as well, right? Because now knight a3 check, planting the knight on b5. But I get the feeling, are you running out of squares in that position?
Yeah, it's at least something to scare Ding with, to kind of make him think a bit longer. Knight a3, and then maybe you come back. Yeah, I think, again, this is a tip that Magnus told me when we were sparring with some Freestyle a while ago. Okay, f4 to block. He said, if you can stop your opponent from castling, just do it. He was like, just make sure that the king is never going to castle, because now Ding, he might be attacking on this side of the board, but he's always got to be worried about the black king kind of sliding the whole way to g8. For the rest of the game, he's like playing... He's like, it's like a game of chicken. It's like, which flank are you going to? You just need to know which side your opponent's going to kind of castle to in order to know where to play. So I think maybe a small missed opportunity for Ding there.
I mean, this is just incredible, right? Happens only in freestyle chess, these different patterns and these different motifs. And it just feels like chess from another planet, and I just love all of it. And speaking of chess from another planet, David, huge news. Chess on Earth, shout out to you, who's gifted 235 subs to the channel. So well done, and thank you so much for that. Lots of hearts in chat for Chess on Earth there. And speaking of Chess on Earth, apparently a blunder on Earth has happened right now. We see the bar shooting up. He does go for that idea. And David, there was this feeling that the knight, in fact, might be running out of squares or landing up on one that's extremely passive.
Yeah, this knight is on a weird circuit. Ding, very instructive there. He first creates the little triangle of pawns. He's supporting his d pawn because he wants to play the move c4. So for example, now the black king cannot move out to c7 because that's the only escape route for the black knight. The black knight needs that one to run away to. But c4 is just going to come with tempo. I'm really shocked that Hans Niemann didn't trade knights there. Like, taking the knight on d2, you're struggling for space. Everyone tells you, you know, no space, trade pieces. But maybe he just wants the advantage. He's not playing for equality, Hans, here, Tanya. This is just his style. He's playing very creative moves in order to try and confuse Ding.
And that is the need of the hour, right? When you land up in this passive position with all these dark square weaknesses, you want to try to break that as quickly as possible. And Hans trying to free himself, you know, you give white just a couple of moves, knight f3, knight e5, a stronghold on that central square. I don't know if objectively c5 is best or not, but it's one of those moves that really confuses white. Hans, and look at that. Ding does continue with the idea of bringing the knight in. To me, it felt like a very natural move, David. But gets the question mark. Can Hans continue the steamroll down on that side? Is c4 something that could happen? It starts looking a bit scary.
Yeah, I would be scared. Especially because it's Hans and he's such a great attacker. Like c4, there we go. The white knight's going to kind of stand in the center of the board now. I'm expecting it to land on e5. But then black's going to close the door, close the cage. The white queen's never going to come and defend. There'll always be some checkmating ideas on that flank. Tanya, this one, I don't know. I'm getting nervous for Ding. He was adjusting himself in the chair. 2 minutes for Hans, just under 4 for Ding. What do you expect?
I expect just a lot of turnarounds, twists and turns to happen in this one. I think a lot of blunders await us, you know, with the time format that's there right now, the position blowing up. I think you can completely ignore the evaluation bar. That pawn coming on to c3. I mean, c4 was definitely for the score by Hans Niemann. He's perhaps ambitious about his chances as well here. Now a big decision. Do you keep the tension? Do you block it with c3? David, whoa, that was not something that I was expecting, because this gives a lot of additional options to white. Or do you anyway go knight takes knight? I was also thinking about f takes e5 here.
Yeah, f takes e5 looks tempting. Even d takes e5, there's something to say for it if the white knight gets to d4 later. Okay, he plays the kind of natural move. Knight takes e5. That white knight is a beast. It's going to be hard to remove.
And the reason for that is the bishop, the light squared bishop, right? You just can't challenge it. Hans's pieces are sort of coming in their own way. Look at the two rooks. Look at the bishop on g8. What even is the knight on b8 doing right now? And we see the bar. David, is there a knockout move right now? Because queen c7, a big mistake.
Wow, apparently there's lots of strong moves for white. I don't understand queen c7 even slightly, I must admit, unless like he wants to play c3, but he could have played c3 last move. It's like a very important use of time. Maybe he's trying to vacate the d6 square for the black knight. Maybe that's the only rationale I can come up with. But yeah, Ding plays a decent move, not the best. Apparently, again, stopping the opponent from castling, so important. Knight to g6. He could have just forced the black rook onto a square. It's just trapped. It cannot move. And even if you go back with the knight later, black's never going to castle to the long side, at least. And here we see this was Hans's plan. He gave a check. Now his knight is coming. But again, does Ding Liren insert the move knight to g6 just to make this black rook feel embarrassed?
Just want to say there's a threefold repetition with knight g6, knight f8, knight g6, knight f8. Not going to happen, but it's in the air. Ding brings his bishop out, but he had to do that anyway, right now, because now for Hans Niemann, he can put his rook on a much better square than h7 if you jump in with a knight to g6.
Yeah, I'm very quickly going to put this on the board. Ding with a couple of missed opportunities according to the computer. Not easy in human terms, of course, with no time on the clock. But I think we can all see that this black rook is just silly, dominated by the white knight. Maybe you get it out later by kicking the white knight away, then bringing it back. But black loses so much time, loses castling rights, very importantly. And instead, we see the live position. Ding hasn't moved. And Ding has to kind of Recce with the black king going the whole way across a bit later. Maybe not now, but later in the game. Hans is going for the white king in the meantime. This is chaos suddenly, Tanya.
I mean, this just looks like you're playing with fire right now, right? Your king is still on b8, opening up those lines, but asking a big decision. Because if you don't do streamer's favorite move, if there's no en passant that happens, which has its own consequences, black can double down on that c3 pawn. There's always the move b4, really creating a stronghold with c3. And look at that, the king goes all the way across. Now, no danger for Hans Niemann's king. David, I have a feeling this is turning around.
Feels that way. I think Ding's idea is to play b4. There's no other reason you would put your rook on a square it can be attacked. I think his idea is to play b4 to attack this c3 pawn. There we go. And it's just weird. It's like white's dominating the dark squares, black's controlling all the light squares. Neither king feeling safe, but neither king can be got at right now. Ooh, unless he's setting up some sacrifices here, Tanya. But Hans says no sacrifices for you. Knight for bishop trade. I agree, it's turning. It just feels weird with white's rooks disconnected so badly.
And the thing is, if you try to get rid of this monstrous knight, you're opening up a monstrous bishop, right? Black can recapture with the d pawn, giving a clear diagonal to that bishop and eventually some squares with which the queen can penetrate through the light squares as well, landing on d5 at the right time. If you allow the knight to stay there, how are you ever going to attack? How are you ever going to create threats? Rook g6 is a move, but it can be met by either rook f6 or the bishop even falling back to f7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white's just playing without his queen. Like Ding's queen hasn't got active. Should have been active very much so earlier. The white rook on a3, I really kind of struggled to see a life for that one. Maybe Ding later is going to have to play like king d1, king e2, get the rook out via the first rank, but that's so time consuming.
It just suddenly feels like the rook is totally disconnected, right? That rook on a3. It was such a power piece a few moves ago, landing on a4, looking at some rook lifts, a rook slant, eyeing the black king. But David, it all comes down to those moments when Ding could have taken away this possibility of the black king getting to the right side of the board. And now suddenly Hans, but what about the clock? Ding under 1 minute as well. All right, we see the trade.
Ooh, big threats. Ding is running. He's running. He has to get his king to the king side now, to the right flank. Not the wrong flank, the right flank here. He needs to run away. And yeah, maybe he's just about clinging on. Maybe.
But he's clinging on right now. But with 40 seconds on the clock, can you cling on for the next 10 moves is the big question. And you already start feeling like it was working, it was going so well, and it's just slipping out of your hands. Now, if black was to bring on the attack to the b4 pawn, this king on d1 defends the queen on e1, so maybe you're just in time to pick up the pawn on c3, and that's the point as well.
Yeah, and then trade off rooks, trade off queens. If the queens come off, white is doing very, very well. It's only the black queen that can ever break this dark squared blockade. So here we go. It is the white king. He can always use the white queen to defend the b4 pawn. Maybe he's got a fortress here, Ding. I don't really see how black is getting through either. Unless later on there's like an exchange sacrifice, maybe one of the black rooks giving itself up for the white knight because it is so strong, covers all the entry squares. But Ding's done a good job the last few moves of consolidating. It just looks very blocked now, Tanya.
I agree, and that is a stunning knight. If all the majors come off the board, then I think that knight will have more targets to get to, right? He's also placed all his pawns Ding has on the dark squares. By the way, we're seeing this line being played out. Rook takes pawn, queen takes pawn. There are ideas of rook takes rook now, that the white king supports the queen on e1, and more trades about to happen. You can't throw in a knight takes bishop because the rook on c3 was hanging. We're seeing this line being played out. And how are we evaluating these trades, this endgame now?
I see the bar prefers black. Like visually, first sight, I like white, but maybe black's just in time. Like b3 is a big threat. Ooh, wait, b3? And then the black rook's coming in. Maybe you should have traded off knight for bishop there. Ding Liren. Suddenly the black rook's entering, Tanya.
You can't do it anymore. Knight takes bishop runs into b2, and that would be game over. Or rook takes pawn, like you're pointing out as well. So there's absolutely no way, but you have to take the pawn, and suddenly that's not a bad bishop anymore. The white rook offside. I mean, the rooks have been the biggest bane in this entire game that Ding has had. One on this side, one on the other, and both struggling.
Yeah, both struggling big time, and that is a nasty check to deal with. The black rook is just going to go pawn hunting in the near future. Ding, though, Oh, that's classy from Hans Niemann. He shuts the door on the white rook, which was finally trying to get active. The white rook is just caught in that quadrant, like can't get out. And here we go. Hans dominates the white knight. The bishop controls all of the squares the white knight wants to use, and then he's going to go pawn hunting. And Tanya, it might just be step by step winning now.
Yeah, that one piece dominates the white knight, dominates the white rook as well. And the rook, it was voluntarily put there by Ding. He could have very well just kept it on h1 and found greener pastures for it, but now struggling in this endgame, he's going to try to give some checks. He gives up the knight for activity. He wants to win the g7 pawn, but this cannot be enough.
Ding panics. I think he's about to resign, Tanya. And okay, no, he plays on, but I think he just missed the bishop could block. Maybe if he got the a7 pawn, there were chances. But this is a desperate sacrifice, and yeah, Hans takes it.
Ding Liren resigns. What a turnaround this was. Completely in control. The former world champion looking strong, but Hans Niemann, he is resourceful. He is tricky, and he does it. He gets that shot moment by moment, move by move, and David, once he found his safety, he never let go of that, and which means Hans Niemann takes the lead in his match against Ding. We've got two decisive games with Denis Lazovic coming in with another big upset, getting that first dub against Liam Le. Meanwhile, the other two matches ending peacefully. But David, wow, what a game this was by Hans. What a turnaround he showed.
Yeah, it was a game of two halves. Ding dominated the first half, had a big advantage, but I just didn't feel like he wanted to commit. He didn't commit to a plan, didn't go on the attack. He let Hans back into it, and then Hans, very positionally, very masterfully, outplayed Ding towards the endgame, getting his bishop active. The white knight was actually just a bystander that whole game, and one of two decisive results in that round. The other two, some more dramatic than others. Kravtsev clung on for a draw against Yu Yangyi. Duda against Fedoseev was a tactical slugfest, cancelling each other out, and neither side able to break through there. But yeah, Hans Niemann, you've got to say a big favourite now. He has white in the second game, just needs a draw.
Wow. Just incredible scenes, right? And for Ding, I wonder if that also has to do with just how the day has gone. It's been such a marathon day for Ding, getting that win finally in the Armageddon in the round of 16, going down to the wire there and then eliminating Alexander Grischuk, facing Hans Niemann. Everything comes out beautifully from the opening, but it's never over till the last move is played, and Hans Niemann, tricky as ever, gets that dub. David, for Denis Lazovic also, I'm just so incredibly impressed, with the calmness, with how he shows his nerves, how he's so in control of his emotions, of the way he transposes from tactical positions to strategic battles, from middle game advantage to sort of these technically winning end games. It's been awesome to watch him.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I've got to say, just really versatile. Again, it's modern chess at its best. In the past, players were characterized by their, strategic stoicness and maybe their just unpredictability. But the modern generation, they can adapt. They can do everything, and he's proving it here.
Let's bring on our bracket on our screen, because I want to ask you that, are you expecting in the two matches, David, where the players are fighting, with that 1 point deficit, Ding Liren, Liam Le, who makes a comeback and what do they need to strike back right now?
Yeah, they need something different. It's hard to say. They're both, they're both in their 30s now. Liam Le, Ding Liren, both had long days. I think Liam just needs to shake it off and forget. He had a bit of a horror show. I've very rarely seen Liam defeated so one-sidedly as in that game. So he just needs to forget, move on, do what he does best. Very impressive player on his day. But Ding it's hard for him, I think. He'll need a great start. He'll need Hans to do something a bit crazy, I think, to get back in this one.
I think Ding just needs the round to start tomorrow. He just needs some sleep and some rest right now. You could see it even at the beginning of the match, right? Where you could tell that the day has taken its toll on Ding Liren. By the way, some big news coming in as well. The final rapid game. Are you ready for this, David Howell? There is a position reveal. Is 3-1-3. Let's bring it on for our chat, and there it is. This is where Ding Liren needs to strike back. This is where Liam Le needs to strike back, get that dub in to take a tiebreak. The other two matches are still level. David, break this down for us. What are some of the key factors in this position that stand out to you?
Yeah, first, check around the 64 squares here is always for those undefended pawns. Tanya, I spot one that can be easily attacked as early as move 1. H7 is hanging. It's a scary pawn to take because your queen might actually get trapped. This is Chess 960, freestyle chess, as I know it best. This always seems to happen. And yeah, sometimes you grab that pawn, you just win the game. Sometimes you get your queen trapped. I think bishop's in the center of the board, clumsy. We've talked about that earlier in the day. Knights both in the corners as well. And castling maybe as early as move 1 or 2. Very possible. What else catches your eye here? Do you think it's good for those players searching a comeback?
Well, I was going to point out that, the H-pawn can be attacked in move 1 and can also be defended on move 1 with the castle that you just mentioned. So getting the king to that square could be something that the players have as a defensive resource. The bishops in the center, like you said, always difficult to decide which side of the board do you really want to put those pieces into. Always nicer to have the long range pieces in the corner of the board. I want to get our chat involved. Let's hear it from them. What do you guys think? Does Ding make a comeback? Does Liamle make a comeback? Will those two matches go into tiebreak? Or is this going to be a Hans Niemann show, a Denis Lazovic show? I think if that happens, it's going to be tough to pick an MVP. I mean, it's got to be between one of these two players so far.
Yeah, exactly. Players of the day so far. Has Hans won every game he's played today? The second one.
Yes, he has, David Howell. 2-2-0.
Yeah, he has. Now 1-0. There we go. Yeah,
Rasmus Svanek.
Now we see the bracket confirmation. Hans Niemann on 3 out of 3 today. Denis Lazovic's played a lot more games. We should mention he's played 6 games, double the amount that Hans has played, but also very impressive getting past MVL. Yeah, the MVP. In the meantime, Tanya, we'll decide it after this round, after this game.
I agree with you. I think that decision has to wait. But for Hans, what's been really impressive, especially in that 2-0, was just the quality of his play. And then he comes, I think it was the first time in the day against Ding where he finds himself on the back foot in a worse position and yet finds the ability to fight back move by move and then turn it around. For Ding, David, so much about stamina and endurance in this one. I think he just cannot afford another yawn.
Yeah, yawns, the tiredness, all of that need to be out the window. I don't want him to be making me yawn either. He needs the energy on the board with the moves, with everything, with the speed. It was the clock, I think, actually, that cost him a lot. Ding. He had a fortress towards the end, but he just couldn't hold it. And he kind of panicked. He wanted to clear kind of the tension. But hey, we'll see. The green, the blue, the brown, the purple. Where do you expect the action, Tanya?
All around. I love the colors. I'm also going to say I'm loving our chat. Now without us asking as well, they're just spotting the mating patterns at the very start. So there's a mate in 4 that's been spotted as the quickest checkmate in the position, knight landing on that undefended pawn. Why G3? Why E4? Why G5? You need a little help. But just having these ideas in your mind, these motifs and these patterns, I think it's so important at the start. You kind of have to take in these characteristics of the position.
Yeah, 100%. Again, that's how to calculate ahead in chess. You see what you want to do, you see what your opponent can do in the meantime, and that's how you start calculating. I was going to say the most obvious pawn to push is the C pawn, and that does happen on the 2 furthest boards to the left there. The green board, the blue board, Niemann, Yangyi, Tanya. I think that's the most obvious. Also happens on the Liamle board. That's the most obvious pawn to push because it opens 3 pieces, the white queen, light square bishop, and the rook.
David, that's a pawn No, they castled. That's a pawn sacrifice, I want to say, or not? No. Okay, let's jump into one of these games because it has been defended. I was just wondering, are you going to blunder the 8-7 pawn with Dinglerin going for that short castle ideas? Or did he go C4, C5? Okay, I'm confused. Dive in, David.
Yeah. It was a pawn sacrifice. I can confirm by Ding. It was ignored by Hans. And we're actually 2 moves in, not just 1 pawn push. It might look like we've only played 1 move, but both sides have castled. So we started with C4. And like you said, Tanya, C5. And the whole idea is queen takes pawn. This is actually a bit fraught with danger because now knight to G6. And the black rook is threatening to trap this queen. And I see some other checkmates. If the white queen runs away now, for example, the rook hits. If you go the whole way across, queen G3 doesn't help because of bishop to C7 and you're in trouble. If you go the whole other way, queen takes pawn, and suddenly there are threats to take this knight. Let's just show that. You take the knight and you get back rank mated. Yeah, greed is not good here.
So very dangerous to pick up that pawn, and it wasn't. Instead, we see development of the knights on the board. So the knights are out, David. Let's continue with the action. Both sides have castled. Knight b3 played, eyeing a d4 break at the right moment. So much about breaking the symmetry, but copycat chess all around. d4 stopped as well, because after the trade, c4 will be hanging.
Yeah, although d4, just put this on the board very quickly. I could imagine a world in which Hans tries to calculate the move c5, kicking the knight away. Next move, trying to gain this pawn. Maybe the black knight even sits on the edge of the board, and just to keep an eye on this intruder. But yeah, very tense position. I have a feeling Ding's just happy to kind of take the burden off himself and not calculate. He's just going to play copycat as long as he can.
Why not save all that energy, as long as possible. Let's zoom out. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. Let's do a quick walk around the park here, because we've got 3 more games on. And I think, David, I want to go to the Denis Lazovic Liam Lay board, because that's another one where we need a decisive result, where Liam needs a decisive result. And we've seen some Alpha Zero-esque moves by him. That H pawn getting to H5. Is that progress on the path to trying to create chances and getting that win in?
Yeah, I love this idea. Like, it does look a bit weird, kind of pushing the H-pawn, but having castled, so the white rook isn't behind that pawn. But Tanya, I could foresee a world. He plays knight b3, but white could play queen to e4, bishop c2, and then just get in on this diagonal. With this pawn structure, it's just so much harder for black to ever block, because you just get captured. So yeah, queen e4, I'm going to watch out for that one. It looks very basic, but sometimes the basic ideas in chess are the best.
I mean, to me, it looks incredibly strong if you just set up that battery. This h5, h6 structure, just so dangerous. I'll point out another attacking motive, knight f3 and then knight f5, and then you do a rook lift via f3, line it up. And I say knight f5, it's been stopped forever, just saying. But knight f5, rook f3, rook g3 was something to watch out for as well. And I wonder if with e6, he's also setting up a defense against your idea, David. At the right moment, you can go f5 and block that diagonal.
Yeah, definitely. I think he needed to sooner rather than later. It is a pawn sacrifice we should mention. I'll just put this on the board. Knight takes pawn, though. You have to calculate it carefully. The bar doesn't move, so it's actually the best move. You should get greedy here. I was going to say this is scary because bishop to b6 is a pin. And the only way to block this pin, otherwise you get kind of eaten with this knight, is to move your bishop out. And I think his idea, Denis Lazovic, is to take this pawn with his queen. And this gets really complicated very fast. But maybe that's what Liam Lay needs, Tanya. In order to strike back, he needs to take risks and complicate things.
Very fun. I mean, if that was to happen, we get an exciting position, but a more solid, cautious approach there. So now defending f4 and also blocking that diagonal. Now the c5 pawn is under fire. So for Denis, he needs to find a way to defend it, and he does it with his own pawn. David, I'm expecting a break in the center at the right time. We talk about breaking symmetry. We talk about opening up those diagonals. The move that you're highlighting, not only with the concept of a central break, gaining space, but also landing your bishop on c3. That's the diagonal that you want your piece on.
Yeah, any diagonal that stares at the enemy king, right? That's always a nice start. I love that one. d4, he's got to go for it, Liam. Like, you can't wait forever before black gets pieces off the back rank. Now.
We asked our chat, d4. David Howell. d4 on the board. We asked our chat, will Ding or Liam make a comeback? And we've got our answer. While you try to dodge the question and the prediction when we put you on a spot, David, our chat has given us the answer that only Ding makes a comeback. That's their prediction, that Ding wins the second rapid game and that they believe that Denis will take the match in the rapid portion. 34% to only Ding makes a comeback, 19% to both of them making a comeback. I just want more chess. I just want more blitz, and I want that Armageddon to happen.
We'll be going till 6 a.m. India time. Tanya, we're going to be up all night watching some chess.
Party all night. I mean, what's the day? I've lost track. Is it the weekend? It is the weekend today. I mean, it's Friday morning now. It's midnight. So, gonna get my party hat on.
It's Friday, like daytime, like morning, afternoon. It's not the weekend, right? Surely it's only Friday evening.
I mean, in my head, what are you talking about, David? We're chess players. We don't have concepts of days and dates. We just have concept of when there's a chess game on. So it's already the weekend for me.
Life is a weekend. and we see a pawn exchange. I love chat. I love how much faith they have in Ding. It really warms my heart, like how many fans he gained, even in his unsuccessful match last year. But I do think it might be the other way around. Liam, to my eyes, it looks like he has all the ingredients of a comeback here, Tanya. Like he might just break things open with d5, bang. Like who knows whether the chips will fall on his side, but he can improve his bishops. This bishop coming out, the other bishop coming out. It just feels nice for him. For Ding, it's very symmetrical, very slow, and it does feel like Ding maybe doesn't yet at least have the momentum on his side.
If this goes to Armageddon, will you put on a party hat, David Howell?
I'll find a hat. I'll find something to wear.
We'll find something. If this goes down to the wire, we will find something. Just for chat. All right. By the way, your idea d5 on the board. I think you make excellent points. You know, it just feels that White's bishops are going to be the first to the party. Bishop f3, bishop c3. You've got all that space going as well. The knight landing on d4, putting pressure on the e6 pawn is a move that comes to mind. I don't know how dangerous is pawn takes pawn even a real threat, because that opens up the pathway for the bishop to land on b3 eventually with a pin along the diagonal. For example, knight d4, pawn takes pawn, and going in with that bishop move that you're highlighting.
Oof, yeah, this looks really scary for the Black King. We see the bar shoot up. No, great spot there, Tanya, because if Black isn't actually threatening to take that pawn, then why react? Just don't touch anything. Knight d4 is an improvement move. And Black is, I mean, he's only moved one piece. He got his knight out the corner, but that knight has done a lot of work and no other piece has. This is actually the fourth time he's moved his knight on e7. No other piece has moved his single move here, Denis Lazovic.
All right, so Liam Lei in full control, in driver's seat so far, looking for that comeback win. And we'll come back to our bird's eye view right now. David, hot action, not just on our players' boards that are looking for that win, but look at Fedosiev versus Jan Krzysztof Duda. Before we go on to check in with Ding Liren, can we take a quick look at that? Because it just feels like White's piece is so incredibly active on the right side of the board. Meanwhile, Black with a lot of space with the pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. And yeah, it's trying to get my head around it. It's one of those where, like you say, it's either very good for White with the piece activity, or if the pieces get traded off, which Black's trying to do with his last move, knight back to e7. If the pieces get traded, maybe you're just stuck for development. White is a bit behind with piece development here. The first encounter was crazy, by the way, Tanya. Between these two, it looked like it could go either way, but just high quality game, and we might be headed down similar paths. Both players just love to fight. And oof, bishop g3.
I like it, sort of just putting the sword in the air, right? Just hanging in there, that at any moment I'm going to try to eyeline that queen on b8. So watch out for that, because if you try to block it, let's say with a trade on f5, White gets a tempo, not only bishop f5, but what you really don't want to do as Black is put your bishop on c7, because then that knight on e8 has absolutely no future. So kind of not so easy for Duda, is my feeling, to find the right placement of his pieces.
Yeah, definitely pieces fighting for squares, kind of stumbling over each other. I would actually agree that White's position may be easier to play, at least over the next few moves, than it is for Black. So despite the eval bar slightly preferring Duda's chances, Fedosiev definitely with a lot of logic behind his play. b5. Oh, he's getting this square for his knight, Tanya.
Very nice. Very, very nice stuff. And also continues the pawn advance, right? So, all right, we'll keep an eye on this one. Chat, we hear you. David, everyone wants to run over through to the Ding Liren comeback that our chat has predicted is the biggest possibility. But look at the board position. That's the board in green, right? Symmetrical pawn formation, Ding with his head in his t-shirt. Not a very promising chess player's pose, I want to say. With the pawn formation, the way it is, it's always difficult to imagine for a player to create chances, right? It just feels too much in the balance.
Yeah, I'm expecting Ding to actually bring his knight back, and it's basically totally symmetrical, the position, other than the placement of a couple of rooks and maybe White's light square bishop on b3, Black's kind of bishops on different squares. Yeah, knight e7, it just looks totally symmetrical. That being said, he did win a very symmetrical looking position, Ding, in the final round of the candidates in 2022 to beat Hikaru Nakamura, leapfrog Hikaru, and go on to win the World Championship. that was a symmetrical position that came from an English opening. I feel shades of that.
But I feel the thing about that round is so many shades of gray there, because for Hikaru it was not clear, what he's fighting for, trying to take those extra chances. Will second place count or will it not? So it got a bit tricky like that as well, and then perhaps trying to push a little bit. And I wonder if that plays a role in what eventually happened at the candidates.
Yeah, symmetrical positions like this, you're spot on, Tanya. Sometimes you need your opponent to be a bit more ambitious, but Hans, he has draw odds basically in this game. A draw, Hans is through to the semi-finals. So yeah, if he gets one chance to just trade off all the pieces, Hans Niemann, trade off the queens, trade off the rooks, then he'll take it, and this game will fizzle out. So yeah, that's the downside for Ding.
It's he's going to try his best, but clock as well in Hans Niemann's favor, position as well, needing only a draw. And David, because there's perhaps not so many exciting opportunities just yet to discuss on this board, should we head back to the Denis Lazovic game? Because I think that one has a lot of potential for Liam to make that comeback, and it's sort of rich with possibilities for White. And I really like Liam's last move, bishop c3, eyeing a queen d4, threatening the kiss of death checkmate on g7. It gets a question mark, but I kind of like this move.
I love it. Like, that question mark.
Thanks for saying that, for having my back on that.
No, like I would play bishop c3 in a heartbeat, and I would be like, oh, queen d4 is checkmate. But actually, Denis Lazovic, maybe he's got the time now to put his knight on e8. And knight on e8, there's no mate, at least not this time.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That was for the knight on f8, David Howell. You can't just keep changing your squares in all your phrases every single time.
E8 is the new f8 in freestyle. That's my big take, hot take.
I like that. And you're freestyling it. Knight on e8, there will be no checkmate on g7.
Yeah, suddenly this position is equal. I just want to backtrack one move, because the white bishop landing on c3 is the most natural thing in the world. The downside as well now, by the way, for everyone at home, is like the d5 pawn also hanging to several pieces. So in this position, white apparently had a huge advantage, just one move before we jumped in. If he'd gone the other way, which that is not obvious, not human. Maybe the knight needs to sit on c3, and the white bishop actually should go this direction with the rook to come into e1. Pressure on the black pieces, but that is not easy at all. So Denis Lazovic profiting from a slide in the wrong direction, maybe. He's swiped left even. Should have swiped right with that bishop. But queen d4, knight e8 clings on, Tanya.
Wrong, but feels so right? Like, even if this idea doesn't work immediately, this is the square you want your bishop on c3, and you just feel that knight blocking the black rook. That's the kind of setup you want, and this is the kind of chat that I want. So supportive. We asked them, is Friday the weekend or not? And chat says, technically no, but yes. 62% ready to party if this goes into an Armageddon.
We're definitely partying tomorrow. It's going to be the pre-Vegas party. Tanya, when we have the finals of these play-ins, semi-finals and finals. It's going to be a lot of fun. I kind of agree. I've actually always wondered this. I always keep meaning to ask ChatGPT, like, what is technically the weekend? Where does it start? But now I don't need to. Chat knows.
Now you know. By the way, David, this last move, rook to c1, that we see, lining up against the queen, I was just about to ask. I mean, the d5 pawn is hanging. It looks, you need guts and you need nerves of steel to play this. Yes, because the rook in c1 is pinning that knight. But I'm just wondering if it's possible, and the bar does confirm that, in fact, you can just pick up the pawn. How does this follow through? What does Liam Lay have in mind? Or has he just blown away his advantage?
Yeah, he's not only blown it away, he's a clear pawn down as well. And of course, he's got compensation. White's pieces are super active, but the black knight also has a nice defensive square on e6 if there are some trades later, defending the only vulnerable spot on g7. Oh, Liam, I think he got a bit nervous. His position was maybe too promising, but he couldn't find the right squares for his pieces. This is the worst thing in chess. When you play natural moves, they make so much logical sense, and they turn out to be mistakes. Poor Liam Lay, like Denis is just playing concretely and defending really well.
And I wonder if this could be a miss, David, because we spoke about knight e8 as a retreat, and to me it looked like queen d4 now, because you don't have knight e8, the bishop on d5 is hanging, and you're threatening a checkmate, right? You don't even have knight e6, because bishop takes bishop comes in with a pin on that knight. But the fact that there's one more resource, The fact that black has, let's show this, bishop takes bishop, no time to pick up the queen, but instead of going in with the knight, there's suddenly a square that's been vacated, right? Rook f7 keeps everything defended. And it looks like it's hanging by a thread with the rook on c1, the bishop d5 hanging, but maybe it's just enough. The thread holds on, hangs on.
Yeah.
It's late at night.
Everything's hanging in the balance, especially Liam Lei's tournament chances here. His chances for that ticket to Vegas. Bishop takes on d5, by the way. Just to mention for everyone at home, knight takes with the c knight is not going to happen because of bishop takes pawn and double attack on the queen and the rook. The white rook defended. But yeah, another thing, he might have underestimated the other knight takes in the meantime, and everything holds together. Pawn up for Denis Lazovic.
Wow. All right. So a turnaround in this, and this is not one that Liam would hope for at all, needing that win. And look at that. He keeps thinking. He's been about in a 2.5 minute think already, goes down to about half of the amount of time on the clock. So not good news there. David, let's zoom out of this, bring on our bird's eye view. Where do you want to take us next? What catches your attention?
Ooh, this feels like the I was going to say lull, and then I was going to say calm before the storm. The lull as well. It feels like the calm bit of the middle game right now on all of the boards. Fedoseev against Duda is maybe the most imbalanced. Yangyi against Kravtsev also looking very, very tense. But Ding, I would love to go back there. It just looks so symmetrical, so equal. I just don't really see a comeback, Tanya. I just want more chess between these two. I'm not really kind of on either side, but just want more chess. Ding trying to trade off pieces, but that might only help Hans get closer to the draw.
I just don't want to see either of these two players leave the tournament. I'm not ready for that. I feel like either ways, it's going to be less joy and more heartbreak.
Yeah, maybe we should smuggle them in our suitcases to Vegas. Whoever doesn't make it here, just bring them in and they can play in the tournament. They need the wild card. I want to see them both there.
It's true. It would be awesome to have both these players. All right, but what about the position? How do we feel? Like you said, that for Hans, he sort of just kept everything under control. Just hard to imagine, again, when there are no big pawn breaks, when you've got so much symmetry in the position, pieces lined up the way they are, so many trades possible, kind of hard to imagine this creating any chances for black. All right, the first trade in. And e4. What? All right, this is strange. You need only a draw, Hans Niemann. Why are you playing with fire?
Like that makes
F4?
Even if e4 was a good move, you just don't play it. You play rook d1, you trade the pieces, and you make a draw, and you move on. Like knight takes h3
David?
sometimes, Tanya.
Exactly. There's a feeling, right, that this cannot be correct. You've just allowed the black knight on f4. There are all kinds of knight jumps, and suddenly Ding Liren is alive in this match.
Wow.
Why would Hans do that? Why would he do it?
Yeah, it makes no sense to complicate things when you're up. And Ding's getting excited. You see him on the camera, still with his kind of head in his t-shirt, but he was adjusting. He was like adapting to this new scenario where it's pure tactics. And I've been a bit naughty. I've checked. I was curious. I was like, is it knight takes pawn? Is it knight to d3? Is it just pawn takes pawn? But then there's a trade and the white queen comes in. So that's not what we want. But the best move by far for black, pawn to e5. This is what Hans has missed. Pawn to e5. And the white knight can never jump. It can never move because of checkmate on the g2 square. That pawn is just going to advance. And
is that the only move Ding Liren has to fight for a win?
Best move. Oh, he doesn't find it.
What a miss. What a miss. What a moment. e5 had to be played. But David, it still feels like anything can happen. Material balance has been restored. The knight jumps in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is not over. This is game on.
Yeah. Hans was smiling there a moment ago. That was a bit weird. Why would he be smiling? His position is really shaky. I understand why Ding did this. Very safe. But there's no threat, I should mention. Knight takes rook will be met by a knight fork. Knight e5 is coming. So you do have one move. So maybe move your rook or defend or something, Tanya. But self-pinning for glory is Ding's motto. And now there's some pins all over the place here.
It worked the first time around, got in the World Championship match. Will it save him this time? David, can you just show that move e5 as Hans takes a few moments to think about this position? A moment that Ding had where he could have seized the advantage in this position and would be the one playing for a win. Why is this so strong?
Yeah, I think there would be a bishop trade just as there was in the game. Makes sense to trade and lure the black king out. I'll just put that on the board. And essentially, white is very stuck. There's actually a threat of knight takes pawn on h3 if white does nothing. This is a check. And the white knight would drop. Black is a pawn up. And not too many ways to guard against that. This knight is fixed. Knight takes pawn allows queen takes pawn checkmate. All of these variations kind of speak towards black's advantage. Queen e4 would be the move I would look at to try and cut the tension here. But at the very end of the line, the rook comes in. Maybe the knight comes into d3. The black king is actually very quick towards the center. Winning chances, that is for sure. But let's catch up with the game. Actually, no moves played in the game.
No, he's still thinking, but I think he's reaching out. Well, not for a piece, but his mouse right now, about to make his decision. Is he going to save the rook, or will he use this moment realizing that black, and he does. So he does sidestep, and it's an inaccuracy. Ding Liren has his second chance after rook to d1. What's the move here? Because he's threatening rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight, big threat. Some ideas of maybe even knight e5, a threat right now due to some pins. Ding tries to trade. The best move was g6, and the white queen actually didn't have so many squares to go to, was almost trapped. But here, Hans now, he's going to bank the draw. He's trading off all the pieces. This is a pin. The black knight has to retreat now, guard its rook. Tanya, chance missed. Ding was playing it a bit too safe, maybe because of the clock situation.
But he had to take those moments, right, to think this through, because he had to have that feeling that this is a shaky position. This is the kind of position where tactics exist. And I just feel like he rushed through. You know, a draw is as good as a loss for him at this moment. Spend that extra minute.
Yeah, maybe he thought this endgame he could try and get the black king active, but the black king can never really move due to some knight checks, some knight forks. The white king is just going to... Okay, maybe it can move, but... Okay, he's going for it. But the white king can always just slide across as well. And yeah, the reason the white knight didn't move is because b2 would have been hanging at the very end of the line. But yeah, this is just dead level now.
You know, David, I think so much of this also has to do with just the kind of day, the nature of the day that these two players have had, right? Their paths has been so incredibly different getting to this point. I mean, for Ding Liren, the number of games he's played, just the toll that has taken physically, mentally, emotionally for a player to get here. While for Hans, it's been a spectacular day. And you can see it in his energetic play, keeping control on the clock, bringing on the moves fast. But for Ding, two opportunities, both missed.
Yeah, difficult day, or difficult quarterfinal, at least for Ding, who's played really, really well, but just those latter stages. You can see on the camera now, he's not so excited about his winning chances. Essentially, it's just a blockade. The white bishop controls the dark squares, the pawns control the light squares, no way in. Tanya, do we stay here till the bitter end, or do we zoom out just for a moment to the bird's eye view?
Just for a moment, and then let's come back, because as the game goes on, I mean, this might be the final few moments we're seeing one of these two players in the fight for Vegas. But David, let's jump straight into maybe the Liam Lazovic board, or is there something else, somewhere else you'd like to take us?
Well, Liam is worse. Needing a win, it's going to be difficult. But Fedoseev looks like he might be about to lose to Duda. He's maybe about to get checkmated in some very nice ways. Very flashy way. So maybe we just quickly jump in there.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll update you on the Ding board if he does give up his winning chances anytime soon. But this one, Tanya, currently white is the exchange up, but this check can be blocked by the black rook. First of all, this rook is also hanging on c1. But even if you just move the king, I'm seeing some checkmates on the h-file a bit later.
Exactly, right? That's where I had my attention as well. It feels like white's coming in with rook d1, rook d8, rook g8, but guess what? You're one move too short, because after king g7, once the queen lines up with the rook, the bishop on e3 is just such a spectacular piece, taking away any running squares from that white king. And I think Duda's just calculating this. He wants to put that king to g7. He doesn't want to go into the defense with rook e8. He's just trying to figure out if his own king will be in danger. Because king g7, you have to watch out for rook d1, rook d8 ideas. You need to make sure that queen c5 works for you.
Yeah, it's not immediately checkmate, by the way, because the white queen can swoop back. So I got overexcited there. I was like, oh, wait, it's just game over. But The white queen can defend, so it's a difficult choice for Duda. The computer says that king g7 is by far the best move, but for humans, this is not easy at all. Rook e8, very tempting as well to block.
I mean, I completely missed the queen h3 resource as well, David. But that means that white will be in time to get the rook to the 8th rank. And that's why Jan-Krzysztof Duda is not rushing with this decision.
Yeah, and he blocks with the knight. Big mistake, apparently.
And he's not happy. He's not happy with his own choice. Look at that. Shakes his head. A retreating move, a very passive move in this position. Knight to e8.
Yeah, knight to c2 now is one possibility due to some action on the e-file, or you just move your rook to d1. Maybe we go back to the Ding game, which is about to finish.
Let's do it.
Just this very moment. Hans Niemann is about to hold the draw against Ding. Nothing Ding can do. The position actually repeats itself there. Hans, let's see a celebration. Is there one? Not so much out of respect to his opponent, perhaps, but there we go. Hans Niemann into the semi-finals of the play-ins. Ding, it is a goodbye for now.
And Hans Niemann does it in style. He wins the round of 16 with 2-0 against Rasmus Swane. And it wasn't just the scoreline. Incredible quality of play there by Hans. And then taking the first round win against Ding and keeping it completely in control in the second game. Ding had only 2 opportunities, but did not have enough time to turn that. It is the end of the Vegas dream for the former world champion. Hans Niemann continues his journey.
Wow, and in the meantime, huge blunder by Duda, who was totally winning when we were there a few moments ago. He's on tilt, it seems. King to f8, double question mark. And look at this, rook takes e3. He's blundered Duda due to a double attack. This is beautiful.
And he can't believe it. He does pick up the a1 with check. But what's next? There's rook takes knight coming in. You can't defend that knight. There's no way home for the black queen.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's a really cool detail he's missed, Tanya. Queen c5. If you go back with rook e7, rook takes knight. Check. Would have landed a checkmate.
Rook takes knight and queen c8 would have been game over. And now Jan-Krzysztof Duda up an exchange. Sorry, down an exchange. And rook d7 attacking the knight. The queen coming in as well.
It's over.
What a turnaround. Unbelievable stuff.
Duda is shocked right now. And just while he mulls over what to do, very quick action replay. Rook takes e3. Just to point out this position, the queen check, this double attack, you could not block with the rook because of rook takes knight check. And white only has a queen left, but it's enough to deliver a checkmate. Let's catch up though. In the meantime, Duda missing this really cruel tactic. And this is where we stand. Tanya, at least he's up on material with black. Some hope there.
It has to be about checkmating the black king, right? Because black has enough pawns to counter the material deficit of not having a rook on the board. And there is a big idea of going into an endgame. And if you allow that, I don't think black has any danger with these 2 G pawns, David. You have to make sure you fight the idea of queen e5. So queen e7 cannot be the move here because that does trade the queens. He blocks first. He pins that knight on a6, stopping queen e5. Now queen e7 is the big threat. Or if you want to be fancy, queen e6 is the big threat.
Ooh, nice. That might be the clincher, Tanya. I don't think black's pawns are fast enough. If you kind of trade queens and lose your knight, white's rook can stop the pawns on it on its own. You need the pawns to both be on the 3rd rank. If they're both on the 3rd rank, they always beat a rook. But it looks like he's just stuck, Tanya. No real way to make progress. b4, I think you can go for this again. Queen trades don't help black, and that will just end in checkmate. The black queen is just too far away.
Unbelievable. And for Fedoshev, that would just mean end of the road to Vegas. And you feel like you're so close, you're doing everything right. And look at Fedoshev, he realizes it. Fedoshev knows he's so close. For Duda, it's heartbreak.
Yeah. Duda, and he was winning just, 7-8 moves ago. He was totally winning, but he went for a variation that tactically flawed, but also that kept the black knight on a bad circuit. He lost a very important tempo. Going back with his knight, self-pinning, blocking a check earlier with his knight, has left this piece stranded.
And Denis Lazovic gets the draw against Liam as well. Just a quick update and a big one, which means that it will be Lazovic who goes on to the semi-finals. David, what a day it's been for Denis. You know, just coming in, getting that dub against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, eliminates him, and then eliminates another heavyweight in the quarterfinals. Incredible scenes.
Very impressive. We have Denis Lazovic, Hans Niemann waiting in those semi-finals, just waiting to find out who they're joined by now. And the big question, Tanya, is whether White can go and win the Black Knight, firstly by threatening a checkmate. Queen to e5, is that a threat? That is the big question.
And you've got to do calculation here, right? Because it's the only move that Black has. And you can choose the spot. You can go to e6, e7, e8. You've got the same threat. And the way Duda just keeps throwing his hands in the air, it almost feels like he knows that the pawns are not in time, David. It feels like he's worked it out. He had no option. That after the queen trade, in fact, White can pick up the knight, be up a rook, and we're going to see the fancy queen e6, queen e5 only move. There's going to be a trade. White will pick up the knight, and then Duda has to run with the pawns, but they don't run too far. Ooh, that was not a move that I was expecting.
Yeah, I did not see that was even legal. I guess queen takes pawn. You have to calculate what happens after the black queen swoops back to try and defend. I think White can just move the king up and block any checks, but maybe there's something better. He's hoping for maybe rook takes pawn, and maybe then we'll see some queen exchanges, and still looks winning to my eyes. But okay, queen f5, full control from Fedoseev.
But I'm just trying to understand. So after queen f5, the threat is queen h5 check, and then taking on f7 with a check. So he renews it. Again, queen e5 is dead lost. Queen trade, pick up the knight, your rook. And I think we're going to see this being played out. Fedoseev will show us. And there it is, Jan Krzysztof Duda giving up. You can just go rook a4, start munching on the pawns.
Yeah. Even if one of the pawns were on b3, White would be winning by sliding behind and then going attacking the back pawn. Both pawns need to be on the third rank, and there we go. Fedoseev wins a roller coaster encounter. Duda has been eliminated from the play-ins.
Expect the unexpected in freestyle chess. What a game, what a start, what a fight. And it's Fedoseev who goes through to the semi-finals for Duda. A heartbreak in this one after looking so close to getting that win. We've got one more game remaining. Scores are level. Players are playing on seconds. David, an extra pawn for White. Is this close to a draw or a White win?
Oh, I would say it's closer to a draw. A black win is also possible if the black bishop ever lands on the g3 square, but unlikely to happen. There must be a trade now. And yeah, this one feels like it's petering out. Black can just take this f-pawn. Even if it's 2 versus 1 at the end, that is a very elementary draw.
Which means?
Yeah.
I think we might have that. With rook takes pawn, well, now you could take on c6, which means we get at least one tiebreaker, David Howell. More chess.
More chess. Bring it on.
David, you got to be more excited about that.
It's late here, Tanya. No, but I'm happy. I'm happy there's
Do
more
not
chess.
complain about it being late. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm joking. It's I'm a night owl. I think most chess players are. It's very dark where Martin Kravtsov is, by the way. Someone needs to turn on a light there. Not good for the eyes.
It really is. I mean, the position, it's brightened up for Black. You know, you're not even down a pawn anymore. And you, Yangyi, not happy with this outcome because he will have to now fight it out in the blitz, the best of 2. Are we going to see a repetition right here, right now?
Surely.
Check, check, check. Okay, if he goes king to f3, what happens then? He doesn't even give a check. What, is anyone playing for a win here? What's happening?
I guess he's keeping the rook on the back rank so he can give a check from behind if the king ever steps up. White has a slightly better pawn structure, but the black king's so active. No, pass pawns. We're going to see a draw here now. Are we? No. Stop teasing us.
Just over the next 50. And now I think we're going to see it. King f2, rook a1, or rook c1. And I think when the position repeats thrice, the board automatically stops. The players, I think in their minds, are just getting ready for what's coming up next. And now just a bunch of checks. Check, 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 check. Check it out. We are heading into a tiebreaker between these two players. More chess. We love it as Yangyi takes it to the tiebreaker. Kravtsev surviving a difficult endgame in that one. He's sitting in the darkness. Someone switch on the lights because there's more chess to be played.
Yeah, more action ahead. He frowns as he leans forward. He defended a very difficult position there, Martin Kravtsev, one of the underdogs, one of the lower rated players left in the play-ins. And Yangyi, a bit of a favorite maybe in the Blitz, but he's still alive. And there we go, 3 confirmed out of the 4 semi-finalists here, Tanya. And it's been electric so far. Hans Niemann making it through, Lazovic as well, one of the players of the day.
And Denis Lazovic will take on Fedoseev in the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann is waiting for the winner between Kravtsev and Yangyi's matchup. We will have the best of 2 Blitz. And if that's a tie, then we put on our party hat and go into the Armageddon. We'll be back with all the action. We will see you in just a few. Don't go anywhere as the 4th semi-finalist will be decided.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess. Players can never memorize everything. My name is Alireza Firuzja. We're gonna check some questions. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite fashion designer? I think Louis Vuitton is my favorite. Where is Alireza Firuzja from? I was born in Iran, but now living long time in France. Alireza Firuzja's peak rating 2800 something 3 probably 4. Who is Alireza Firuzja's girlfriend? She's a volleyball player. What is Alireza Firuzja's favorite chess opening? I would say King's Indian or Sicilian. When did Alireza reach 2800? When I was 18.
We have a few more questions from ChatGPT.
How did moving from Iran to France was? I was already like 16, so it was a good decision for my chess to be in Europe and the freedom of going around and playing chess. It's very cool. Your style is often described as aggressive and dynamic. How would you describe your approach to the game and how do you develop this type of style? Yeah, I think my approach is very tactical, sharp attacking, and you have to solve a lot of puzzles in the beginning when you're a child and the pattern stays in your head. What are your thoughts on balance between preparation with engines and maintaining creativity in your games? Do you ever feel like the game is losing some of its human element with the rise of AI? I don't think it's losing the elements because AI is going to help players to play better chess against each other. So I don't think chess ever going to die because players can never memorize everything. What do you consider the biggest difference between playing online chess versus over the board? For me, there's no difference. I think for a lot of players it's different from online and over the board, but for me I feel like it's the same game. Chess has seen rapid evolution in recent years. How do you see the role of young players like yourself shaping the future of it? Yeah, I think it's very important to have good new generation coming. So I'm proud that a lot of players are very competitive, Gukesh, Arjun, and I think we have a good generation that is coming to slowly take over. What advice do you give to young players who want to reach the highest level in chess? What do you think is the most important quality? Yeah, I think the most important is to play a lot of tournaments and not be afraid of losing, especially for young people, to know that they should just think about improving, and losing is not end of the world. That's it.
And get excited because the 2025 Bullet Chess Championship is right around the corner. Alireza Firouzja returns to defend his title, but he'll have to be better and quicker than speed demons like Daniel Naroditsky, Nihal Sari, and Arjun Erigaisi. The action begins right here on June 23rd. For now, you can go to go.chess.com/BCC or use the command BCC in chat for everything you need to know about the Bullet Chess Championship. And coming up right now is the tiebreaker for that spot for the fourth semi-finalist, the final one. We've got 3 of them already decided, 1 more to go, and it's going to be a big fight between Yangyi and Kravtsev. And David, let's bring up our format because it's a big switch up. Freestyle played with 5 minutes on the clock with a 2-second increment. Once again, a best of 2. Players will play with white ones and then with the black pieces. We're going to have a new fresh position soon. If it's a tie, it goes down to the Armageddon. With what we've seen from both these players, the form that they've shown, David Howell, what are the chances that this one actually does go down to the wire?
I think the chances are high. And you were talking about the Bullet Chess Championship. They need to be as deadly as Bullets here because it feels like both players have had chances. They've had decent chances in the earlier games, the longer rapid, but they haven't been taking them. They're just lacking that killer instinct, resourceful defense from both sides. And yeah, I wouldn't be averse to Armageddon, Tanya. It feels like it's that type of day. We had a couple earlier. Why don't we end on the same note? Full circle.
I agree. And Armageddon really goes into that bullet territory, right? Where flagging is absolutely loved by everyone. By the way, while we're waiting for our drum roll position reveal, do you think Alireza defends the Bullet Chess Championship this year? And chat, tell me, what do you think as well?
Oh, I think yes. I mean, I love Daniel Naroditsky. I love Andrew Tang and others, Arjun as well. But Alireza is just so good. So good at Bullet.
Yeah. He's Speedy Gonzalez when it comes to Bullet. All right, we have got big news, chat, because we do have our first position of the Blitz. It is the one we all know, the one that we've all studied for years. It is position number 5333. Give it up for what we've got on the board. David, what is this? I mean, all the pieces almost on their same starting position except the queen and the bishop. This is super close to a 5-1-8.
Exactly. And people talk about how these positions, they're kind of listed, how they're organized, ordered. Often it does start on the queen side. So the closer the 2 positions are in number, it kind of means that white pieces, for example, are closer to how they would be in that other position. 5-1-8 is the normal start position. That's why the rook, knight, and bishop land on these squares. The only difference, the light squared bishop and the queen. And I could see that correcting itself, Tanya. I could see like an e4 opening, white playing like c3, bringing the bishop out to b3, just basically playing an Italian game or Spanish if you put the bishop on a4. This one is going to normalize very quickly. I don't think we'll see d pawn openings. This one is, it's not going to be the most thrilling from the start, unless we see King's Gambit, maybe.
Ooh, that would be spicy and that would be fun. But I'll just follow up on what you said. I mean, we could have a very, very normal chess position with e4, c3, bishop coming out, queen e2, knight f3, shot castle. And then putting the rook on d1 and striking in the center with d4. You know, you can just mark all the arrows. This is an idea that we see so commonly in those royal pairs, in those Italians. And it just feels like the pieces are ready to land on this spot. Do you think the players feel relieved to see this kind of a formation where they've got these familiar patterns? Or do you think it's a bit like a bummer that they were hoping for more freestyling?
Yeah, good question. I think the players with the black pieces will be relieved. It's like, okay, I can rely on normal patterns. I'll survive this opening, and the game goes on. With white, you get a bit frustrated. You want to be creative. You want a big advantage early doors in the freestyle games. You want to kind of ask your opponent unorthodox questions. But this one is not going to be too unorthodox at all. And yeah, I'm expecting e4. Kravtsev starts with white, Tanya. How hard do you think he's going to push for the win in this first blitz game?
I see your reaction, and I think we're going to bring up our board really quickly because chat missed that. David did a double take on what just happened. No e4 on the board. Action replay of David Howell's reaction there. Knight c3 instead was the move of choice, the starting move by Kravtsev. And we saw Yangyi go on with the idea of e5. Are we going to see that quick central break that you're pointing out? But David, now he goes back to more standard plans. But what I see that does is the bishop on d1, which you were thinking lands on one of the diagonals on the left side of the board, isn't going to be feeling too happy.
Yeah, I mean, very creative play. Tanya, g4? G for glory?
F4?
G for gold? f4? One of these two.
Love it. Something for.
Something for. Otherwise, he's just put his pawn on d3 and knight on c3, which aren't great squares in normal like e4, e5 openings, king's pawn openings, as we'll call it here. What do you make of this, Tanya? Do you like it?
If g4 happens, I love it. If bishop e2 happens, I'm not so sure. Because that just feels like the wrong follow-up to this whole plan, right? Get on that something on 4 to make sense of it. And look at that. Yangyi is setting up for d5. That's a big central break, and this is the moment for Kravtsev to strike now.
Yeah, last chance. He goes for it, f4, before it was too late. I was going to say, I was amused by knight c3, amused by his next move. Then I was very impressed by e4 with f4 coming. Then I was like, what on earth is bishop e2? But then now it's kind of, the average is that it's just a nice position. It's just, at least for us as chess fans, it's just slightly imbalanced. I like the fact that the black bishop is coming out, though, to stop maybe the white king from castling.
And do you think that, in fact, white is thinking about a castle on the left side, on the queen side here, just keeping it a bit flexible, though he's not revealing his cards? But bishop b6 especially does stop that king side castle, right? So now no more king on g1. Take that bishop out, get your king to safety, and then f5, g4, g5, pawn storm on the other flank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a timeout at some point, plays a move like h3, although you do have to be a bit wary of like the knight coming in to some dark squared holes. The one thing you do want to kind of double check if you play a move like bishop to d2 is what happens if the black knight comes in to try and start poaching that white rook in the corner. I think one of the first patterns we learn, oh, it's a blunder. I actually even said it's the move you want to play h3 to stop the knight coming, but now the knight comes to h5. Queen trap.
Commentators curse. Strikes bad. Wait, is this just over because you're losing big material now, right? You're either trapping your queen or you're losing the rook. I mean, king d1 is the only way to create a lift, a square for the queen. Knight g3, and thank you very much. I'll pick up the exchange.
Yeah. Oh, he finds this way of doing it, g4. But still, it's a rook for knight. That must be a huge advantage for black. He also knows now that the white king is going long. The white king is going to the queen side, so he can start preparing for that a bit later, maybe a pawn storm. That was a huge miss, Tanya. Holes in positions, they matter so much.
This was never the plan. It wasn't an exchange sacrifice. That was a big blunder. And I think, again, it just comes down to how long this day has been for the players and just what it's demanded of them. I mean, you know, you give them some time. A player like Kravtsev would never fall into h3, knight h5. Well, look what's on the board. But this time, David, you're down in exchange. Are you still picking white in this position? Now is really the moment of truth to test your loyalty towards Connect 4. It's really a tough one.
Yeah, I'm a fickle kind of guy. I will change my mind. Who cares about that
Fair.
silly game Connect 4? It's all about counting pieces. And okay, it's gone anyway. It's got off the board.
So they helped you out. All right, but now you can take that pawn back because the knight on c3 is pinned. So pawn takes pawn, threatening d4, doubling down on that knight as well. And not even giving white the possibility to continue with that development, right? Making things very difficult, creating a square for your own knight to jump onto, knight c6, coming on with great development potential here. He first takes on c3. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he would wait for bishop to d2 and then take on c3 and like, okay, he's doubled the pawns, but he has lost a bit of time. Most impressive for me, Tanya, is the fact that Kravtsev, despite blundering the exchange, I think blunder is the right word here, he just missed that. He didn't flinch that much, he didn't spend too long. Like, yes, he's a minute down now, but a lot of us would have been totally tilted. I would have been tilted out of my skull. I would have been like, oh, like, resign. But he's fighting on.
There would definitely have been a table smash in that case. I am 100% sure.
Yeah,
but David, do you think, I know it's blitz, but can we just show that moment just for a moment? Because I think that was a defining move in this entire game.
Yeah, already. I mean, this is just a normal looking position. White can just play a move like bishop d2. White can maybe go for the black dark square bishop if there's any fear. The clear intention was to stop knight to g4 into f2, for example, coming in with a fork. If white castles queenside, this would have been also disastrous. But instead, trying to cover this square, backfired, maybe just fooled by the awkward placement of the white queen. The freestyle placement here, knight h5, threatens to trap that queen. The bishop cuts across this diagonal, no way to cover that square. So that's how black won the material. Queen and rook fork. And if we catch up with the current position, it's still that material dynamic. Black's also opened up the h-file nicely. This is, big advantage for black.
And it's just a beautiful pawn formation for black as well, right? You've got the structural weaknesses as white. You've got the bishop pairs, but where are the diagonals for your bishop to try to create that counterplay? I won't be surprised if Yangyi thinks that the best and the safest place for his own king is to go long castle, get the rooks connected, put that king on b8 as well. And this is Kravtsev trying to hit the chaos button, but I think he just doesn't have enough firepower left right now. Black could also push that pawn to d4. That would be my move of choice, just keep everything blocked. But instead, Yangyi decides to just meet fire with fire, trades, and looking for more trades on the open D line.
Yeah. If he just gets a couple of moves here with black, if you kind of put your pawn on f6, cover all the dark squares, and maybe get your bishop out of the way, trade off rooks, then you're loving life. The one downside maybe is that f6 is met by bishop to a3 now. Very clever setup from Kravtsev. The black queen will be kicked away. Then the white bishop will install itself in enemy lines, bishop on d6. Suddenly it gets a bit scary, Tanya.
If the bishop does land on d6, I see what you mean. The king on c8 starts feeling like you don't have enough breathing room, breathing space. And I think that's why this is a very smart move. It stops that idea completely. So, you need to know when to withdraw into that defensive retreat. And he does it. David, what we've got in front of us, Kravtsev sitting in this immense darkness surrounding him. Meanwhile, Yangyi with so much light and brightness. Is that telling of what's going on the board as well?
Oh, I love it. Symbolism. Yeah, exactly what's happening right now. The black queen's just going to move somewhere, maybe c7. But I used to do this myself when I was younger at chess tournaments, away from chess tournaments, just sit in the dark, too lazy to put the light on or too... I don't know. I look better in the dark, but ultimately it doesn't help the eyes. It wears down your brain, and this is a long day of chess. Like, you need all the energy you can get. So I do question the wisdom of sitting in the dark for hours on end like that.
Yeah, I agree. You need all the help you can get. Bring on the light. All right, so knight has captured that central pawn right now. Black up in exchange still. It does feel like there is a making of some attacks as well once the rook lands on h1, pinning that bishop on d1. I mean, can you do that immediately? Is rook h1 a possibility here? He first trades and now comes in.
Yeah, nice. I think the white knight could have maybe sat back to block the d-file if the knights had been left on the board. So great move order. Also, the black bishop has now been given a new lease of life. It's going to come to c6. great defensive square, maybe attacking square as well, if we can come and overwhelm the pinned bishop. Oh, that poor piece. I don't think it's going to move the rest of this game, Tanya.
And David, there's another threat in the position. You're attacking it directly. And let's say if you block this file, placing your bishop on d6, threatening queen c5, black can give a check from g5, forcing either a queen trade or a loss of the bishop on d1. Also want to point out at the end of that line, king b2, rook d1, queen e8 is there, queen d8, and then you force a queen trade finally.
Yeah, all working perfectly for black.
I almost thought I walked into a checkmate there, by the way, just going to say that.
No, that was smooth as anything, Tanya. Don't worry, that's perfect. I mean, tactics work they just work like that, right? Like sometimes everything flows in one player's favor, and it's just flowing now for Yu Yangyi because he's got good pieces. Tactics work for the side with good pieces.
That's true. Great foundation, right? You've got good pieces. You've got them beautifully set up as well. White has an extra pawn for the exchange, but that pawn's to naught because of the double pawns on the C line as well. Still the threats of the check on that G5 square. I love this bishop on C6. It's an attacking piece. It's also a great defensive piece, controlling the E8 check for white. And now queen F4, queen F3 ideas in the air.
Oof, yeah. Any kind of hit on the white queen is going to be overwhelming. Bishop f3, queen f3 ideas, queen e4 ideas, queen f1 ideas. He's going to get the queens off by force. No checks, no counterplay. Kravtsev has no time either. Queen f3 looks deadly. The move you suggested, Tanya. Pin and win.
Pin and win. Why not? Because you end up losing the bishop on d1. I mean, how do you actually even defend that after queen f3? Are you not just going to be down a rook? He goes queen f1, same idea, different move.
Same idea, equally strong, and we'll see Kravtsev resign or let his clock run out now. He only has a few seconds left. This might be the end of the first game in a moment. Okay, he gives one final move, but he's going to get mated and or loses bishop to queen a1 with a skewer. This is over, Tanya, any moment now.
And you could do it directly because there are absolutely no checks on the board. Yu Yangyi about to win his first blitz game, which means Kravtsev will be in a must-win situation. And Yu Yangyi just putting the finishing touches. He's just making sure that he can pick up that bishop. And indeed he can, and he does. You can fall back with the queen on the 8th rank. Just get it to defend.
Yeah, this is more than enough.
Chicken
He's
chest.
just looking, making sure no counterplay. And white resigns. Yangyi takes the first win. He still looks like he's playing very energetically, Tanya.
He does, right? It feels like he hasn't had a long day at all. I mean, just all his moves, active play for Kravtsev. The task is cut up. He needs to win the next one. He needs to switch on some lights, get that bright, positive mindset going. By the way, our chat seems to know everything. They predicted a 57% tiebreak win for Yu Yangyi. He's got his 1 foot in to the semifinals, needs only a draw in the second round. David, if you were with Kravtsev right now, what would you tell him?
I would tell him, turn on the lights, get a drink, just splash water on your face, anything. You have black next, you just have to react. Huh?
David, this is a family-friendly show, and you know, it's Friday, but it's early in the day right now.
I meant
Get a
water.
drink of water. Hydrate yourself.
Anything that he finds refreshing. No judgment. And Martin Kravtsev, it's Ukraine versus China, of course, but he is up against it now. Must-win situation for him. And he is aiming to join Hans Niemann in the semi-finals to play against him. But Yu Yangyi looks like the favorite now, Tanya.
He does. I mean, a big point ahead, and he will have the white pieces as well to start with, but this is freestyle chess, so perhaps matters a lot less. No clear way to shut down action, so at least Kravtsev is guaranteed a game. So much depends on what position gets pulled out, David. Hans Niemann waiting for who wins, who will play against him. We already have our other semi-final finalist matchup ready. Fedosiev taking on the young, very impressive Denis Lazovic in that one. Big news coming in. Can't hear the drum rolls. Let's go. It is position number 7-3-6, David Howell. We've got it. And I have to say, the good news for Kravtsev is this is so much more of a freestyle position than what we had in that last game. And that's exactly what you need in the match situation that he finds himself.
Exactly. It felt like Kravtsev with white was having to contort himself slightly, do some weird stuff. That's why he ended up blundering with h3 early in that game. But here, you don't need to do weird stuff. Tanya, he's going to play both sides actually, maybe going to play symmetrically here. He's going to push these 2 pawns forward, unleash the beasts, the bishops, these snipers onto this flank. The queen's actually feeling a bit awkward, maybe stared down by enemy bishops. Knights centralized though, and the kings are flexible. So yeah, all the ingredients to put your own stamp on things and to emerge with a relatively kind of fresh, rich type of position.
Very interesting. And because of all the points that you pointed out, there's no direct way to create an attack, no undefended pawns. So then it comes down to what are our first move predictions here for white in this position? Because you really want to get the pieces out, right? We've spoken about trying to activate those long range pieces, which makes me wonder if one of the moves that the players could be thinking about. David, let's put predictions in. I predict the B pawn. Not sure if it will be to B3 or B4, but I'm predicting the B pawn moving on move 1. What do you think?
Okay, I'll go C. C for, I don't know. It's the English opening after all. C4. Yeah, the bishop.
It is the English or the rook pawn opening in this case. Makes a lot of sense, right? You're opening up the bishop, opening up the rook, also creating a square for your knight to land into. I actually would love to take a B3 C4 kind of a setup in this position. Makes those move orders, but get the pawns there.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's a case of one of us is right. It's just, well, both are right. It's just which order, essentially. And C for, come on, go for C. Push that C pawn, you Yangyi.
Wow. And Kravtsev still with the lights off. But he is focused. He's got to figure out a way to seize those opportunities, to sort of whatever gas he has left in him right now, David, he has to put it to best use. It comes down to this. You draw this game, you're out for Dinglerin. That's all he needs. He looks pretty refreshed for someone playing from China, I'm going to say. I mean, I don't know what exactly is the time there, but it's definitely, it's somewhere around 3 a.m. would be my guess.
Yeah. How are you doing?
It's almost 4, David Howell.
What?
Can you believe that?
You is looking good for 4 a.m. I should make more you puns, but Anand once got me with
Was
the you
that
pun.
for me? As in you said you is looking good as in I am?
I mean, you too, Tanya, but you is looking fresh. And okay, you were
really
right.
Is.
1-B3.
Ooh, we've got moves. 1B3 on the board, but David, like you said, both of us are right. Just a switch up of the move order. Both bishops opened up by both players.
Yeah, and black started with the C pawn and then went for the B pawn. So I'm going to say I was half right, but you take the victory. Knight F3, given a question mark, but it looks like a very healthy move to my eyes. It's going to be tough to get the queen out though, Tanya, for you, Yangyi. I don't see how this white queen's coming out anytime soon.
Because if you move the H pawn, the H2 square is still covered. And you move the G pawn, you're still not feeling healthy about where you want to put your queens. But I would be kind of tempted to try to get the G4, G5 break in to activate that piece, David, as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what we'll see. But it depends on how you is feeling here, how fruity, how kind of imbalanced he wants to make it. He brings his knight out instead, clamping down on any pawn breaks in the center. Also a very logical move. I wonder whether black will kind of fix the center. There we go, E5, and totally lock down the pawn breaks. Now it's just piece play, Tanya.
It really is, because there are no pawn breaks possible in the position right now. I'm still expecting white to expand on the right flank here, get the G and the H pawn moving up, open up the queen, open up the rook, and try to strike on that hook that F6 is. You also get a clamp hold on that F5 square. He starts with H4, and I wonder if this is the moment you want to play H5.
Mm-hmm. I will just play it automatically. I don't even think these days. When my opponent plays H4, I play H5. It's that simple. But yeah, he doesn't care so much, Martin Kravtsev. But now the white bishop is dominant. This whole diagonal will never be challenged.
And we were talking about white's queen getting out. It does have a path now because queen h2 squares vacant now that the bishop on b8 is blocked by its own knight. So you've got that time to place it on h4 and bring it across.
I love that move. Queen on h4 creates some nasty pins as well against the black king. On h4, it stares at the f6 pawn, maybe which you undermine later. And queen on h4 prepares bishop to e4, trading off the light squared bishops if need be, leaving black with a block of wood on b8. But okay, he pushes the g-pawn, so you were right. All of your predictions have come true in this game so far, Tanya.
Loving it. And the bar drops g4. But I want to say it is a very human approach in this position, right? It looks like you've created this beautiful control on the right side on the light squares. And look at that. Traditional chess wisdom, your opponent plays on the flank, you strike in the center, especially when the kings are placed on d1 and d8.
Yeah, I'm going to take that question mark. I'm going to just ignore it, throw it off the board. That is the most human move. That's the most critical move, especially in a must-win situation. And Kravtsev going for it. He's got the Maroczy bind. If there's a trade of pawns, Tanya, he's going to have pawns on c5, e5 that prevent any real counterplay, any pawn breaks.
What would be your emoji if you ignore that question mark? I wanted to move like d5 because I'm with you on that. It just felt like the move you want to make. And look at that h6 played, and suddenly it feels like another move that white wanted. It gets marked across there. I wonder if a lot of this also has to do with this f5 square. I really want to plant the bishop on f5 and hit that rook on c8 at the right moment.
Ooh, nice. That's very similar to something that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was doing earlier today. I wonder whether g6, though, clamping down on that square, stopping a piece from landing, would be met by ideas like g5 in the near future, maybe some pawn trades first. Maybe the white dark squared bishop is going to get a bit excited about its prospects. Okay, g5, giving away all the light squares, but stopping any open lines. That's very committal by Kravtsev, but maybe just a very good move.
But I just want to say maybe, yeah, it is a good move, but that f5 square that you pointed out, knight f5, bishop can land on f5 as well. Now it's not going to be challenged for a very, very long time. Again, David, I have a feeling that when you're in a must-win position with black, this is what you want out of the opening. Just complete imbalance, complete chaos, no idea what's going on. And sure, you might not be making objectively the best decisions, or at least you're not certain about it, but you've got a game in your hand.
Yeah, this is a dream for Kravtsev. I think the Ukrainian grandmaster, he couldn't have hoped for more with black. He's got the space, he's got the pawn center. Yeah, here you don't even think. You just play d4, connect 4. Oh, he doesn't. I was going to say, just give up the exchange. Like, that white bishop's so strong anyway. The black pawn center would just be mammoth there. The black light squared bishop would be a beast on that diagonal. He's allowing the position to open up slightly. I still prefer black, though, here, Tanya. I still think he's got great chances.
I agree with you. And I think he just did not want to give up that material because it would perhaps require a certain amount of precision after that. I still like his chances a lot. It just feels like the dark squares now, equally strong as that square on f5, comes back with the bishop to b7. I'm going to point out castle is still very much possible. And it just feels with the structure that we have, that black castling on the right side of the board will feel so much safer than white king anywhere, center, left, or right.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that e4 move. Like, pawns don't move backwards, and now both sides have holes, but it just feels like this d4 hole, f4 hole, the d pawn is backward for life now. Can never break forward. It just feels like white is lacking squares, and I'm expecting, like you said, black to castle. There we go. He does get his king to safety. Queen out was the idea, and okay, that knight can just be defended. Yeah, who would you take here, Tanya?
100% black, right? I mean, it just feels like your king is safer. You've got this target on the e4 pawn, and do not underestimate that. That's your bishop on f5 looks like a beautiful piece, but it's sort of like an empty piece. It's got no targets on the board. The other rook's about to slide over to d8 as well. Once that happens, black can also look at endgames for that long fight, jump with the knight to f4. White can never trade his own bishop for that knight. e4 is hanging. It really looks like a dream position, all that you could have hoped for, but far from winning, David. There's still a lot of fight left.
Yeah, still a lot of fight left, but I'm going to call it. I think we're headed to Armageddon. The time situation, black has an extra minute. The position here, it just looks so difficult for white to even find a move. d-pawn is doomed long term. Bishop c8 is a bit of an odd one, but knight and f4 is just gonna, that's gonna mop things up. That's gonna be a masterpiece, a masterful knight.
And he's getting ready for all of that, right? Like that bishop retreat right now. Knight f4 is in the air and is going to arrive very, very soon. White can never take on e6. Right now, if you take bishop takes bishop, queen's attacked, pawn on g4 falls immediately. I think you just pre-move knight f4.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And pawn to a3, that's not too inspiring. He wants to break one of the binds on the queen side, at least, by pushing this pawn forward, open up the c-file. Okay, I'm expecting the knight to jump. Some forking ideas in the air.
Under 1 minute as well now for you, Yangyi. It's done. It does arrive. Bishop takes pawn is a move that you're highlighting. Very interesting. That is a tactic that exists, forcing black to just sidestep with the king. He's going to take first, and then perhaps if he goes now, then bishop takes g4 was the idea. But David, I think even if he had taken in that last move, the king slides over, and at the end of all of that, you end up losing the 8-6 pawn as the black rook would have arrived on h8, and those trades would have only favored black.
Yeah, the black rook would have loved the opening of the h-file. Great spot, Tanya. Also, while the white bishop was trying to save itself, there might have been some forks in the air. Okay, he's trying to cling on now, Yangyi, but the bar is sinking. The black bishop isn't great. I'm going to say that's the one's kind of saving grace for white right now. Oh, but it's going to go gobble up some pawns, of course.
But that's the thing. Once it does that as well, it needs to find a path, right? I'm expecting a c4 break to just activate that bishop at the right moment. Once it's won that pawn, it will reroute itself to a diagonal and then eventually open up squares with b5, c4 at the right moment.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And the big question now is whether there's time to take the h6 pawn first as white gets ready to blast open with b4. Maybe you could just take that pawn and then come back and just say, okay, it's not the end of the world. The c5 pawn will be amply covered. And later on, h5 might be a very nice resource to have. You just don't want to allow a pawn to sit on h6 for too long. Tanya, he's doing the professional thing. He's sitting there thinking. Maybe he was meant to play with the black pieces, Martin Kravtsev, just judging by how much he likes the darkness in his room.
Symbolic of what's going on, but he does go for a different plan. So he wants the ability to play c4 if white was ever to go b4, taking advantage of the pin on the c line. He wants that option, and he's just saying that the 8-6 pawn isn't going anywhere. And I'm going to take this slow. I will say it slightly surprises me. It was very tempting to go for this line. And now the knight falls back, trying to offer an exchange. You really want to get rid of that f4 knight, right? You can't allow it to live for too long.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Coming around.
King's going to grab.
Yeah. I wonder whether he keeps the knight on, although then the white knight will be jumping places, going places. Maybe it is just wise to trade off the knights and capture the pawn on h6, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like he's found the cleanest way to victory, Tanya. It feels like he's a bit hesitant here.
It almost feels like he's done everything right, but perhaps there was something better as well. You know, he still keeps a big advantage. David, to me, just felt like that bishop takes pawn, bishop comes back, just felt like a natural conversion of a strategic advantage into a material advantage. And now it's still balanced material. Knight g2 played. He's gone on a think, and look at that. He's under a minute now as well. So he's got to be careful. He does reroute the knight to the d4 square.
Mm-hmm. Very strong, very logical, but at least white has one good piece in the near future. The white knight. Well, look at the bar. It is changing slightly. I do worry that if white gets a chance to take off this black knight with the bishop, we could have a good knight versus bad bishop scenario where black has a really bad bishop dominated by one of the white pieces, the white knight, for example, knight d5 maybe. Yeah, this one is not so clear-cut anymore. b4 as well. He's going to break. If the block happens with c4, there's going to be d3 ideas in the air.
He does it. It's immediately on the board. The knight jumps in. You have to save your rook first, but you still can't take the d3 pawn because the knight on b3 is hanging. Can you take on a1 and then take on d3?
Yeah.
He does it,
but
whoa. But it's getting more and more level now. You can jump with your knight to d5, hitting that rook on c3 once it lands there.
Yeah. Ooh. This is changing. That black bishop is so bad, Tanya. That black rook is actually trapped as well. If you can't hit it right now, but if you can attack it later, that rook is not coming out.
You can give a check, but that would just allow king takes pawn. You've sort of just self-trapped your rook on b3. The knight dominates the bishop. 14 seconds on the clock for Yu Yangyi, but he's got more time. 10 seconds for Kravtsev, who has to win with black. Oh my goodness, he makes a mistake.
Big blunder. Now pawn to a5, breaking that black bishop out would have been a winning idea. The black bishop would have got in and the white knight would have been trapped. Now the king grabs a pawn. Suddenly white, I don't think is worse even slightly, Tanya. He even believes in a fortress here.
You're down a pawn, but it doesn't matter because the knight will jump back to d5. And more pawns get traded off. This is heading into a draw. At some point, you'll have to play f5 to create a passer. And that's not enough. The white knight about to target all the pawns on the left side.
Ooh, can you grab?
Can you take
Black
it?
wants to play f5. Black wants to break through.
And the big question, he doesn't allow it. He says he wants to stop that idea. He attacks the bishop, comes back, controls the central square. But this is still very tricky. It's anyone's endgame.
Anyone's position here, and it's a race now. Whose pawn is going to be quicker? No time on the clock. They're playing by pure instinct alone. The white knight might have to come back. There we go.
The knight has to land on d3. It's the only square.
Mm-hmm. All he needs now, Yu Yangyi, is to give up his knight for that black pawn, and then king b3, trade off the remaining black pawn on b5. It's a draw. But how do you get rid? King e3 is so tricky. Oh, bishop takes e4.
But you can take knight takes bishop and queen. Oh my goodness. And white has the extra knight. And there's no checkmating ideas.
Wow. Yu Yangyi's about to go through. Martin Kravtsev, he actually blunders a checkmate here, I think, black. Queen f4 is going to end this. Okay, it's not queen f4, but there was something even better. That is just going to be the end, though. Yu Yangyi only needs a draw with white. He's going to get the queens off, bank it. He's moving on to the semi-finals. Kravtsev was winning the whole game, Tanya.
Unbelievable. With the black pieces, phenomenally played, but failing to put the finishing touches. And there it is. You can see relief in Yu Yangyi as he goes through to the semi-finals. End of the dream for Martin Kravtsev after what a performance, what a fight in the Swiss, making it through to the top 4, coming today, winning in the round of 16, and then finally falling to Yu Yangyi in the tiebreakers. David, you've got to be feeling for Kravtsev. These kind of opportunities just mean so much to these grandmasters.
Exactly, especially someone like Martin Kravtsev, who's played for Ukraine, the international team, many times at big tournaments, at European team championships, at Olympiads, but hasn't really had that opportunity, hasn't been invited to the big tournaments. He's in limbo. He's in that kind of rating spot between the 2600 to 2650 mark that, yeah, you just need these lucky breaks occasionally. For your career, it would have been huge. But yeah, this time, Yu Yangyi, his defensive skills pulled him through, and he will be the one who faces Hans Niemann tomorrow in the semis, Tanya.
What a day of chess it's been. It's been an absolute marathon, but so incredibly entertaining, David. Instructive games. We've seen the twists and turns, the hits and misses, the brilliancies, the blunders. We've had it all, and this is our semi-finals bracket. And before we close the show, I want to get your thoughts on the action coming up tomorrow, because tomorrow we will have a winner. We will have 2 players advancing to the finals, and we will have one of these 4 punch their ticket into Vegas. How do you envision tomorrow playing out, David Howell?
Oh, if it's anything like today, Hans Niemann is going to be on fire. He was in sparkling form. Yes, he got maybe slightly lucky in 1 or 2 moments against Ding, but Hans Niemann, I think, starts as a favorite against Yu Yangyi, against his more experienced opponent. Yu Yangyi is super sharp. We saw it there, but I think Hans, he's just been... He wants it. He wants that chance to play in Vegas, and you can tell by the energy behind his moves. Better save against Lazovic, Tanya. I don't even want to predict because they've both been so impressive. Fedoseev tactically sharp today to get past Duda when he needed to be. Denis Lazovic, yeah, he just looked so smooth. It felt like he even went up a gear after yesterday's Swiss system.
Wow. Incredible scenes about to happen tomorrow, chat. Tell us, what do you think? What will be the final bracket? Who will be the two players who make it through? Of course, it will come down to only one. Four will battle it out. Only one ticket on the line, the big golden ticket to Vegas. It is a match to look forward to. So much excitement. We're going to call it a night. David, this was awesome. Long day of chess. So much drama happened. But what a day we've had with chat, with you. Loved every second of it. And we'll be back with more action from the freestyle chess qualifiers. One player tomorrow punches their ticket. See you then, chat.